An apartheid regime in 2021. Amnesty International declared Israel to be an apartheid regime.
Don't fucking stop me while I'm cooking, you baboon in a suit! The chef is in! About to give you a fucking Chelsea Green, you donkey! Donkey! Baboon in the donkey!
Listen to what I'm saying, and you will understand, perhaps, what I'm trying to imply.
Patronizing.
Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the fuck you are, and you're over here chirping all the way from fucking London about you want to fucking free Palestine, but also simultaneously you're talking about how both sides are fucking fine. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything, okay? Who the fuck is this pink-haired twink? Dissolve the apartheid
So what would you like to
Allow
see happen,
Palestinians-
Hasan?
Do you not understand the
going on,
English
everybody?
language?
I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi Broadcast coming to you live from gloomy California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a Sunday, and let me tell you, yeah, no, I increased my audio. Don't worry, immediately. Today's a Sunday. Sunday, under normal circumstances, a fun day. I'm live. I'm alive. I'm back, and there's a lot going on in the world. There's a lot going on in the universe. There's a lot going on. Germany Eurobasket finals with Turkey right now going on too. But folks, we're live. We're alive, and I hope everyone is having a fantastic one. Regardless, it's been a long time. I took 2 days off, as you guys know. Had to take some time off. Had to take some time off because my little bro got married. That's right. I was out and about making sure that process was running smooth. And it did. It was an incredible experience overall. Lots of emotions, lots of crying, lots of tears, lots of laughter, lots of joy. And the cake was spectacular as well. Also, Cutie Cinderella, I need to say, Cutie Cinderella is officially Ottoman. She had like 8 baklavas, bro, at the event. Okay, I'm gonna keep it $150. My speech was off the cuff. I freestyled. I made a lot of jokes. People loved it. Austin didn't show, but you know that's for we're spoiling Fear and content at this point when I'm giving you my personal news. We're basically spoiling Fear and content. Yeah, Austin was no show. He's dead to me. All right, well, so Hasan OPED Piker. Yeah, that's true. That's what I was doing. I was doing that at the wedding. This is true. I don't know how you guys caught this photo of me. I made sure that I wasn't showing nothing. But yeah, for those of you who don't know, I'm live. I'm alive. Obviously, a lot has taken place in the last 48 hours where I was gone. We're going to get to it. We're going to talk all about it. But there's a reason for it. I took a break because I went and I had to, be there for my brother's wedding. And, yeah. Hasan, please speak on what? Silverio Villegas Gonzalez, the Hispanic man that was killed by ICE agents claiming he ran over. Yeah, I know. We'll get to it. God damn. Bro, people are so funny. Like, I'm back. I just started. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. And there's hella people going, Libya, talk about Libya. Talk about Brian kill me. Talk about Brian kill me. Talk about this. Talk about that. Everybody needs to calm down, bro. I'm like 11 minutes in. I just started. I know y'all missed me, but holy moly. Anyway, get to the news, man. And not just any news. The news I want you to cover is basically what's going on. So, yeah, I woke up early this morning. I mean, the first day was crazy because I was driving up to the venue. And while I was driving up to the venue, I'm like dictating this New York Times op-ed piece that I wrote. And, you know, shouts out to Noah Coleman as well for helping me on the editorial side, on the edit side, but then also New York Times has their own editors, right? So I'm like, literally, I wrote the piece. I sent it in. In the morning, they give me, the New York Times, obviously, has their own editors who were like, no, some of these things you can't say. They have like a very, they have a very specific sound, like a very specific tone that they wanted to strike. Okay. So, you know, there was some edits and, you know, I okayed them. And then they got back. And had more notes, but that was when I was driving. So I'm driving thinking, you know, this thing is ready to go, ready to blast off. Turns out it's not. I'm in a state of panic trying to dictate what to, you know, trying to get the new editorial notes in and then, you know, make these decisions. You know, all this stuff is happening in the background, whatever. We make it. I was able to flip between drivers and finish it off in time. Why no fit pics of you from the wedding? I don't know. Maybe because it's probably not the best thing to constantly post social media of myself, especially if I'm in an environment like in a public setting. Have you guys thought about maybe it's okay to be a little bit more careful? I don't know. Like, let me live, guys. What are we doing? Let me live. All right. In due time, you will get photos. Okay. Jesus Christ. Also, yeah, it's a private family event. So are your viewers 12? No, they're not. They're 30 plus for the most part, but they behave like they're 12 sometimes. So, yeah, I didn't want to compromise Kaya's safety. She's still wearing the neck piece that she wore for the wedding. I put it around her neck again. So, anyway, I've actually been kind of checked out for good reason. I've been kind of checked out from everything that's going on, which has been good. I feel like no major events have taken place, right? In the past 48 hours, no major updates on an ongoing national story. One that has surprisingly international significance as well. No, certainly nothing crazy going on in one of the social media platforms that many people communicate on, like the owner of a platform personally. The owner of a platform personally trying to put a hit out on someone like myself, right? Like that can't be the case. That wouldn't be the case, right? Might as well start gaming early, yeah. So, all jokes aside, dude, the amount of threats I've seen is crazy. Please be careful. Yeah, I feel like it's one of those weird situations where if you just close your eyes to it, if you're not online, maybe you just don't see the death threats, right? That's how it goes. But in any case, you know, I taught my cousins a valuable lesson. Ball is life. And taught them a valuable lesson about how ball is life and that they shouldn't defy me. They should not, because one of my cousins is like 15 now, and he was talking big shit, right? He's like, like I would learn about like meme stuff from him, you know, what's like what Zoomers and Gen Alpha is saying and stuff, and like he would be like, do you know this person? Do you know that person? Whatever. And I was like, yeah, I do. And then he's like, oh, we're gonna ball. All right. So he wanted the ball, and yeah, 6'7". But basically he was convinced he could like play decently against me, and I cooked him. I had to do it. I had to show the young blood, the next gen, was what, you know, Unk Ball is alive and well. Okay. Unk Ball is alive and Unk Ball is well. Anyway, yeah, I cooked him. Cooked that 15-year-old, bro. That's it. That's how it is. Hold on. Free speech. Champions. Push cancel. Okay, that's fine. You have to humble the youth, yeah. And then, you know, the wedding happened, obviously. And I'll just say it like this. I'm not going to give like too many details on it, because I feel like the podcast, Fear and Podcast, is a better setting for it. But all I'm going to say is it was very Murat. It was very Murat. Murat has this tendency to engage in uncomfortable things that make him uncomfortable. That's like what he enjoys doing, right? Whether it be like camping, whether it be glamping, whether it be off-roading, stuff like that. Like things that normal people have kind of evolved beyond. Like, because normal people be like, oh, I don't want to be out and braving the elements, right? Like, I don't want to be in the desert, for example, at any given moment, especially when it's like 100 degrees weather. But Murat's like, I want to do that. And I would enjoy it even more if other people were also doing that and not even having a good time doing that. And that's actually a really good way for me to assess how much fun I'm having, by making sure that other people are also engaging in this act of displeasure. So a typical Murat style situation, you know, very hot. But overall, oh, Caroline posted a fit pic. Let's see. Let's go. There it is. You guys wanted a fit pic? You got one. Do you have a cool undertone to your skin? You look great with these darker colors. What does that even mean? But the glasses are slang. Thank you. So yeah, we did the dang thing. We did the dang thing, and it was great. It was a lot of fun, a lot of emotions, all of that. You look like an NBA draft in the early 2000s. Okay, calm down. Did you write a speech or did you wing it? No, I wung it. I winged it. I'm Mr. Wing, Mr. Wang. Okay. But yeah. But that's it. That's all I got on the wedding. I woke up early this morning, and I drove back. And I got here, and the reason why I was actually late, because I was supposed to start even earlier. I was like going to start at like 10:30 or whatever. But the reason why I actually started late is because, of course, predictably, I got back and the internet was busted again, so I had to fix that. But hopefully it should be fine. But even if it's not, fuck it, we ball. Kyle looks spent. Yeah, she is. She had a very, very long weekend. You don't understand. The amount of people. I mean, she was the belle of the ball. When I say this, it's crazy. Like, people were going nutty mode, okay? They were losing their minds. Like, people would just, like, she would just run around, walk around, and get pet by every single person. that was her situation. She was just like, I am, I'm here to be pet. Can you read your article of paywall and tech limits? I couldn't read it. What do you mean? You don't know how to remove paywall? This is how we do it every time, bro. What the hell? Yeah, this is Kaya's wedding fit, of course. She's wearing it right now. Actually, she's still wearing it. But yeah, absolute cutie pie. A lot has happened while you were gone. My condolences. What are on having to catch up on it? No, it's fine. It's not. News. The news keeps happening, and we keep covering the news. It is what it is. Was Fiona also at the wedding? Yes, she was also the other belle of the ball. But in any case, we got a lot going on, obviously. There's so much to cover. There's so much to talk about. Governor Cox makes announcements on Kirk shooter background as the right tried to put the blame back on trans people. Oh, you said you're watching from Libya. Not that I need to talk about Libya. Oh, my bad. Okay. Don't you miss the show news days? What do you? Oh, you mean slow news days? Yeah. I mean, I would like it if the news was fast, but in a positive direction, and also did not sometimes feature myself as well. I got the Themasius playlist. Thank you, Themasius. Governor Cox makes an announcement that Kirk shooter background is the right. Try to put the blame back on trans people. Covering the misinformation. Covering the misinformation. There was another thing I was going to say. Oh my God, my brain has been fried so much from not being live to like going back directly into it, free speech champions engage in mass cancel culture campaign over insufficient Kirk grief. Does Elon want me dead? Okay. Anyway. All right. That's it. The FBI is withholding info on the Discord service he was in. Was he actually? They're trying to ban it legally now? No, I know. And I saw the Israel related thing too that was also crazy. Do we have a blast off meme or what? After Kirk's killing suspect joke that his doppelganger did it? Oh my God. I feel like they're just like, all of this stuff is designed to make people more crazy, it seems like. I don't know. Yeah, Marco Rubio wants to take away American citizens' passports for criticizing Israel, which is crazy. Anyway, do we have a blast off or not? We do. Okay, let's take a look at this one. Grok got censored for telling the truth. That's not surprising. Elon uses both Twitter and also Grok as his like personal propaganda faucet in ways that like other billionaires at least don't attempt to do so publicly. Right? Where it's so transparent, it's so flagrant the way he does this, like it's annoying cuz it like with other billionaires, like at least they have the decency to purchase like the Washington Post, right? At least they have the decency to purchase the Washington Post, and then like whenever they add in editorial control, they're not so aggressive about said editorial controls. Right? Where like they won't be like so overt with their control over it. Elon will literally be like, I want Grok to be more racist. I want Grok to be more white supremacist. I'm going to do that now. Like he basically will openly say like, no, this is my platform. I bought it for propaganda. And if you don't like it, you can fuck off. Like I'm going to use it. I'm going to use it in whichever way I want to. I'm going to turn up the Nazi dial. I'm having a bad day today. I want more Nazis to be pumping on the timeline. And then he'll just go, he'll tweak it. And then that's all you see. It is so alarming that we are at the mercy of perhaps one of the most thin-skinned billionaires on the planet. Viral TikTok, you're mentioned.
Guys, people like Dean Withers
were
crying over Charlie Kirk's death.
I think I saw this one.
They were friends. I remember one time on Hasan's stream, he brought up how like Charlie Kirk asked Hasan in person to hang out. Like this shit was a joke to him, and Hasan said no because this shit is real life and he doesn't fuck with Charlie Kirk. Also, guys, you remember that like sex tape between Destiny and Nick Fuentes? Destiny was giving Nick Fuentes head or some shit. Or even like how Destiny and Nick Fuentes be hanging out. All these establishment politics white boys hang out with each other behind scenes, and they hang out with shitty white supremacist shitty people. That's why when stuff like this comes out, everybody's buddy, everybody's crying. It's because they were all homies behind the scenes. But luckily my GOAT Hasan, he ain't play like that. That's my GOAT.
What is that real? What do you mean? Which one? Which part of this? I don't know. Look, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if like Dean and Charlie Kirk were friendly or whatever. I don't really know Dean that well, but I wouldn't assume that they were friends. But a lot of the people online, a lot of the people that do like debates in general, no matter how crazy their political differences are, do actually see it as like theater for the most part. Oh, did Nick really give D head? I don't know. He leaned into that initially, so probably not. I genuinely don't know. We don't know if he was sucking off Fuentes or not. But it was weird when it first came out because he like didn't deny it, but then maybe he was doing it because he wanted to like distract people away from the fact that it was all like revenge porn that was being distributed. Who knows? One-on-ones are a normal thing that doesn't make people friends. No, I mean, anyway. Tyler literally commented on how the news wanted to blame trans people. Lol. Wait, what is this? New York Times, after he murdered Charlie Kirk, the killer told his friends on Discord he heard the ammo had something about trans stuff on it. Robinson was watching the FBI try to pin it on the trans community instead of focusing on locating him. Wait, what? More obsessive. Wait, what the hell? Around the time, several news outlets reported ammunition found near a rifle at the scene included engravings referencing transgender ideology. The truth ultimately was that the engravings included the phrase, "Hey, fascist, catch," as well as lyrics from an anti-fascist Italian song and a reference to a sexual meme about a bulge. But at the time, before the exact phrasing of the engravings was publicly known, the suspect sent messages that suggested he was closely following the news. I heard the ammo had some about trans stuff on it, but they aren't releasing the photos or exact quotes, he wrote. He added, and also the claim wasn't backed by the official FBI, just some dude in a briefing room. A few minutes later, he joked, "I'm actually Charlie Kirk, wanted to get out of politics, so I faked my death so I can live out my dream life in Kansas." Oh my God. Dude, we are living in such a weird time, man. In terms of like being extremely online, in terms of like Twitter and online becoming a part of real life, like this is one of those very strange moments, okay? I don't know why Discord was like saying this dude wasn't on our app. I don't know. He wasn't communicating on our app or whatever. I don't know what the hell's going on as well. The New York Times article has the full messages. They joked about avoiding McDonald's too because that's how Luigi got caught. Yeah. So I'll get started on one aspect of this story that I briefly talked about, but obviously I wasn't, like when they first found the shooter, I wasn't live. right? When they first found the shooter, when they first apprehended the shooter, I wasn't live, but a lot of other people were covering it, and they were making up their minds on like what this ideological profile was. I think it was too soon to tell, but you know, my early assessment was looking at like the meme profile, which is a stupid thing to actually say out loud when talking about mass shooters, but God damn it, unfortunately, that is a thing that we have to do. Looking at the mimetic profile of the shooter and the things that the shooter wanted to communicate, I basically said, look, it's too soon to tell the ideological background, but it's like very obvious that he has like a right-wing family, Mormon family, all this stuff. You know, some family members are connected to the military. Early on, they thought his dad was like law enforcement, and they found out that wasn't the case. That's whatever. But like, he clearly was a white kid from like a real ass American Utah family, right? And even Governor Cox had some statements about this. Even Governor Cox himself was like, "Oh, I was praying that he wasn't one of us. I hoped it was like some Muslim transgender guy from, you know, Idaho or whatever, or from not from this country." And it turns out he's one of us. And I saw that and I was like, that's a weird thing to say out loud, buddy. That's a weird thing to say out loud, but we are living in increasingly weird times, so I guess it's fine that you're just saying it, okay? Like, you know how people will always say, like, because of the unlimited violence that marginalized populations are subjected to, many of you have probably had that moment where you see like a mass shooting or something and you're like, oh my God, I hope the shooter isn't like trans or black or brown or undocumented or something like that, you know, because like, you know what is yet to come. Well, these guys are now doing the reverse of that because they want to do more violence, it seems. So they're like, oh, every time there's a shooter, even though most of the time it's like a white dude, and this time it was a white dude as well, you know, I was praying it wasn't one of ours, you know? I was praying it wasn't one of ours. And it's like, it's not like it changes anything if it's a white guy who's a right winger. They've done most of the shootings. And it seems like the right collectively have decided a lot of these guys are responsible for the shooting. So let's just fucking turn around and imagine that the shooter is a trans leftist every time, right? And it's crazy. It's crazy. Because like, the impact is not the same. You know what I mean? There's not like there's no legislation to like ban young white boys who are a little quirked up on the internet when there's another young white boy who is a little too quirked up who does a fucking mass shooting. That's not a thing. But God forbid, if anyone has like even been around a trans person, it seems, they're like, oh, we have to literally arrest and prosecute and criminalize every trans person in the country. Now, I watched so much. I watched the Nancy Mace and the Republicans basically go from, we have to kill everybody immediately. We have to kill anyone that's ever been like, maybe we shouldn't be mean to gay people because they're all radical transgender Antifa leftists who are doing unlimited violence, the white Christians or whatever, to then turn around and be like, oh no, he was one of our boys again. Oh well, pray for his soul. Pray for his lost soul. And then they turned around and they were like, he went to a Mormon university for one semester, and that's where he got hit with the fucking transgender woke ray, right? And then everyone was like, dog, he took one fucking semester and didn't even have any in-person classes, and then left to go work for to go to a technical school, right? Like, what are we talking about? This person's background is so perfectly like right-wing in the way that these guys have designed the world. So they just couldn't figure that route as well. But now they're saying it's actually a transgender roommate, that he was radicalized by a transgender. Like, it has to be a trans person, it seems, for these guys. Like, I don't know what will happen. I do know that because violence is such a permanent part of American politics, which I wrote about on the New York Times, by the way, we're going to be talking about that in a second. it's an inevitability that these things will continue to happen unless, in the absence of any sort of like serious legislation to stop, gun violence. It is. It has happened every other week, and it will most likely, unfortunately, continue to happen. And I guess in the next phase here is going to be like, was the shooter ever around a trans person at all? Like, we have to look through the next school shooter. If they've even been in the direction, if they've even looked in the direction of a trans person, that's probably how they got radicalized. Like, that's where we're at now. Like, these people are trying to say like, oh, you were roommates with a trans person, I think, and therefore that's the reason why you did a mass shooting. Like, it's just so fucking insane. And what's extra messed up is that people are like, the media is dropping the ball in spectacular fashion. So I don't even know. I don't even know what to say. It's just, everything is wrong. Everything is busted. Everyone is angry. I guess like the only thing I'm hoping for, and I said this like the first couple of days, is, maybe these guys will just focus on the burger aspect of things, and we'll just like get it out of their system by being like, we're going to cancel a bunch of people. We're going to cancel a bunch of people on the left that we are claiming is, responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk. And then they'll turn around and they won't engage in acts of violence or something like that. Hopefully. What is this viral tweet about you? I think I saw this. I saw this one. Yeah. If God forbid a leftist like Hasan Piker were killed, a lot of centrist Dems wouldn't even publicly mourn him. The idea that any GOP governor would fly flags at half mast for him like Dems, like Dem Govs or for Kirk is beyond laughable. That's the imbalance we have in this country. Anyway, I mean, it's true. His grandma was upset that people call him left wing. I know, I saw that too. Yeah, that was also crazy. His grandmother was more upset at the fact that they were calling him a leftist than at the fact that he had shot Charlie Kirk. Like, she was like, listen, shooting high profile figures is something that I'm, not too fond of, but I can understand it. But do not say he did it because of radical transgender Antifa. We are a Republican family. That's what she said. It was crazy. Anyway, she probably doesn't know what the fuck's going on with the grandchild anyway. So like, there's so much like secondary secondhand, third hand, fourth hand, like totally irrelevant information that people run with and then try to retract after the fact. Also, this person's tweet that went viral, this person sucks so much ass. Fuck this guy. I don't like Hasan Piker, but if he died tomorrow, Fox News would be celebrating Trump, post a shitty AI meme celebrating his death on True Social. This dumb fuck, literally, this Destiny dick riding piece of shit once famously said Donald Trump should deport Hasan because I don't like him. Like, so he's just farming, okay? Don't get it twisted. That motherfucker's just farming. Anyway, I don't like people invoking your name in this discourse, even if it's hypotheticals. I know. I don't like it either, but what are you going to do? Okay, so Joyce Carol O's defending you after you're quoting your New York Times article? Yeah. So, where was I? All right, so a lot has taken place. Let's get started. Even Moist Critical is spreading misinformation that he's a leftist. Look, guys, everyone is spreading misinformation, and at a certain point, you have to realize, like, are people spreading misinformation if they're just, like, rehashing what high-profile legacy publishers are saying? Because high-profile legacy publishers are dropping the ball without doing the proper investigation. Without doing the proper investigation, they're just, like, moving forward with whatever sound bites they can get. And one thing that's actually interesting in this process is, like, no matter how biased the police are, no matter how incompetent the police are, even cops, detectives, when they're setting up a shooter profile to figure out an ideological motive for a suspect in the aftermath of a situation like this, they will go to friends right? They will go to the friends of the shooter and they will go to the family of the shooter, but they won't actually move on with that as like key pieces of evidence until they fully fleshed out a psychographic profile for the shooter. The media, on the other hand, is so horny to not get outflanked by the likes of, I don't know, Steven Crowder or whatever, that they are deciding that some random fucking neighbor actually can give us a convincing case on who this person is, right? Oh, we went to a friend. The friend called him a leftist. And then they retract the article and they go, okay, maybe the friend didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. He's just like talking out of his ass. So this is what's really annoying about it, where I cannot even fault the likes of, I don't know, Moist Critical for going along with what he is seeing in the news and then responding to it. Having said that, however, like I said, given what I know about like right-wing meme profiles with shooters, the last one being the Minneapolis church shooter that we talked about. If you remember, the Minneapolis church shooter was a far-right neo-Nazi that was most likely radicalized in one of these Telegram groups, not dissimilar to the Colorado school shooter that actually shot up his school an hour after Charlie Kirk was shot and killed at UVU. And yet, the reason why I'm bringing that one up is because people said, oh, that's transgender radical Antifa. That's a transgender radical Antifa shooter. And they still are saying that. That wasn't the case. And the reason why I say that wasn't the case is because that shooter in Minneapolis very clearly showcased a meme profile that is consistent with far-right neo-Nazi, extremely nihilistic, esoteric neo-Nazi school shooters and mass shooters in general. And what I mean by that is like he was venerating, you know, Anders Breivik and the Christchurch shooter, like all these different white nationalists and white supremacists. Whereas this shooter's memes did not reach that standard at all, which is why I said Tyler Robinson, Kirk's alleged shooter, came from a Mormon family in both law enforcement and the military, but I'm not so certain if he himself was right-wing. A lot of the memes posted on the casings are ironic or of the left variety, different than previous far-right shooters. It's too soon to tell, but this is important to understand. As well, I said, I think people need to understand that there's a massive online far-right wing community that hated Charlie Kirk. This is something that I've brought up as well. Nick Fuentes, contrary to popular opinion, contrary to how he's presenting himself right now, Nick Fuentes has actually said infinitely more violent shit about Charlie Kirk than I ever have. Okay? So it's not like I had a more cordial relationship with Charlie Kirk as opposed to Nick Fuentes. That is the reality. That is the irony, because everyone in the far right and everyone in the right wing thinks I'm responsible for this, and they keep saying I'm the one who's responsible for this. Fuck you, Hasan, you did this. Meanwhile, if you look back at his statements, Nick Fuentes' statements about Charlie Kirk, you will see like he talked about fucking doing an endless amount of violence to him, and also Turning Point USA and whatnot. So they have been hunting and pursuing Charlie Kirk for quite a while, as a matter of fact. So, but that doesn't really matter in this moment, because like everyone on the right is very clearly trying to get together and use this as an opportunity to attack their ideological opposition, their enemies. They're using this as an opportunity to say like, no, it's the left that's hateful and all this stuff. So that's what's so crazy about this entire situation too, because like as far as I can remember, I don't think I've ever said anything that's remotely as violent about Charlie Kirk as like Nick Fuentes has. I mean, here's some choice ones, I think. I mean, there's a lot of metaphor that he uses as well, to be fair, and metaphors are things that I've used as well in the past, not directionally against like Charlie Kirk or anybody like that, but those metaphors are obviously being used currently in clips that are completely clipped out of context to make it seem as though I was like advocating for violence against the right or whatever the fuck, which is yet another story that I'm going to be covering as well. So, but ultimately, I'm still of the mindset that it's like entirely too early. But one thing I have noticed is, and I suspect that there is I've noticed the tendency of the right to basically go along with misinformation no matter who's doing it, right? What I mean by that is I saw a fuck ton of liberal accounts posting the shooters like a photoshopped t-shirt of the shooter wearing like a Trump shirt that's not real. I saw so many people immediately go, this is a groiper, this is a groiper, this is a groiper. And I wasn't online at the time. And, you know, I didn't have the opportunity to like seriously go back and forth on this stuff at the time. But I wasn't so certain. There were people saying he was a DSA guy. I knew that that wasn't real. They just like doxed another random DSA guy, which was really fucked up, but you know, classic. But a lot of people, and I think what's more interesting is that a lot of right-wingers, I think when they saw the shooter, also decided he might be right-wing. Okay? What do I mean by this? Because once they found out the demographic background, once they found out his like family, his family history, the right toned down the calls for civil war and decided we got to lower the temperature, decided we got to pray for this young boy's soul, this young boy's heart. That was insane because I felt like I got slapped up, like I got whiplash from how quickly they went from we have to kill every leftist person because this was very obviously a transgender Antifa leftist to we have to save this boy's soul by praying for him. And that led me to believe that maybe they think he's right wing. And I don't know if it's because they have more information that I was not privy to, right? Here's the Nancy Mace tweet compilation. That's the classic one that everyone is obviously pointing to. Time to bring back the death penalty. Enough is enough. Representative Nancy Mace comments on Charlie Kirk's killer allegedly being pro T-word. Okay? And then after the background of the shooter is found, we know Charlie Kirk would want us to pray for such an evil and lost individual like Tyler Robinson to find Jesus Christ. We will try to do the same. We truly believe if Tyler Robinson had ever sat down from Charlie, the great debater, the man of faith and grace he was, Tyler wouldn't have pulled the trigger. Like, it's insane. It's insane. They didn't even hide it. They just straight up went from this is a radical Antifa transgender, and we need to kill all of them to like, we have to pray for this young boy's soul. So I think it's like a combination of different factors. One, it's because not only was he white, but he was a corn-fed white boy. You know what I mean? He was a real ass like Mormon Utah boy. Okay. And I do think that these guys unironically, I never thought this until this moment, but I really do think that a lot of right-wingers just straight up respond to race. Okay? I think that's it. Like when they see someone who is not just like white, but also not white in a spicy way where like they got a septum ring and fucking, I don't know, a hammer and sickle tattoo, but like just straight up, if you are like a white boy from a Republican family, they go, oh no, that's one of us. That's, you know, it's obviously that this person was not like a leftist. Like that's the way they reacted to it, even if there wasn't enough evidence to suggest it at the time. And I think the other reason is because they saw the Groiper stuff. They saw all the people being like, oh, this guy's a right winger. He voted for, or he's a registered Republican. He gave money to the Republicans, which is fake, by the way. That's a totally different Tyler Robinson, which again, Tyler Robinson is the most like, if you were to point to like the most average Utah boy, I would literally build out a profile of Tyler Robinson, right? Republican. It's like John Smith, you know, Tyler Robinson, white boy, went to college for one semester, dropped out, didn't pursue it, and went back and got like an apprenticeship. went to a technical school. Like, he did the most right-wing shit that you could possibly do. Not saying that like anyone that goes to a technical school is right-wing, but like that is how the right has presented the best possible future. You come from a good family, your family is always there for you, and then you don't go to college because college makes you woke and gay, and you get an apprenticeship instead, right? Like, you go to a technical school, you get an apprenticeship, you work a real job, an honest job, right? None of this like fake gay vaccine related college jobs. Like, he did all of that. He's a gun pervert, family of gun perverts since 8 years old. He's been like, you know, shooting guns and whatnot. So I think like when they saw all of that stuff, they went, oh, this is probably one of our guys. As I also mentioned, like Governor Cox said. So they decided, oh yeah, no, we should maybe dial it back a little bit. Having said that, that didn't stop Ben Shapiro from continuing to pursue this stuff. Even though what he was operating off of was like obviously a now retracted newspaper piece. I think it was on The Guardian. And what's interesting is he got owned by fucking Bill Maher of all people. And I feel like if you're getting owned by Bill Maher, you should just throw in, you should throw the towel. You should throw in the towel. You should never try to debate ever again. Because Bill Maher is like, I mean, he's not a particularly intelligent individual. He's not, I mean, getting dunked on by Bill Maher is like pretty humiliating, I think.
It's a shooting at a synagogue. It is very likely to be either a white supremacist or a radical Muslim. If it is a shooting of a Republican politician, it is very likely to be a trans Antifa Marxist shooter.
That is just not.
That's just insane to say. Like, dog, none of those fucking, like, that was not the case. That did not happen. Thomas Crooks is not like a radical transgender Antifa guy. He was a registered Republican, man. Thomas Crooks was a registered Republican. He was wearing like a gun tuber merch. Like, sometimes you got to understand, like, there is just some fucking quote unquote apolitical right adjacent people that just decide, I'm going to make a name for myself by shooting the president. It's insane. I know it doesn't make sense, but it's just not the case.
We don't know what this kid is.
We do know this kid was of the left. We do know that.
We do know what?
That this kid was of the political left. That is according to contemporaneous reporting from The Guardian as well as Tablet Magazine today.
It's 2 days out. We don't know shit, Ben.
But
we don't know shit. They never do. The internet is undefeated in getting it wrong to begin with.
It's not about the internet.
He's fucking right. And The Guardian actually retracted that article. Unironically, I cannot believe Bill Maher is right. I cannot believe I'm saying this. Bill Maher is right. Ben Shapiro is so stupid and so professionally wrong that he made the most annoying, professionally stupid and wrong guy look good in comparison. How is that possible? How is that even possible, man? It's crazy, okay? There should be no comeback from this. If Bill Maher dunks on you, it's over.
About the actual reporting by mainstream accepted. The Guardian is not a right-wing.
Here's what we heard. Here's what I was told so far, and I'll tell you what was wrong. First, I heard he's a registered Republican. Not true. Okay. Then he was a donor to Trump. Not true. His father works in the sheriff's office. Not true. There was a picture of him wearing a pro-Trump shirt. Not true. Member of the Democratic Socialists of America. Not true. We don't know what he is.
Well,
how are you so sure he's of the left? Now, I agree when you write on a bullet, what did he write on the bullet? Catch
this fascist, which is also a gamer thing.
Okay, but now I'm hearing he may have been part of that group for whom Charlie Kirk was not right-wing enough.
You mean the Groypers, yes. I mean, so that would...
You're sure he's not that?
So this is a cooking right here. This is a cooking because Ben hates the Groypers, okay? Ben hates the Groypers almost as much as he hates the left for obvious reasons. The Groypers are anti-Semitic. They're anti-Israel and also anti-Semitic, which, of course, anti-Semitism in that regard is not something that Ben Shapiro actually takes issue with. It's the anti-Israel sentiment, as I've said time and time again. This is something that Ben himself has also voluntarily revealed, like when talking about Ann Coulter and on numerous other occasions, Ben has quite literally been like, anti-Semitism is fine as long as you're pro-Israel. Like, he's openly said it. And the Groypers have obviously like stalked him as well, including Nick Fuentes. I do find it really interesting that like Groypers are becoming mainstream though. Like, they're now literally talking about this shit on television. Like, my mom asked me what a Groyper is. My mom, I was like, it's over. It's done. When moms are asking about what the fuck a Groyper is, it is clearly the narrative that this might be a far-right neo-Nazi shooter, regardless of whether it's true or not. And I'm not saying that that is the case. Make no mistake. I'm saying it's too soon to tell. But clearly, when moms are asking about what the fuck a Groyper is, like, clearly that is in normie circles. Like, I think on Facebook and all over the internet, like, it just blew up. It blew up as like a potential for the shooter being like a far right guy. And what's interesting about it is I've never experienced that before. I've never experienced like misinformation, or at least like faulty information spreading in the left direction like this in the aftermath of a shooting. But it was actually weird to see so many right-wingers also go along with that and like recalculate their messaging out of the fear that this might be a fucking Groyper. Isn't that crazy? Like, I think right-wingers are so susceptible to misinformation that they're more susceptible to misinformation than real, accurate, truthful assessment and truthful analysis, that if you just make stuff up, they're more inclined to believe it. If you just go, hey man, let's dial it back real quick. Let's wait a couple days before we figure out exactly the ideological profile of this person. He's alive. You know, there will be interrogations and whatnot. Nope. As long as you lie in either direction, you can lie in the left direction, you can lie in the right direction. Right-wingers will jump on board, it seems. Which is crazy. But yeah, it was very interesting. This TikTok explains the memes on the bullets. Yeah, this is my goat. I like this guy a lot. Aiden, etc. He's a reporter. He talks about like culture and stuff, like far right radicalization networks online quite a bit. Here's his piece on the memes on the bullet casings for the shooter. We'll look at that. What is this breaking? It's being reported that 6 transgenders had advanced knowledge of Charlie Kirk's assassination. What the fuck? What does that even mean, bro? What does that even fucking mean, bro? Breaking news. Remember what I said about Donald Trump saying everything's transgender and then people understand it? That's what this is now. You can just put transgender in anything, in any context, in any situation. You can just apply transgender to it and people will fucking go, that's right, that's probably the case. We have to do something. Like, the right is so easily fucking duped on this shit. Yeah, like, they went, the shooter is trans. Okay, the bullets were trans. Okay, the roommate is trans. Like, what the fuck? How could people not realize this is a psychotic way to approach the situation? What if the shooter wanted to be trans? You never know, like, ahead of time. You know what I mean? It's like, when all else fails, they just lie. And they go along with that lie. It just doesn't make any sense. There's like a 90% chance that all trans people found out by now that Charlie is dead. Yeah. Everybody knows transgender people are magical people. They just like fucking communicate with one another through telepathy. And they were sending out a beacon. It's just like when you start taking HRT, you just have this like these additional powers. You're a really good swimmer too. It's like it gives you swimming powers, Okay, it gives you weightlifting powers, and it also gives you the power to precog assassinations ahead of time. That's just how it is. Once you get on that HRT, bro, it's crazy. Okay. Like, I'm joking about this shit, but like unironically, that is how it's coming across. Anyway, let me finish this Bill Maher dunk because he goes, well, don't you think he could be a groiper?
But now I'm hearing he may have been part of that group for whom Charlie Kirk was not right-wing enough.
You mean the groipers? Yes. I mean, so that would.
That
so,
you're sure he's not that?
I'm not sure that he's not that.
A minute ago you were sure what he was.
Hold on, Bill. Hold on. Okay, because I've been.
You were.
That's it. You just got fucking destroyed by Bill Maher of all people, okay? By Billiard Jedediah Maher, dude. Come on. Anyway, here, let's look at the meme, the meme analysis of the casings and stuff. I'm gonna go pee real
Charlie
quick.
Kirk's life was engraved with a 12-year-old furry bashing meme. Notice his bulge, ooh woo, what's that? Which tells us an important thing. This assassination was a shitpost. That is the lens to analyze it through. Another of the casings references a video game, Helldivers 2, and a specific bomb that you could send on your enemies in the game with the command up, right, down, down, down. This command line sort of became a meme in image boards where it would be deployed to kind of represent, ending an argument, but almost more so as just like, if you know, you know. And that sort of signals the in-group there. Another of the 4 casings references Bella Ciao, which is an Italian anti-fascist anthem from the World War II era that has stuck around and remained very popular online. It's been used both in left and right-wing political contexts, and it's used in a lot of video games. And then the 4th and final shell casing was engraved with, if you're reading this, you're gay, LMAO. This was a shitpost. It was designed to be maximally disruptive and incomprehensible, cloaked in layer upon layer of irony so that nobody would know what he really meant unless they were our guy. This performs a kind of nihilism that plays really, really well on particular image boards and Discord servers where this guy spent most of his life. And I say most of his life because that furry meme is from 2013. He was 10 years old when it was first posted and became popular. He, like you and I, grew up alongside this part of the internet that trickled out through the other platforms that we went on and has actually informed and driven a lot of our politics. Half of the administration right now is content creators, and all of the guys who are wearing masks, going out on these deportation raids, the guys who are staffers of Republican members of Congress in these different executive departments, the guys who are 19 years old called in by Elon to Doge things, these are all Reddit kids. These are all guys who were on 4chan in 2013, laughing at that furry meme. Now, the question everybody's asking is, was this kid a groiper? And the question everybody's parents are asking is, what is a groiper? So groipers are the most extreme fringe of this kind of image board nihilistic culture that I'm talking about. They're led by Nick Fuentes, who is a content creator and a streamer, and they really are about transgressing any boundary that exists. They are like explicitly white nationalists, really bad, horrible people. The name groiper originates from this variant of Pepe the Frog, which comes about in the late 2010s, and these guys adopt it as a kind of collective self-portrait.
Great breakdown, by the way.
They make it their profile picture, they make it their moniker. There was the Groiper War of 2019, in which Nick Fuentes and his people trolled Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA, showing up at these debate events and asking questions that would...
It feels embarrassing to know all of this, but I guess it's gotten to a point where you kind of have to know this stuff now because a lot of this extremely online shit is having an impact in the real world. I don't know how to describe it beyond I knew about all this shit. Most of you know about all this shit. I spent most of my political career talking about this stuff as well. And it's just crazy that I feel almost hypocritical telling you to be normal and not be so fucking online and consistently telling you that the bus driver test should be applied here. Can you describe the situation to a bus driver in 60 seconds in a convincing manner? And now I'm realizing we might need to explain all this to the bus driver. The bus driver test might not be that valuable or reliable any longer. Because I talk about Terragram quite a bit. I talk about groipers. Terragram is the newer version of this. It's even more decentralized, it's even more insane, it's even more nihilistic and more violent. And and I've covered that stuff extensively as well, especially in the past month. But, you know, this is like if you think the Groyper stuff basically is the end of this depravity, it's not. Like, I would say you got Reddit, you got 4chan, you got 8chan, you got Groypers, and then you have the Terrorgram, which is even crazier than that, right? Like Order of Nine Angles and all those other different groups, right? So it gets, and the further you go down that rabbit hole, the darker things get, the more cultish things get, and the more violent things get. But it's wonderful that every child basically has access to this unlimited fresh hell of online radicalization and have basically grown up with this kind of shit.
Push Kirk to say things that were even more extreme than Kirk was already saying. So where Charlie Kirk took like one step toward these kind of white or Christian nationalist ideas, the Groypers took 2 steps. They demanded that he make the subtext text. One post people have been citing as proof of the Groyper hypothesis is this one from his mother's Facebook that shows...
Like, I don't think this is enough. I don't think this is enough to indicate that he's a Groyper, I'll be honest. And I said that to Jason Palladino as well. Fantastic reporter. Who was of the mind that this was like definitely a Groyper. And I basically said, because he posted that, but that's a Gopnik. That's just a Gopnik meme. Like, everyone has seen that. That's almost like a universal thing. The Slav Squad is not necessarily just a Groyper thing, right? Because he said, feel like you don't do this unless you're in some right-wing nihilistic brain-rotted space. I say, yeah, I saw that as well. I don't know how to weigh that over the Ciao Bella, though. Like, that could be Gopnik posting, which is across the political spectrum. Need more info. Groypers usually hail previous shooters and have had way more aggressive slogans they use to signal. And that's what I mean. Like, if this was a far right, this was like convincingly a far right figure and was like shooting Charlie because he was frustrated that he wasn't like far right enough or whatever, I think you would see a clearer indication of that. Okay? You would see a clearer indication of that because these guys don't hide their perspective. Sometimes they'll troll and they'll masquerade as like, they'll use leftist terms. Even Ciao Bella could be utilized by like Groypers or whatever, but like there would be more of an indication of their far right leanings somewhere, right? Like, so that's why I'm saying still right now that it's too soon to tell. I haven't been able to build a proper psychographic profile for the shooter and can convincingly tell you like what the most likely radicalization pipeline was for this person. What I have found, though, and this is something that I saw with Luigi Mangione as well, is that we are now in the age of shooters that are how do I put this? With shooters with like promising careers, like upstarts, like people who have really good GPAs, people who might have even played sports. You know what I mean? Like that's usually not the expectation. Like oftentimes when you see someone who violates the social contract in such a severe way, when you look to their background, it's usually never a person with like a prospect with a promising career ahead of themselves or with successful friendships and whatnot. It's usually like a socially isolated guy who's been brain poisoned by spending too much time online, right? They're oftentimes very like antisocial people. So I do think that with Luigi Mangione and with this shooter as well, when you look at their background, when you look at their trajectory, that actually doesn't fit the previous shooters and their psychographic profile at all, and that's kind of interesting. I would say that says something, right? A Gen Z colleague described to me black pill mindset to me in a way I'd never heard before. For younger kids today, especially men, there's a pressure to get rich at any cost or get famous at any cost. They use irony and crude memes to mask the deep anxiety they feel. What stood out to this person was lol, nothing matters attitude, Kirk's assassin. Yeah, he was trying to be nonchalant while doing the most chalant thing. You know what I mean? Like, there is an air of like, I don't even care about this, this thing that I'm doing. And it is also very interesting. What stood out to this person was lol, nothing matters attitude. Kirk's assassin tries so hard to project in his ironic bullet inscriptions. Like, if you see this, you're gay, Lamau. Like, that's, that's crazy. Political, but mostly stupid meme Halloween costumes and the gamer culture he was steeped in. His politics almost feel secondary. We're seeing an uptick in ironic phrases written on bullet casings, and manifestos are peppered with very online references meant to be read and understood not by the media, but by these shooters' online peers. They want to be remembered as the people who went for it. It speaks to an alienation that younger Americans, disproportionately men, try to heal not through therapy, but through online game communities, Discord, and validating themselves online. I mean, I think this is like a boomer assessment, but it's not entirely wrong. It's something that I have obviously noticed. There's a lot of shared experiences in these online spaces, like a desperate way to create a sense of community, something that I speak to all the time, all the way to like the most depraved corners of the internet, like the Kiwi Farms people who get together and engage in the act of what they call A-logging, autistic logging, or lolcowing a person with like significant mental health complications, like stalking them, gang stalking them, almost professionally, and trying to ruin their lives professionally. And you get like a sense of community off of doing that, right? That is a thing that people do, and it is deeply, deeply antisocial. And obviously the antidote to that is developing interpersonal relationships in the real world. But I think that kind of community fostering creates a replacement that isn't a healthy alternative to developing a real relationship in the real world and being around normal human beings, but it's enticing enough that people don't even realize that there is something that is missing from their lives. So in that regard, this feeds into that isolation that I think people have. That's definitely something that I have seen online quite a bit, and it's something that I try to push people away from in my community at the very least by forcing them and pushing them to engage in community organizing, labor organizing, and activism in general that forces them to go outside and be around other people and actually to talk to other people from a diverse ideological profile so that they can, learn how to be a human being. I'm fortunate enough that I'm 34 years old and I went through these experiences when I was growing up, and therefore I have this this foundation to build upon, so that even when I spend every waking moment online now, I still have this background. I still have this built-in understanding of the world and real world experiences. You mean protesting? Yes, protesting, activism of all different sorts, joining local organizations, things of that nature, right? Playing pickup basketball, going to a public park. These are things that are incredibly important for every single person to stay grounded to the real world in some way by force in an increasingly online universe that we exist in. And I think the inverse of that is absolutely going to Discord circles and like going to splinter Discord servers and like increasingly isolating yourself from even people that you are, even people in a broader community that you might be a part of. And yeah, there's two different ways to go about it. And I feel like a lot of people choose the easier alternative, which is to be sheltered from any sort of counters under the guise of anonymity online, and increasingly engaging in more antisocial behavior like this. Okay, so, but the structural issues are obviously the lack of hope for a better future for many for many in Gen Z, and we're seeing that almost universally at this point. Like, material conditions are deteriorating, and you see people react to that. You see younger generations react to that with protests, sometimes riots, and also these kinds of decentralized acts of violence. It's a truly terrifying predicament. So it also speaks to the lack of hope, but about the future, it's hard to say if these people even have coherent left-right ideologies. So much is being overridden. No, I think they do. They have a modified version of left-right ideologies, but there's still a left ideological leaning or a right ideological leaning. It's just harder to parse through and harder to pick up on, given that like all the irony poisoned posturing makes it very difficult for boomers and very difficult for people who don't speak this kind of language to truly comprehend. And that's where we're at with this shooter as well. I think it's not entirely wrong, but there's an uptick of white male shooters from middle or high income families with careers ahead of them, noticing their futures are fucked and noticing systemic discrimination below them and throwing their future away to release the tensions as the political system is caving. I think it's a fair assessment. At the same time, they're stewing in social media ecosystem where algorithms feed them a constant stream of rage bait. And so they form parasocial hatreds. As the shooter's family said, he'd only become political recently and seemed to fixate on Charlie Kirk's viral content. What Governor Cox said is broadly right. Social media is cancer. When coupled with the social alienation epidemic we're seeing in America, it's convincing people that reality is something less than real. If you're never going to be rich, why not be infamous? The traditional venue for that was school shootings, but those have become so commonplace now that the shooters barely register in our media coverage. We're numb to it. What gets headlines now? Political shootings. Even better if your message is confusing for the normies. I mean, okay, the thread unwinds at this point a little bit because it's not just social media. I think social media is perfectly fine as a tool for organizing, as a tool for connecting with other people, as a tool for information dissemination. But there also needs to be a healthy balance there also needs to be a healthy connection to the real world, to real human beings that you know, whether it be your family members, whether it be your friends, whether it be your coworkers. And I think that is a part of the problem. Anyway, the rest of it is the thread unwinds a little bit there, but let's go back to the meme profiles. Like I said, I'm not so certain that this person was a groyper or someone of the ideological left background at all. But let's continue.
As a meme for Halloween, it seems like the meme is Gopnik Pepe, which is a 4chan meme to my understanding. But I don't quite associate it with Poll, which is like the political board on 4chan that most people are talking about it. I see it more as like a K meme and sort of like a rare Pepe type thing. But again, like many Pepe or groyper memes, the core of this is it's a lonely male figure in sort of an immiserated landscape looking sad. And that's part of the story I wish more people were talking about. What's driving our political violence isn't just polarization, where one side is getting more radical and kind of undermining democracy, nor is it algorithms, like some have said, that are like pickling the brains of young people. It is that feeling, which these Pepe memes represent, of you're always going to be alone, you're never going to have a future, and you're never going to have a voice. And that feeling, which is by no means rare or unusual in our society today, collides with a particular set of circumstances. This long entrenched nihilistic online tradition, the ready availability of firearms, and the increasing derangement of mainstream discourse, this ambient sense of like tension and volatility that exists in the air to produce stuff like this. And we're going to see more and more of it unless those root causes are addressed and unless we find a way to offer a better future to people.
So I do agree with the overall point, and I obviously talked about it as well. So I'm just going to quickly go through the New York Times op-ed that I wrote, because I sought to address some of these issues using the format that was given to me. Obviously, it got there was a lot of editorial changes that were made in the process. This is the op-ed that I wrote. And then there's also another interview that I conducted. So this is two different parts of the New York Times. But we'll start out with the op-ed. Op-ed title: I was supposed to debate Charlie Kirk. Here's what I would have said. Mr. Piker hosts a streaming show on the Twitch platform covering politics and pop culture. Okay. In less than 2 weeks, I was supposed to debate Charlie Kirk. The event was scheduled for September 25th at Dartmouth College, and it was meant to be a wide-ranging conversation about American politics focused on the views of young voters. But on Wednesday, tragedy intervened. The entire country now knows the story. Mr. Kirk was fatally shot while speaking at a university campus in Utah. Late Thursday night, an arrest was made in the case. I found out that Mr. Kirk had been killed while I was live streaming to my audience on Twitch, as I do nearly every day. While I am exposed to daily images of incredible horror, particularly those of atrocities taking place in Gaza, I was still shocked by the images from Utah. What shocked me was not merely the graphic nature of what took place. It was the horror of seeing someone whom I know, not a friend or an ally, but a human being I know personally and have debated before, fall victim to what clearly seems to be a rising tide of political violence. Even before knowing exactly why Mr. Kirk was killed, I think there are some disturbing and necessary insights that can be drawn from his horrible death, ideas that affect the way many of my viewers and many of the people who followed Mr. Kirk would see the world. The first of these insights is hardly new. The United States has both very loose gun laws and more violent gun deaths per capita than any other developed nation in the world, and while shootings occur most anywhere, campuses can be especially deadly. As news broke that Mr. Kirk was shot at Utah Valley University, there was a near simultaneous tragedy at a high school in small-town Colorado, where a 16-year-old shot 2 fellow students. There have been 47 school shootings this year. Charlie Kirk's was the 46th, and the Colorado shooting was the 47th. Though it may ultimately prove correct to classify Mr. Kirk's death as a tectonic political murder, the shooting was not itself uncommon or extraordinary. The victim was. The second idea is more general and is connected to perhaps why these kinds of killings happen in the first place. Violence almost never originates in a vacuum, and the killing of a high-profile political content creator, regardless of why it happened, speaks to a breakdown in our social order. Mr. Kirk was fond of talking about the ways that urban life has decayed in America, particularly in places like his native Chicago area. In fact, his last words included answering a question about the frequency of mass shootings with a question of his own about whether gang violence counted in that discussion. Any answer about civic decline in America also has to include a discussion about the failure of our political and economic establishment to reconcile with social challenges that have touched every place and aspect of American life. Too many examples of the deadly gun violence we see today are, it seems to me, indicative of this decline. The social challenges include rising rents and homelessness, the destruction caused by climate change, titanic levels of inequality, and too many others to name here. Our capitalist way of life, always accumulating, never evening out, leaves more and more people to deal with these problems on their own. This produces feelings of isolation and resentment as material conditions worsen. And considering that our society is swamped by, and yet somehow stitched together by, a 24/7 news cycle that too often feeds this resentment, it is little wonder that a country of stressed out gun owners would have so many grim, needless gun deaths. This connects to my final idea. Americans inhabit a culture of violence to which we have become habitually desensitized. There is a connection between our culture of violence and American foreign policy. Over time, our culture of violence has targeted people around the world, anywhere from Cuba to Iraq, people who serve as literal targets for American weapons and bombs, absorbing what I think of as Americans' excess capacity for violence. For years now, American politics has taken on an increasingly punitive flavor. During the George W. Bush era, Arabs and Muslims were, and remain, singled out for suspicion. Their civil rights were routinely violated as we embarked on fresh wars against Arab and Muslim countries, and we regarded lives in those countries as less precious than our own. I call it the process of collateralization, where we look to the children in Gaza, for example, and we just, even if we are naysayers, even if we actually find Israel's actions to be abhorrent, deep down inside of our consciousness, we still see that as like unfortunate byproducts of a necessary way in which the world exists, right? Collateral damage. We almost turn it into a natural disaster. He reads this article every time I tune in, Lamau. I wrote this article recently, and this is the first time I'm reading it. But I have repeated a lot of these things, so yes. So you have heard me say these things before. That's just usually how it goes. It's just me putting pen to paper, you know? The Barack Obama years were not so much a correction as a continuity, with drone strikes, night raids, and forever war. What followed in President Trump's first term and in Joe Biden's administration was still more of the same. Extreme rhetoric about designated American enemies combined with aggressive sanctions and secret operations aimed at destabilizing entire countries. A foreign policy organized around punishing and killing our supposedly sworn enemies, diplomacy be damned, conveys the terrible message that we can only kill and maim our way to achieving the world we want to live in. I fear that this is the most evident in America's ironclad support for Israel. The genocide in Gaza has claimed tens of thousands of innocent lives. Meanwhile, Israel has carried out brazen assassinations and attempted assassinations in Iran, Qatar, Lebanon, and Yemen, backed up by Mr. Trump and previously by Mr. Biden. Our government's virtually unyielding support for Israel tells a scary story about the country we live in. It suggests that merely because we designate them as such, American enemies can be marked for death. Whether such rivals pose a legitimate threat, the fire and fury of our military and our allies have clearly become the default answers for how we deal with a world whose interests don't align with our own. Pulling a gun or launching a missile has become a part of our national character, a sad reduction of morality to the time it takes for fingers to pull the triggers. I would have liked to ask Mr. Kirk about all these things. He and I identified some of the same problems, but our views clashed about their causes and their potential solutions. Americans, especially younger Americans, feel a sense of growing hopelessness as so many of those in power refuse to listen to their struggles, economic or otherwise. One side, Democrats, offer mostly platitudes, while the other, epitomized by Mr. Trump, frequently takes advantage of people's resentments and redirects them to vulnerable communities. Mr. Kirk, an ally of Mr. Trump, was an expert of the latter. I wanted to debate Mr. Kirk, but because of a violent act, now I can't. So that was it. Does this have comments? I want to see the comments. How did you get the New York Times to publish this? They asked me. Do they not have comments on this? Don't think guest essays have comments? Oh, okay. So, they asked me and I wanted to, they changed some stuff around structurally. And if you think that the tone it takes is a little bit drier than the way I would have spoken on these issues, that is because, yes, there is an editorial tone that they keep. No, they let me keep the genocide. Genocide is now officially a part of the New York Times style guide. You can say Israel is doing a genocide without like slapping on air quotes or whatever. I think basically the way this changed was after the New York Times had that Jewish Israeli Holocaust scholar write about how Israel is definitely doing a genocide. In the aftermath of that, I think they were like, it's done. Like, you can now say it openly. Yeah, they hyperlinked the word, like, to show, look, they hyperlinked it to send it to, yeah, I'm a genocide scholar, I know it when I see it, to Omar Bartov. So obviously it's a little bit more restrained and a little bit more balanced and takes a drier tone than I normally would use. But that is because it like when you write a guest essay, even when you write a guest essay for the New York Times, like they still obviously have their own editors go through it. I had 2 different rounds of editorial process. And then this is an interview that I did with Joe Bernstein of the New York Times as well, where I kind of like went through the same process as well. But I'm not going to go into that right now. The reason why I brought up the guest op-ed that I wrote for the New York Times is because like it basically is the easiest to understand summarization of how I connect like America's unlimited violence overseas back to unlimited violence in the domestic, and how we have become increasingly more desensitized to violence, and that's the reason why we are reacting the way that we are to all of these instances. Because people, I think, mostly don't understand. I don't think people understand, like boomers especially are like, what the fuck? Why are people celebrating death? And it's like, this is part of the reason, because so many people, regardless of their political background, are experiencing the same economic pressures, and they're also seeing unlimited violence born out of our actions as a consequence of foreign policy, but also our actions in domestic policy. And then they're going, okay, well, the value of life is worth nothing, I guess. You know? Look who else tried to say they were trans. Skull and Gate said Charlie Kirk is trans. That's crazy. On the back of this, I kept journalists and reporters having to explain how this works, how media works, the drama perverts. My guess is these outlets reached out to him. I doubt Hasan is farming them. Bro is farming hard. Yeah, I wonder why a bunch of mainstream outlets would reach out to a guy who is, fairly knowledgeable on like online radicalization, and is also directly connected both by his profession and also directly connected due to the fact that we were supposed to debate to the person who was just killed on the exact opposite side of the political spectrum. No, it must be that I'm paying for it. These guys are, their brains are underdeveloped, I think. They're just like, it didn't cook enough. Part of the reason why I wanted to write the op-ed was also because I feel like there's a lot of people offering their takes on the stuff, and some of it actually doesn't accurately convey Charlie Kirk's perspective at all. So just watched a YouTube video saying you didn't condemn the assassination commie. The 10-sec vids, I'm sure, are true and not out of context. Yeah. It makes no sense, to be fair. But yeah, we'll talk about Candace Owens as well in a second. Candace Owens, out of all of the demons on the right, was perhaps the only fucking person out there who actually was able to humanize Charlie Kirk and like very clearly is going through the stages of grief. I never thought I would say this, because I've always seen Candace Owens as like a major grifter, but it does seem to me like, I mean, I know that they were friends, but it seems to me like they were really actually much closer to one another than any number of different people on the right that have been like, Charlie Kirk told me that he wants me to kill all of the leftists, actually. That's what his last text was, which is, of course, what Stephen Miller did, right? Stephen Miller went on Fox News and said this: the last message that Charlie Kirk gave to me before he joined his creator in heaven was, he said that we have to dismantle and take on the radical left organizations in this country. Was psycho, just like absolute fucking psychopath, dude.
And let me tell you something I've not shared with anybody, but the last message that Charlie Kirk gave to me before he joined his creator in heaven was, he said that we have to dismantle and take on the radical left organizations in this country that are fomenting violence. That was the last message that he sent me before that assassin stole him from all of us. And we are going to do that under President Trump's leadership. I don't care how. It could be a RICO charge, a conspiracy charge, conspiracy against the United States. insurrection, but we are going to do what it takes to dismantle the organizations and the entities that are fomenting riots, that are doxing.
Yeah. Last message Charlie Kirk sent to me was, I look good bald, actually, and I'm handsome, and I'm so good at speaking and writing Trump speeches, and that maybe Trump should make me Secretary of State instead of Marco Rubio. So we have to do that. Obviously, that's real. That's a real thing he told me. Okay? Also, what if that's what he said? Who gives a shit? What are you talking about? Like, this is another thing that I don't understand. It's like, okay, let's say this is real, which I don't. I don't believe this is real. I think he's just like trying to slam as much policy into this, this event that's supposed to be traumatic to galvanize the base into taking action and finding comfort in this kind of like vengeance quest and political persecution and political dissidents. You know, even if he traumatic for their side, man, calm down, okay? Like, this is Fox News. It's traumatic for them. Have you talked to fucking boomers lately? They're like crying and shit. Okay? It's very obvious. It is very obvious to me that their goal, I mean, Trump spelled it out pretty much, but they are very obviously trying to get their audience on board, get the MAGA base to be on board with political persecution of political dissidents. This is an anecdote from my life, but I know people that are diehard MAGA loyalists, okay? Not directly. And I know that when they saw that I was apprehended by Customs and Border Patrol, they did not like that. And that's part of the reason why the Department of Homeland Security even came out and was like, there is no political persecution of political dissidents whatsoever. Hasan Piker is lying for clicks. Okay? Remember, they didn't say that the detainment didn't take place. They openly copped to it. They admitted to that. They just took issue with the targeting of political dissidents. This is something that even the MAGA base, some of the most loyal in the MAGA base, still are not fully subscribed to, fully on board with. I know it sounds insane. To say this because you're gonna be like, what? I see all these fucking people that are screaming bloody murder and they want political persecution. And it's true, there are plenty in the base that do want it, but there are still a lot of normies out there that are not that don't have the same exact appetite to just like start rounding up the left or whoever the administration declares political dissidents, because like Americans do place a lot of emphasis and a lot of value on the First Amendment, a lot more than you would think. Regardless of how hypocritical they may be, they still believe that they have this underlying notion that like free speech means like, you know, you're going to hear stuff that you don't like and the government shouldn't intervene in this. It was also a big part of what Trump used to win the race. He said the Department of Justice was weaponized against him. So They used to get mad about the whole. They used to get mad about the whole, like, you know, Facebook is banning anti-vaxxer sentiment because directed by the Biden administration. Like, these are gripes that they have. So there is a level of, there is some appetite for political persecution of political dissidents, but the reason why they're really farming this is because they want that to be a unified front when they eventually engage in it.
That are trying to inspire terrorism and that are committing acts of wanton violence. It has to stop. And my message is to all of the domestic terrorists in this country spreading this evil hate. You want us to live in fear? We will not live in fear, but you will live in exile. Because the power of law enforcement under President Trump's leadership will be used to find you, will be used to take away your money, take away your power, and if you've broken the law, to take away your freedom, Sean.
I want to say this is a Twitter issue, but honestly, Twitter is becoming more and more real life. It's an unfortunate reality. Like, I want to say Twitter is not real life, but we have motherfuckers in the administration that treat it as though it is. So I guess at that point, it is real life. You know what I mean? It's pretty crazy. There's more to talk about this stuff. I told you Twitter's real life. Twitter wasn't real life for the longest time, chatter. Unfortunately, it's becoming one now. Anyway, let's get into the timeline of the Charlie Kirk shooting, and then we got more updates from Governor Cox and things of that nature, and I'll go through this process piece by piece.
The person who fatally shot conservative activist and father of two Charlie Kirk is over after President Donald Trump announced the suspect is in custody. 31-year-old Kirk was the founder of the conservative youth activist organization Turning Point USA. He was fatally wounded on Wednesday, September 10th, during a campus event in Utah Valley University in Orem, Utah. Authorities have identified 22-year-old Tyler Robinson as a suspect who allegedly killed Kirk. Here is a timeline of how the shooting unfolded and how Robinson was arrested. According to Utah Governor Spencer Cox, suspect Tyler Robinson arrived at UVU's campus at 8:29 a.m. local time on the day of the shooting, driving a gray Dodge Challenger. Bo Mason, the commissioner for the Utah Department of Public Safety, said authorities tracked the suspect's movements onto the campus.
Through the stairwells, up to the roof, across the roof to a shooting location.
At 12:07 p.m., a crowd awaits Charlie Kirk at UVU, the first stop on Turning Point USA's The American Comeback Tour. Supporters start chanting Kirk's name ahead of his appearance. Around 12:09, Kirk makes his appearance and throws hats out into the crowd of about 3,000 people.
All right, we're going to get started, everybody. You know how it works.
12:11 p.m., Kirk begins speaking, opening debate and answering questions from individuals in the crowd. At 12:23 p.m., Kirk is hit with a single shot to the neck, appearing to come from an elevated position on a nearby rooftop. Video shows Kirk being carried by 6 men to an SUV, which transports him to Timpanogos Regional Hospital. According to authorities, immediately following the shooting, the subject moved to the other side of the building, jumped off of the building, and fled campus into a nearby neighborhood. At 12:52 p.m., UVU sent out an alert that police are investigating and that a suspect is in custody. The person of interest is released after questioning. At 2:22 p.m., the Orem Police Department said the shooting suspect was not in custody and is still at large. At 2:40 p.m., President Donald Trump announces in a post on Truth Social that Charlie Kirk has died from his injuries, writing, quote, "No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America."
I will say Trump's behavior on this is very Trump and also very strange. I've talked about this before. He's like virtually incapable of like expressing grief in a normal fashion. And he did that here as well, where he had to be the first to announce that Charlie Kirk was pronounced dead, if you noticed. And also he had to be the first to announce that the shooter of Charlie Kirk was apprehended. They waited. They apprehended him at night, and they waited until morning for Donald Trump to go on fucking Fox and Friends and reveal this information. It is so crazy. Not only that, but also, if you want to know how little he gives a fuck, there's also this moment where they ask him, "My condolences on the loss of your friend Charlie Kirk. How are you holding up?" Let's hear what Donald Trump's response was to this question.
I think very good. And by the way, right there, you see all the trucks. They just started construction of the new ballroom for the White House, which is something they've been trying to get, as you know, for about 150 years. And it's going to be a beauty. It'll be an absolutely magnificent structure. And I just see all the trucks. We just started, so it'll get done very nicely, and it'll be one of the best anywhere in the world, actually. Thank you so much. Your message.
Yeah, on 9/11, he went to the Yankees game, and he just sat there and he was fucking dancing. That was the night. That was the day after Charlie Kirk had been assassinated. So like, it's so funny to me that like conservatives will be like, this is bloody murder. This is the most impactful, most important figure, and for many conservatives, it probably is, right? Charlie Kirk was an incredibly important figure for a lot of conservatives, I guess, and they cared about him quite a bit. Trump is not one of those people because I think he's just like it is impossible for him to care about anything but himself. That's my point. So they are just very cynically. I think a lot of the right has moved in a very weird fashion in the aftermath of this, or I guess perhaps expected fashion, like super sociopathic. People are salivating at the throne. People are salivating at the prospect of like taking the throne and the mantle away from Charlie Kirk now that he's dead. Obviously, you got Nick Fuentes on the one side, really restructuring his commentary and trying to become the new wave and the new voice of the Gen Z conservatives. You have Stephen Miller. We just showed you. You have Donald Trump saying, we're going to use Charlie's murder as a way to persecute political dissidents. You have the Steven Crowder going from number 2 largest conservative show to number 1. You have Ben Shapiro talking about potentially taking over Turning Point USA as well. So there are a million different things that these guys have done that basically shows, with the exception of like Candace Owens, I would say, that these guys don't give a fuck about anything, and certainly not about Charlie Kirk, the person, but more so about like what they can get out of the situation. Okay. Now, of course, before people say, Hasan, what about you? It's like, well, you already know my position. I'm not a friend of Charlie Kirk. I was his ideological opposition. So I think I have a different set of expectations here. Like obviously, I'm not going to run around fucking celebrating this because it's infinitely, you're weird as fuck. Okay. It's incredibly close to someone like myself, but like the reality of the matter is that with the exception of Candace Owens, I've seen very little like human emotion and reaction to this kind of thing. I'm pretty sure the Ben Shapiro takeover was fake. No, it's not real. It's not happening. But I'm saying that like people are posturing to take advantage of the situation to the best of their ability. They want it. I have seen his wife's press release as well. I don't know if I should like get into that because I feel like it's a little strange, like the way. I mean, she's grieving, is what I want to think, and therefore, it's very strange the way she's like reacted to it as well. But let's take a look at what Trump was saying when he revealed that the Charlie Kirk shooter had been apprehended.
And we're going to look into that.
What do we do about our country with that? Because we have radicals on the right as well. We have radicals on the left. People are watching all of these videos and cheering. Some people are cheering that Charlie was killed. How do we fix this country? How do we come back together?
I'll tell you something that's going to get me in trouble, but I couldn't care less.
What about your fellow political streamer reaction? Who? I don't know who you're talking about, but I don't care. Okay, I'm not doing this. Like, I don't care. I don't know how other people have reacted to it, but it is so funny when motherfuckers be like, we couldn't get what we wanted out of you in terms of your reaction because it seemed like you were too traumatized for us to be able to farm it as though you were actually excited at the prospect. So we're just gonna move on and be like, well, what about these other people? Like, I don't know, man. Go take it up with them, okay?
The radicals on the right oftentimes are radical because they don't want to see crime. And we're going to look into that.
What do we do about our country with that? Because we have radicals on the right.
Yeah, I saw people say you had a sociopathic reaction. Wait, what? Who the fuck said that? They must have seen something entirely different. They probably got duped by like some other shit. Anyway, I'm not also in the business. I'm not in the business of like weighing in on whether someone has demonstrated like sufficient grief. Okay, we're not even talking about that at this moment. But yeah, there is also this going on. There's an ongoing smear campaign on Twitter that has led to all of right-wing Twitter targeting Hasan. Yeah, this is something that I have noticed as well. I think Elon, this is the reason why I said I think Elon Musk wants me to be killed. We're obviously going to be talking about that as well. Yeah, there is some very strange machinations on Twitter. In the past 2 days, a clip compilation of Hasan calling for violence and air quotes has been getting posted by right-wing accounts and has gone ultra-viral, millions upon millions of views. It was seemingly created by Tectone. It wasn't. It was created by a sex pest in the orbiter. I don't think Tectone even knows how to use editing software. Anyway, Dicktone posted it, who hinted at this. See first image, and it blew up and reposted by Right Angle News Network. Since then, Grums, Dan Saltman, Tectone, and the Quartering, Drew Pavlo, and other right-wingers have been spamming it. Some even saying that Hasan said these things after Charlie died. Elon Musk has replied several times. The compilation is a joke. The first one is him 3 years ago talking about Democrats needing to be better at debate rhetoric. He's being hyperbolic and is not meant to be taken literally. I know, but they clipped it in a way where it seems like I'm saying like the Democrats need to start killing people or something. The second is him reciting what some angry conservatives said in a voicemail to a Republican politician that made him resign. Hasan was highlighting the anger people feel with their representatives. There's also a clip of Hasan talking about the ACP and Fuentes, calling again, not for a call for violence, but they're banking on people not knowing what the ACP is and doing what they always do, taking his jokes sincerely. Regardless, this tricked most of the right-wing Twitter, who are all calling for him to either be banned, arrested, deported, or killed. These right-winger influencers either don't understand or do that when Twitch doesn't ban Hasan for these out-of-context clips, it might convince very angry people that violence is the only solution. They're putting a massive target on Hasan's back. There's one tweet, the very last one from Tectone, where he completely fabricates quotes from Hasan. He's as good as putting a hit on him with the one about Kirk. Yeah. So, as you can tell, it's like me with long hair talking about the fucking Democrats and their inability to address Herschel Walker with like aggressive tone. Yeah, there's a longer clip, obviously, that Elon Musk replied to. And Elon Musk has been highlighting these like nonstop for the record. Twitch is complicit in the murder of Charlie Kirk. Here's their CEO's favorite content creator. He admits he uses coded language for assassinations, all this stuff. Hasan's compilation of call to violence is damning and horrific. He definitely created an atmosphere where political violence was lauded and Twitch encouraged it. Slice him up. You need to gut him. New Jersey-based Muslim American Hasan Piker told his 9+ million followers to murder conservatives everywhere. It's just like, it's just insane. But the last version of this was also Elon Musk basically adding Jeff Bezos and demanding that Jeff Bezos ban me from the fucking platform or some shit. But hold on, where is it? Breaking. Numerous clips of Hasan Piker calling on his viewers to kill right-wingers are going viral. None of this is true. Okay? Incitement to murder, he says. And also, if that was true, I would go to jail, which is, of course, who knows? I mean, maybe the Trump administration will get their hands on this and go, well, this clip out of context is enough for us to take action. Who knows? But, yeah, he's got to be banned at Twitch. Come on. Elon Musk says yes. And the Hasan Piker calls for violence on Nick Fuentes. And that was me literally saying Nick Fuentes should debate the ACP guys. Like, that's it. That's all I said in that clip that they're talking about. I was like, I don't want to deal with Nick Fuentes. Let the ACP guys deal with them. Let them fight it out. Like, in terms of debating. Which is really funny because these guys are also simultaneously saying that, Charlie Kirk was a beacon of free speech. Well, guess what? I was supposed to debate Charlie Kirk. So clearly that's, not something that I'm against at all. Anyway, Hasan Piker called for Jackson Hinkle's group, American Communist Party, to go out and kill right-wingers one day before Charlie Kirk was killed. Again, Drew Pavlov. Interesting. I thought that guy was a liberal. Hasan, we need to kill all landlords of the road soaking their capital's blood. If you want to fix America, you should kill Rick Scott. Charlie Kirk, guys, someone's got to do it. Charlie Kirk gets assassinated. Hasan, wow, this is horrible. And can't believe this happened, guys. I don't condone this. Pretends to cry to seem human. Go fuck yourself, you terrorist-loving piece of shit, he says. None of this is real. Anyway, he's a desperate fucking charlatan. It is what it is. These things, no matter what happens, all I can do in this situation is like, show you what the actual clips are, what the actual context is. And if you see it in the wild, you can like correct people if you want. Could you sue for slander? No, dude, it doesn't work that way. Please stop. Yeah. Elon Musk has now on 4 different occasions demanded or reposted like Dan Stalkman, and is now is adding Jeff Bezos to try to get me banned. Not good. What that chatter was referring to earlier, I think it's purely sociopathic personally. I think it demonstrates almost no empathy except just like immediate shock. To me, this speaks volumes to how many people worship this guy and he can't really like react properly to someone dying. Wait, what? What is this? It's 100% false to say the left wanted him dead. However, there's an enormous faction for whom the distinction is meaningless, who is celebrating this openly. Wait, what? People pointed out correctly Hasan had a sociopathic reaction. And then he posts this, and this was a sociopathic reaction. That's what this guy thinks is a sociopathic reaction. I think this is purely sociopathic personally. I think it demonstrates almost no empathy except just immediate shock. To me, this speaks volumes of how people worship this guy. Are you kidding me? He reacts with shock and horror and is very clearly upset by it. I had the exact same reaction when I saw the video. I hated Charlie Kirk and it crushed me. Like, this guy looked at this video of me losing my fucking mind and was like, what a sociopath this guy is. Clearly he enjoyed it. Insane. That guy's a nobody. I mean, he's an example of like the way people have like lost their minds on this issue. But in any case, I do find the strange irony here, because like that dude, this is not like some low motion shit. Like Elon Musk highlighting this. This has got 91,000 fucking likes, bro. It's got millions, 6.2 million views. You know? But yeah, it's the classic my ideological enemies are incapable of engaging in metaphor. That's just never the case. They are unable to engage in metaphor. They will never be able to engage in metaphor. He must mean everything literally, right? That's what they do all the fucking time. And that's precisely what's going on here as well. Like I'm very clearly talking about in most of those clips that they clipped that are like, 10 seconds long usually, I'm either talking about a metaphor in which like what Democrats need to get more aggressive in debates, or talking about how Nick Fuentes, I'm not going to debate him, but let ACP deal with him, like let ACP, the American Communist Party, debate him, or talking about how like there is so much discontent that people are unafraid to say their government name when they're like directly issuing a death threat to sitting congresspersons, right? And they just turn around and say, this is, this is very obviously like a direct call to violence. And it's funny because it's like from half of the clips are from like fucking 4 years ago, 5 years ago. One of them is like from 7 years ago. Yeah. The richest man in the world, the owner of one of the most influential social media platforms on earth, the possessor of all sorts of U.S. NASDAQ clearances, just sits on here tweeting incendiary nonsense and amplifying far-right conspiracy accounts. Yeah. Like, that's crazy. Multiple trans people in the area posted on September 9th that something big will be happening to Charlie Kirk tomorrow. Terrorist cell. Like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Talk about the kill Rick Scott stuff. I have a video on my YouTube page if you want to go find it. That was yet another instance where like Republicans were manufacturing outrage and misconstruing my words. I mean, like I said, all of those things I've addressed a million times over. You should make a YouTube video of you just addressing and shattering all this fabricated nonsense. Should I? What do you say when I tell you that those videos exist already? I have an entire channel dedicated to where they get those clips from. Do you think it matters to these people? Do you think they care about the truth? No, of course not. Yeah, because no one would go back and find all those individual videos. I mean, it doesn't matter. The debunking doesn't matter. I have done the debunking a million times over. It just, people don't care. They're not, you can only convince someone who is actually invested in the truth. If they're not invested in the truth, and this is not something that they're interested in at all, they're just like angry and they're looking for a target that they find to be appropriate, you're never going to be able to, like, you might be able to convince your parents who are just like, oh, I heard this guy that you're watching has said a bunch of violent stuff. You can have a conversation with them and be like, that's not the case. Here's why it's out of context. He's speaking metaphorically, blah, blah, blah. But like to the average onlooker online who has already established their worldview, who are just literally not reasoning, who are not listening to reason whatsoever, they're angry. They're looking for a valid target. I happen to be the most visible target that they can launch their endless anger towards. Yeah. Like the dude that Elon Musk retweeted, Dan Stalkman, has openly admitted that the truth doesn't matter as long as people are shitting on me. Like, he has said it before. He does not care. He thinks it's totally appropriate because I'm the singular most evil figure in American politics. You know? The Rick Scott video was clear and concise format that lends well to debunking, though. Yeah. Yeah, they have a pretty sophisticated network of harassment that even journalists have written about at this point. Like Bloomberg wrote an article about it. The difference is, of course, like there's only one country's troll operations and troll farms that will take it to that level, and that country is Israel. And I think we all know, you know, I am an op to the state of Israel. So they will use their sophisticated influence peddling operation to elevate Gamergate style harassment campaigns and like try to legitimize them, because there's a network of newspapers that will always cover that shit too. New York Post, Jewish Insider, sometimes Fox News will do it as well. But yeah, if you're coming in here to be like, oh, well, you should do a debunking, it's like, we've had these issues many, many times over, you know? It's not new. All right, let's continue. So we got more stuff on Tyler Robinson as well.
Better than Charlie. At 4 p.m., Utah Governor Spencer Cox clarifies during a press conference that there is a person of interest in custody who is being questioned.
To whoever did this, we will find you.
At 4:21 p.m., FBI Director Kash Patel writes in a post on X that the subject, quote, for the horrific shooting today that took the life of Charlie.
You can be so obnoxiously hypocritical. You say people don't care about the truth, so they won't listen. But then say you stream on here to change those people's minds just so you don't want to make those videos anymore. No, dumbass. I already have made those videos. My point is, there are always going to be some who just don't want to see it or don't want to hear it. What the fuck's wrong with you? How is that obnoxiously hypocritical? I just said I already have done those videos and it doesn't work. As evidenced by the Kill Rick Scott thing, right? That video has 1 million+ views, chatter. The fuck are you talking about? Everybody's seen it. But that hasn't stopped Republicans from continuing to do that, right? We've been banned. Got 1.2 million views. Did that stop? Republicans from fucking bringing that up to say he's fomenting hatred and he wants to kill Rick Scott? It was very clearly that was not the case. It's also it's incredibly annoying to constantly battle with bad faith actors. Yeah, I know. I would never be able to do news coverage if I constantly was at the mercy of like the most cynical framing on every single issue. Yeah. I have a lot. Look, I am perhaps the most visible leftist online. Okay. And with that comes a shit ton of political enemies, ideological enemies. So, because of that reason, if I were to take it on every single time where someone was like deliberately misconstruing what I was saying, or just adding on to that pile and like making up new shit, for example, I wouldn't be able to do any coverage whatsoever. As a matter of fact, I want to go back to the timeline of how the Charlie Kirk shooting unfolded. And here I am trying to explain to people this other thing now.
Charlie Kirk is in custody. Authorities later say the person of interest was not the shooting suspect and was released after questioning. At 7 a.m. on Thursday.
Hasan, I've never seen you correct or take accountability for what you say. It's always out of context or misconstrued. I understand that does happen, but it's not always the case. Okay. Here, the Rick Scott situation is a perfect example. This is why I don't deal with bad faith actors, by the way. Okay. I said if Republicans, in a conversation that was taking place where Republicans are slated to cut $800 billion from Medicaid, which they are, by the way, they successfully pushed that legislation. The Speaker of the House said, Republicans care about Medicaid fraud. Republicans care about Medicare fraud. We want to tackle Medicare fraud. I responded to that by saying, if the Speaker of the House and the Republican Party broadly cared about Medicaid fraud, they would do the death penalty to Rick Scott, okay? But instead of saying they would offer capital punishment to Rick Scott, I said they would kill Rick Scott. Republicans took that and went with Hasan wants Rick Scott to be assassinated. He's calling for the assassination of Rick Scott. They didn't even actually change the context whatsoever. They just straight up showed the actual thing that I was saying. But because of the language that I used in that instance, they were able to get a 1-day suspension off of it. I explained my position. I apologize for the words that I used in that moment, okay? Taking the accountability that you are saying I do not take. And also went beyond and talked about why I was saying this about Rick Scott, making it a story about Rick Scott's historic Medicare fraud. Because the reason why I brought up Rick Scott and not any other fucking congressperson was because Rick Scott, when he was working for a private healthcare provider in the state of Florida, actually did Olympic levels of Medicare fraud. Okay? So, not only did I take accountability for the language I used in that moment, but I also described it. And yet you're still on this issue claiming I don't take accountability whatsoever and it's always out of context. What am I supposed to do? Fair enough, I didn't see that. No, dumbass, that's the problem because you don't see anything. You don't care about anything. You just operate off of the whims of what other people are saying. The very same people that elevate something that is not actually a significant piece of discourse to make it a sincerely, a sincere moment of accountability. Dumbasses like you get duped by that. You go, oh, he doesn't take accountability for anything because you don't know. You never chose to seek out the context. You never chose to actually find out what I was saying. You don't know anything at all. You just, in the background, in the periphery, heard some shit and you're just repeating it in here. And even after I describe it, you go, well, I just didn't know about that. So what am I supposed to do? There it is. Isn't that a big one, though, especially given the emotions on the Republican side, even if it's for the sake of the optics and convincing a fraction of people who actually search for information, even to marginally reduce safety concerns? Maybe, potentially. Yeah, the gut them thing is exactly the same. You're using scary words, but it's being metaphorical about winning a debate. Yeah, 100%. Like, if you look at the context of it, it's very clear what I'm saying. I'm talking about the Herschel Walker debate, the Georgia debate from many, many years ago. I don't even look the same. My background is different. My hair is different. But that doesn't stop people from going off on these ridiculous tangents, talking about how, here, this is what I was looking for. Here. Wingers. I'm sick and tired of it. Left wingers, liberals, you need to be fucking showing your opponent's guts on there, okay? You need to be gutting them. You need to be shanking these motherfuckers and letting their intestines just ride on stage. What the fuck is this shit, man? Slice them up. Slice them and fucking dice them. What the fuck is this? You know what's really ironic about this, by the way? I defended Donald Trump when liberals were attacking Donald Trump about the Liz Cheney comments. No, not in Minecraft. I'm talking about fucking debating, dude. Shut up. You cannot have a bigger fucking layup. You could not have had a bigger fucking layup than a horrible candidate like Herschel Walker. Sure, he was prepared very well. And Herschel Walker actually had a good an advantage. He had the same advantage that Joe Biden had. What is that advantage? It's low expectations. When you are expecting Herschel Walker to go up there and drool, and he actually doesn't drool all of a sudden, everyone's like, wait a minute, it's pretty good. This guy's actually outperforming our expectations. I'm talking about debating. I'm talking about Democrats needing to be more vicious in the realm of debate. Okay? That's what I'm talking about. It's metaphor. It is a utilization of metaphor. Republicans only took the first half of that and they said, oh, Hasan wants to like kill people. Hasan wants Democrats to start stabbing people and killing them. It's very, no, you are clearly talking about physically slicing humans. Yeah, my expectation is that Nancy Pelosi start fucking killing people. That's what they think. Exactly what happened with Joe Biden. But beyond that, he was not capable of crafting sentences. I cannot believe that the moderators routinely allowed him to get away with not answering the questions. I'll give you a great example of this, okay? I'm going to give you one, like, universal example of this. When people are cynical actors, when they're, like, operatives, okay? It's like if I were to say, I'm going to fuck your mom, and then someone on the opposing side goes, wow, I can't believe Hasan has issued a rape threat against my mother, right? That's not what that is, okay? That's not what that is at all. And everybody understands that. But if enough people actually cynically farm outrage, then you can turn something that is clearly not intended in that, not intended to be received that way, to turn into that. And I'll give you a political example of this with Donald Trump. There have been two instances where liberals took what Donald Trump was saying and made it seem as though he was actually, he was not speaking figuratively, but literally, okay? One was with the Liz Cheney thing, right? And even my audience yelled at me for it because I defended Donald Trump's usage of the terminology, where I said he is saying that Liz Cheney is a chicken hawk, that she would not actually go out and fight these wars, but instead would send others to fight these wars at her behest. Okay, remember when Donald Trump said, Liz Cheney, if she really wanted to go fight, she would go, let's see how she would talk if she was in front of a firing squad or something, right? And everyone was like, Donald Trump wants to send Liz Cheney to the firing squad. And I said at the time, no, Donald Trump is actually talking about Liz Cheney being a war hawk, a chicken hawk, a classic concept, a politician that doesn't actually put their lives on the line, but can so easily discard others to go and die for her imperial ambition. That's what I said. Okay? I defended Donald Trump in that regard because it wasn't even defending Donald Trump. It was defending the truth. It was defending the usage of a metaphor. Another instance where this happened was when Donald Trump said it's going to be a bloodbath or whatever, and everybody fucking jumped on that, right? That's it. So it's ironic that I have also personally done this when someone who I am ideologically opposed to has engaged in spicy language or the utilization of a metaphor. But of course, Republicans love doing the exact same thing that they yell when the liberals do it. Everybody does this, okay? Everybody fucking does this. Everybody claims they hate cancel culture, but they love utilizing cancel culture when it suits their purposes. Everybody loves talking about how they love free speech, but they always love to stop free speech from happening. That's it. And of course, there is, once again, a step beyond that as well, a step beyond metaphor as well. How do you feel about Elon's remarks against you? I don't like them. I don't appreciate it at all. But unfortunately, the owner of this website that I'm on, Twitter, has deep resentment for myself. So I don't know what to do. There's nothing I can do really other than just, continue existing in this world. The more resentful he becomes, the more insane he becomes. The more insane he becomes, the more he tries to agitate. You all realize how big of a deal this is, right? Elon Musk is directly calling out Amazon, Twitch, and Hasan. Something is probably going to happen finally. Just wondering if Amazon thinks it's okay to pay and promote someone he's paid by Twitch and Amazon who makes repeated calls for murder. It wouldn't be okay. Which is why I haven't done that. You can start a new employee-owned streaming platform? Yeah, totally, dude. That's what I can do. Let me go do that. He's trying to boost the algo to farm engagements with one-word sentences, FYI. No, I know. You might like are insane. Bill Gates, Andrew Tate, and SpaceX. I mean, come on. The website is fucking busted. Yeah. Meanwhile, he's fomenting race riots in the UK. Anyway, it is odd. This is from 13 minutes ago. I mean, he's still doing it, but he's so bitch made. Like, dude, talk to me directly if you want to have a fucking issue. Why did you block him? Because it's unbearable when he's unblocked. His posts show so much. His posts still show up even when he's blocked, but at least they show up with less frequency. I've already addressed this when he tried to say I was a coward for blocking him. Last time he tried to call me a pussy and got fucking owned on his own goddamn website, as a matter of fact. The last 30 minutes of this broadcast are a perfect example of why you can't respond to these insane attacks all the time, because you wanted to talk about the news and now we have to use this time to relitigate all this nonsense against you again. I know. Do you find yourself as divisive? Yes, of course I find myself as divisive. Are you kidding me? Dude, there are people in this country. There are a decent number of people in this country who believe the most demented shit. Obviously, I'm going to say certain things that they find to be ridiculous. The problem is larger and larger numbers of the population, due to like spending too much time online and breaking their brains through the algorithm, are becoming increasingly more insane. And it is no measure of mental sanity to be well adjusted to a mentally insane society, right? So yes, I am a divisive figure. I'll give you an example, okay? Someone who was an anti-fascist would be considered a divisive figure in 1930s Nazi Germany. And they were both politically prosecuted and also literally shot and killed or sent to fucking concentration camps, okay? That doesn't mean that they were wrong. I think we can understand that in 2025, all right? But they were considered divisive for the time that they existed and the things that they did. Let's keep
Thursday,
going.
September 11th, FBI Special Agent in Charge Robert Bowles announces during a press conference that authorities have recovered what is believed to be the weapon used in the shooting, a high-powered bolt-action rifle. At 9:56 a.m., authorities released images of the suspected shooter.
Hire me to make a Haas wiki with a common slander section, which I explain why these accusations are false, with each other having its own number in the future. You can just say see points 5, section 3, save you 30 minutes. I think that's actually not a bad idea. We should do that.
Asking for the public's help in identifying them. The FBI writes in a post on X that it is offering a reward of up to $100,000 for information leading to the...
You mean that people take things literally, but you always do day in, day out to argue your points? Do you acknowledge this? It's ironic because I just gave you a clear-cut example of me not doing that and actually criticizing liberals who were doing that to Donald Trump. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Am I capable of misunderstanding someone's intentions? Absolutely. I probably have done that in the past, but I try to do my very best to at least be as clear as I can. Okay? I try to do my very best to be as truthful in my coverage, in my analysis. That is the number one thing that I care about, which is precisely the reason why I didn't instantly lean on Tyler Robinson being a groyper, for example. If that was my goal, I could have done that. I could have just been like, yeah, he's a groyper. He's a Nick Fuentes fan. He's a Nick Fuentes fan. I didn't do that. I said some of the meme profile of this person does not immediately strike me as a far-right figure. Are there far-right figures who would also take a shot at Charlie Kirk? Absolutely. Okay? But it's still too soon to tell. You explaining yourself over and over doesn't look good to anyone, no matter how right you are. That's exactly right. Poo Poo Pee Pee Man is back once again to deliver. Poo Poo Pee Pee Man is once again here to deliver an incredible truth. Hasan, you are a piece of shit. That guy is lying. That guy is wrong. But Poo Poo Pee Pee Man brought another fucking truth nuke.
Identification and the arrest of the individual responsible for the murder of Charlie Kirk. At 6 a.m. Mountain Time on Friday, September 12th, President Donald Trump announced on Fox and Friends in New York that a person is in custody.
As I'm walking in, they said, looking real good. They have the person that they wanted.
At 8 a.m., Utah Governor Spencer Cox said at a press conference that Tyler Robinson, a Utah native, was identified as the person who shot and killed Kirk.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We got him.
He was taken into custody in St. George, Utah on Friday. Cox said that after Robinson's father recognized his son in the distributed photographs, he told Robinson to turn himself in. Robinson initially said no, but later changed his mind, officials said. The father then called a youth pastor, who is also a U.S. Marshals Task Force officer. The officer advised the father to have Robinson stay in place. This information was then conveyed to the FBI.
I'm grateful that at this moment we have an opportunity to bring closure to this very dark chapter in our nation's history. We got him.
Am I going to talk about Kash Patel's incompetence? Oh my God. I already have, but I will continue to do so. I think this incident showed us that at 100% the whole, like, let's get a bunch of fucking podcasters to be in charge of the FBI was a bad decision, okay? It was not a good decision at all. Metatron uploaded a video about you claiming that you were one of the instigators of killing Charlie Kirk. Dude, please stop, okay? Yes, there are going to be a lot of apolitical figures who are actually secretly right-wing and a lot of openly right-wing figures that will try to put the fucking crosshairs on myself, okay? I don't even know if that's a real person at all. I don't know who the fuck Metatron is. It doesn't matter, okay? He averages 35,000 views a video. Come on, man. Oh my God. Optimus Prime made a video about you, bro. It's true. Elon just retweeted about you. I know. Okay? That's a little bit more relevant than some random fucking dickhead who apparently defended Elon Musk's Nazi salute. Okay?
On the evening of September 11th, a family member of Tyler Robinson reached out to a family friend who contacted the Washington County Sheriff's Office with information that Robinson had confessed to them or implied that he had committed the incident. This information was relayed to the Utah County Sheriff's Office and scene investigators at Utah Valley University. This information was also conveyed to the FBI. Investigators reviewed additional video footage from UVU surveillance and identified Robinson arriving on UVU campus in a gray Dodge Challenger at approximately 8:29 a.m. on September 10th, in which he is observed on video in a plain maroon t-shirt, light-colored shorts, a black hat with a white logo, and light-colored shoes. When encountered in person by investigators in Washington County on September 12th, in the early morning hours, Robinson was observed in consistent clothing with those surveillance images. Investigators interviewed a family member of Robinson who stated that Robinson had become more political in recent years. The family member referenced a recent incident in which Robinson came to dinner prior to September 10th, and in the conversation with another family member, Robinson mentioned Charlie Kirk was coming to UVU. They talked about why they didn't like him and the viewpoints that he had. The family member also stated Kirk was full of hate and spreading hate. The family member also confirmed Robinson had a gray Dodge Challenger. Investigators identified an individual as the roommate of Robinson. Investigators interviewed that roommate, who stated that his roommate, referring to Robinson, made a joke on Discord. Investigators asked if he would show them the messages on Discord. He opened it and showed several messages to investigators and allowed investigators to take photos of the screen as each message was shown by Robinson's roommate. These photos consisted of various messages, including content of messages between the phone contact name Tyler with an emoji icon and Robinson's roommate's device. The content of these
New York Times apparently has the messages. We're going to look at it. Before he was arrested on suspicion of carrying out the assassination, 22-year-old Tyler Robinson sent friends messages showing that he was closely following the news about the killing. The day after Charlie Kirk was killed, an acquaintance of Tyler Robinson's posed a question to him in a group chat. The FBI had just released 2 grainy surveillance images of a skinny young man in a cap and sunglasses walking in a stairwell on the Utah Valley University campus, and it asked the public's help in identifying the suspect. Tagging Mr. Robinson's username on Discord, a messaging platform, the acquaintance attached the images and wrote, "Where you at?" with a skull emoji suggesting that Mr. Robinson, 22, looked like the man being sought. Mr. Robinson replied with a minute. His doppelganger, he wrote, was trying to get me in trouble. Tyler killed Charlie, another user wrote, apparently in jest. That was on Thursday afternoon, 1 p.m. local time. It was not until later that night, nearly 34 hours after the shooting, that Mr. Robinson was arrested on suspicion of carrying out the assassination of Mr. Kirk, 31, a conservative pundit whose killing has inflamed the political world. The Discord messages were the clearest glimpse yet of the suspect's demeanor in the hours after the killing. They were shared with the New York Times by someone who knew Mr. Robinson in high school and has kept up with him in the group chat, which includes about 20 people, but said he had not seen Mr. Robinson in person for several years. He spoke on the condition that his name not be used, fearing harassment for being an acquaintance of the suspect. The Times independently verified that the person who shared the screenshots attended high school with Mr. Robinson and found other indications that they knew one another. The screenshots were shared at the request of the Times. Discord declined to confirm Mr. Robinson's username, but it matches several other accounts that he used elsewhere online. The suspect is expected to be formally charged by local prosecutors on Tuesday. It was not clear on Saturday if he had a lawyer. The messages do not shed light on a possible motivation for the shooting, which has been fiercely debated by people trying to ascribe blame to a political side. A police officer wrote in an affidavit that Mr. Robinson had recently discussed Mr. Kirk's upcoming event in Utah with a family member and that the two had talked about why they didn't like him. People who knew Mr. Robinson over the years said that he was extremely intelligent, followed current events, and spent much of his time online or playing video games. He was registered to vote, but was not affiliated with a political party and appeared to have never voted in an election. His parents are both registered Republicans. On Sunday, Governor Spencer Cox of Utah said in a television interview that Mr. Robinson had a leftist ideology, but he also cautioned that it could take time for an exact motivation to emerge. After Mr. Robinson joked that the gunman was his lookalike, another user suggested that the group could turn Mr. Robinson in and get a $100,000 reward that the FBI was offering. Only if I get a cut, Mr. Robinson responded. How fucking insane is that? He's just like yucking it up. I mean, obviously, you just don't think that the person in your group chat is capable of doing such a thing. So in your mind, no, it's not internet brain poisoning, chatters. No, it's people just fucking around being like, isn't it funny that this guy looks exactly like you? And him just like leaning into it and being like, haha, yeah, it's totally funny. It's my doppelganger. We should split the money. Yeah. Someone posted, whatever you do, don't go to McDonald's anytime soon. A reference to the arrest of Luigi Mangione, who was found at a McDonald's restaurant and charged with the killing of a health insurance chief executive in Manhattan. Mr. Robinson agreed and offered a supposed joke of his own, writing, better also to get rid of this manifesto and exact copy rifle I have laying around. So does that mean he actually has a manifesto? When another user suggested that the killing of Mr. Kirk would lead President Trump to send the National Guard to Utah, the suspect replied, in a red state? Nah, clearly the shooter was from California. Oh my God. Oh my God. Brother, he was fucking memeing nonstop. Around that time, several news outlets reported that ammunition near a rifle at the scene included engravings referencing transgender ideology. The truth ultimately was that the engravings included the phrase, hey fascist, catch, as well as lyrics from an anti-fascist Italian song and a reference to a sexual meme about a bulge, the Ciao Bella reference, and also, what was it? Notices your bulge, ooh woo. But at the time, before the exact phrasing of the engravings was publicly known, oh, and then if you see this, you're gay, Lamau. So, but at the time, before the exact phrasing of the engravings was publicly known, the suspect sent messages that suggested he was closely following the news. I heard the ammo had something about trans stuff on it, but they aren't releasing photos or exact quotes, he wrote. He added, and also the claim wasn't backed by the official FBI, just some dude in the briefing room. Bella Ciao, not Ciao Bella. Okay, calm down. Yes. I can't believe he would get ooh woo and oh whoa confused. I don't know. I thought it was ooh. Anyway, Utah's governor said in television interview on Sunday that a person previously described as a roommate of the suspect was in fact a boyfriend who was transitioning to become a woman, and he said that the person was fully cooperating with authorities and was shocked by what had happened. So the irony here is that this person, Republicans are trying to say, like, this is, if what they're saying is true, okay? If what they're saying is true, this would mean that the trans person involved in this is unironically the good party, okay? A cis white guy shoes Charlie Kirk, and it's the trans person that's like, yo, that was fucked up. I'm cooperating with the fucking authorities. Even if there is evidence of that happening, what's crazy about the situation is that it's not the trans person that pulled the trigger, and Republicans are still like, nope. How is he cis if he's dating a trans person? Dog, what the fuck do you mean? You don't become trans when you date a trans person, even if they are dating, which I don't even know if they are. What? Cisgender just means that you are the gender that you were assigned at birth. Transgender means that you do not subscribe to the gender that you were assigned, the sex you were assigned at birth. Okay, that's it. Cis doesn't mean gay or anything like that. There's no like trans cooties or whatever. Mr. Robinson's message on Discord appeared next to his avatar, which was from a Garfield comic. It depicted the confused face of Garfield's owner, John Arbuckle. At one point, he joked in a message, "I'm actually Charlie Kirk. Wanted to get out of politics, so I faked my death. Now I can live out my dream life in Kansas." The police have said that the suspect walked onto campus ahead of the event, in which Mr. Kirk debated students with opposing beliefs and climbed up on the roof of a building about 400 feet away from where Kirk was speaking. The gunman fired one shot, they said, fatally striking Mr. Kirk, and then dropped down from the roof and rushed off campus. Hold on. The police said that Mr. Robinson had implied or confessed that he committed the crime and that he was then encouraged by a family member and family friend to turn himself in, which he did. He surrendered to the police in southwestern Utah, where he lived, more than 3 hours' drive from the campus where the shooting took place. Following the suspect's arrest on Thursday night, members of the group chat on Discord struggled to believe that he was actually being accused of the crime. "Our governor wants to give him the death penalty, dude," one wrote. Another said, "I truly cannot distinguish if this is for real." Did you see the two photos of the suspect at campus and the mugshot next to each other? They look nothing alike. Yeah, man. Totally. Yeah. Superman and Clark Kent, two separate people, you know? That's how it is. I can't believe motherfuckers would be like, oh, he was wearing glasses and a hat, so very clearly this is a different person. That's wild, man. A real Superman Clark Kent situation.
Messages included messages affiliated with the contact Tyler, stating a need to retrieve a rifle from a drop point, leaving the rifle in a bush, messages related to visually watching the area where a rifle was left, and a message referring to having left the rifle wrapped in a towel. The messages also refer to engraving bullets and a mention of a scope and the rifle being unique. Messages from the contact Tyler also mentioned that he had changed outfits. I've heard people say, well, why are we so invested in this? There's violence happening all across our country, and violence is tragic everywhere, and every life taken is a child of God who deserves our love and respect and dignity. This is certainly about the tragic death, political assassination of Charlie Kirk. But it is also much bigger than an attack on an individual. It is an attack on all of us. It is an attack on the American experiment. It is an attack on our ideals. This cuts to the very foundation of who we are, of who we have been, and who we could be in better times. Political violence is different than any other type of violence for lots of different reasons. One, because in the very act that Charlie championed of expression, that freedom of expression that is enshrined in our founding.
This is like, I will say this, the thing that annoys me about the back and forth on this stuff is that, like, the whole style of, like, spirited debate in the marketplace of ideas, I think liberals genuinely believe that it's not a form of content and a form of propaganda, but instead, like, liberals are so predisposed into believing that this kind of serialized, like, SJW owned compilations are actually people sincerely trying to engage in an honest back and forth. It's so dumb. Like, it's just not true. That's not what the purpose is. That's never been the purpose. This isn't like, and I'm not saying like that's not the purpose, so it should be banned, or that's not the purpose, or violence is the answer, or anything. Obviously, I'm not saying that, and I find myself, of course, having to clarify this position over and over again because people will regularly try to misconstrue my words here, but it's just not fucking true at all. The notion that, like, dunk culture is somehow actually working at the behest of, like, more speech or whatever. It's just a way to sequence out Republican talking points.
Documents in having his life taken in that very act makes it more difficult for people to feel like they can share their ideas, that they can speak freely. We will never be able to solve all the other problems, including the violence problems that people are worried about, if we can't have a clash of ideas safely and securely. Even, especially those ideas with which you disagree. That's why this matters so much. Now, again, to my young friends out there, you are inheriting a country where politics feels like rage. It feels like rage is the only option. But through those words, we have a reminder that we can choose a different path. Your generation has an opportunity to build a culture that is very different than what we are suffering through right now. Not by pretending differences don't matter, but by embracing our differences and having those hard conversations. I think we need more moral clarity right now. I hear all the time that words are violence. Words are not violence. Violence is violence. And there is one person responsible for what happened here. And that person is now in custody and will be charged soon and will be held accountable.
Wait, good morning. The Utah County Attorney said he plans to file charges on Tuesday, but he admitted there's still a mountain of evidence they still have to sort through, which could delay the process by several days.
This morning, Utah Valley University getting ready to reopen as memorials for political activist Charlie Kirk continue to grow. The university announcing employees will return to campus tomorrow, with classes resuming Wednesday. Investigators urgently working to determine a motive after announcing the arrest of 22-year-old Tyler Robinson, the man police say assassinated Kirk with a single shot while Kirk was speaking at an event here at UVU in front of thousands.
It's been a vast, a complicated, and a very, very fast-paced investigation.
On Friday, officials announcing the details of the 33-hour manhunt that led investigators to St. George, Utah, nearly 4 hours from the scene of the shooting.
A family member of Tyler Robinson reached out to a family friend who contacted the Washington County Sheriff's Office.
Sources telling ABC News the suspect turned himself in after his father recognized him in these photos, urging his son to come forward. Those sources say the suspect initially said no, but later changed his mind. The suspect held on suspicion of aggravated murder, obstruction of justice, and felony discharge of a firearm. Utah Governor Spencer Cox calling for unity as the nation recovers from yet another act of political violence.
Every single one of us gets to choose right now if this is a turning point for us.
And we know federal charges are potentially going to be reviewed and filed in the coming days. Now, as for Kirk's funeral, we know it will take place next Sunday in Glendale, Arizona at State Farm Stadium. And by the way, Whit, that seats up to 73,000 people. Whit.
All right, and no doubt there will be thousands of people there to watch that. Jacqueline Lee for us, we appreciate it.
It's the accused assassin posing with a .50 caliber machine gun.
It's these photos that they saw that made them go, oh no. Oh no, this dude is one of our guys. But that hasn't stopped them from claiming that this is like, you know, trans Antifa violence anyway.
Chilling photo was taken at a military recruiting event. Tyler Robinson also posed with an anti-tank missile launcher. Here's what we've learned about the 22-year-old suspect accused of the political assassination that is shocking America.
Tyler Robinson.
He graduated from Pineview High School in Washington, Utah in 2021. Graduation photos with his proud mom, Amber, show him with a lei made from dollar bills as a graduation gift. Whip smart, his ACT score is 34, the top 1%, and he had a 4.0 grade.
This is what's like, this is actually unique. Shooter being like a white kid from a conservative family, not unique at all. Okay? Shooter being a white kid from a conservative family with excellent marks on his academic, like being a go-getter, like being someone of this kind of background, this kind of academic background is actually unique for any shooter. It's definitely interesting. And the last time I saw this was like with Luigi Mangione. How is that surprising? In most circumstances, guys like this, in most circumstances, when you look at the profile of a shooter, they oftentimes have like tremendous antisocial behavior because, I mean, you're killing someone. Like that requires a level of alienation, a level of isolation. Like that, it's not a typical profile of a fucking mass shooter, school shooter, an assassin at all. This dude was still in his group chats memeing. Like right before he got fucking arrested. That's not normal at all. Oftentimes, guys that do stuff like this have like a Thomas Crook style profile, you know? Thomas Crooks is just some fucking random dude who is, whose brain is fried, doesn't have a lot of friends, got bullied, you know what I mean? Like, is in the depths of social isolation. Yeah, I saw this post from Why Did the Post. I think a kid switching from college to a trade school is smart, but a kid who got full tuition, 4-year scholarship, and moved into a dorm, flaking out after the first semester only to go into a work-study trade program makes me think that that's a huge part of this equation. There's so much expectation bound up with school and life choices, especially at that age, especially on how to build a social life untethered from high school. That period, 2020 to 2021, was already crazy challenging on that front. Can't imagine that switch was easy to make. He got a fucking full ride. He got like a presidential scholarship to go to this school, and then he swapped out first semester. He went for one semester. It wasn't even in-person classes, and he swapped out to go to a trade school.
Grade point
the semester
average.
was remote.
His mom took video the moment he learned he had earned a scholarship.
Congratulations. You have been selected to receive the Resident Presidential Scholarship from Utah State University.
But the family's joy was short-lived. He attended Utah State University for just one semester before dropping out. I spoke with criminologist Casey Jordan.
He really just does fit the profile of somebody who falls into a rabbit hole, has a feeling of disillusionment and isolation. This kind of person is usually very immature and often at a crux in their life where they feel like nothing is turning out as they planned.
The Robinsons seem like an all-American family. Tyler was raised in this $600,000 six-bedroom home with hunting trophies on the walls. Social media posts show family vacations and fishing trips. His mom works with disabled people, and his father, Mark, owns a kitchen countertop business. But Utah's governor says Tyler Robinson's life took a dark turn.
Investigators interviewed a family member of Robinson who stated that Robinson had become more political in recent years.
He said that at a family dinner before the shooting, Robinson vented about the visit of Charlie Kirk to Utah Valley University.
They talked about why they didn't like him and the viewpoints that he had. The family member also stated Kirk was full of hate and spreading hate.
Investigators also revealed that Kirk's assassin left behind bullet casings with political messages. One says, "Hey fascists, catch." Another says, "Bella Ciao Ciao Ciao," a song used in the video game Far Cry 6 and which radical elements have adopted as an anti-fascist anthem.
Bella Ciao Ciao. Radical elements. That's crazy. Also, Far Cry 6 is so funny. What the fuck? Saying Bella Ciao is most famous for being used in Far Cry 6 is insane.
There was also a reference on the bullets to a violent video game, Helldivers 2.
Violent video game. Oh my God. Everything is so cooked. It's just... This is already deep fried for like even people of our generation who are oblivious to like all of the online culture and the back and forth. So I feel like it's even crazier. It's already difficult to discern what took place here if you're young and you're like kind of tapped in. But these people are also old and definitely not tapped in, so it makes it even harder for them to comprehend what the fuck they're looking at. And that's why you got this insane commentary. Just so fucking out of touch. Violent video game Helldivers. Aldım bile. Ne o? Peki, tamam. Tamam.
Chilling engravings on bullet casings are invoking comparisons with Luigi Mangione, who prosecutors say scrawled messages on the bullets used to kill United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. Like Luigi, Tyler Robinson is young and intelligent and had so much going for him before allegedly lashing out with a mindless act of violence.
Something in his life was on a downward spiral, and he picked Charlie Kirk as the target for this hatred, this vitriol.
And now they're, as we covered already, they went from the shooter is trans to realizing the shooter is not trans to only going back to it now to say the shooter had the trans bullets to realizing the shooter's bullets weren't trans to now claiming that, well, the shooter was around a trans person, potentially a trans person. We don't even know if the person is trans or not. So we have found a way, or at least the Republicans have found a way to once again turn his back to trans people somehow.
Charlie Kirk's alleged assassin, Tyler Robinson, reportedly lived with a transgender partner in Utah, according to FBI officials.
And this is the same partner that reportedly came forward with messages from the suspect discussing the killing, including the rifle, engraved bullets, and a change of clothes.
Retired FBI Supervisory Special Agent James Gagliano joining us now. You know, we've had this conversation, my friend, about the nexus of information as we continue to unpack this investigation. If you wouldn't mind, is it relevant at all as a data point who this person, this shooter was involved with? Does that matter at all as we look at the investigation in terms of the community? Lawrence, and I think even Rachel mentioned earlier, Discord communities. How do you unpack that when
That's
people
the other
say
thing. They don't know what Discord is either. They don't. So these guys don't know what a fucking Discord is either. So they think it's like they don't understand that there's like different servers. They don't understand that it's a communication platform where people can just like talk to one another in the same way that you can with like Skype. So that's the other problem with this too, where they're just like, they're talking about shit that they don't understand at all, right? It's just, I don't know. It's all bad.
Investigations are layered. And really, when you go to look at this now, we're seeing this new ideation, which is assassination culture.
Yeah.
What does that consist of? Starts out with a grievance. These are all grievance collectors, whether it's a mass shooter, a terrorist, or a political assassin. You add into that an ideology. My ideology is superior to yours. You're an existential threat. You're going to stop the next election. You're against my family unit. And last, moral absolutism. You believe that you are superior, your thinking is superior, and I have the right to take your life.
I don't even fully know where this, like, the roommate is trans is coming from. I think, like, they were pointing to the fact that, like, the roommate had, like a face filter, like a female face filter on a TikTok that had, like, 3 views or something. And also that the roommate was, like, photographed wearing, like a weird hat or something. Like, no, that I'm not even kidding. But I don't know. But they might be. They might be. But there's 2 reasons why it's like, there's 2 reasons that's not it. It's been confirmed. They found social media accounts and everything. Like, originally they were talking about it because, like, there was a face filter thing. But they were active on trans subreddits. Oh, they found the Reddit, right? That was not his Reddit. That was the roommate's Reddit, right? I saw. It was like the Jordan Peterson one, right? The one that likes Jordan Peterson and also loves the landlord, the Land Chad subreddit or whatever. Like, it's like one of those like weird neoliberal type. Like, their online footprint is like very neoliberal kind of. That the Land Chads is like a satirical subreddit, but I think they were like, maybe I misunderstood it. Anyway, we'll look at what it is. I don't know the full details and the full background, but what I saw initially was like people connecting it to like a random. You're spreading misinfo. They hated landlords. It was making fun of it. Okay, hold on, calm down. I'm not spreading misinformation. I don't know the exact details. I'm gonna get to it. Listen to my words. I am going to look into it. Do you hear that, what I'm saying? I'm going to look into it further. I don't know. Understand the words that are coming out of my mouth. I'm saying, I don't know. I saw something before I went live, and I didn't look too much into it. Okay? Calm down.
Life. Because I disagree with you.
So in this country, we have a history, sadly, of political assassinations.
That's right. Yep.
And, you know, let's take JFK, for example. People had a lot of ideas. And
Dog, they were saying a roommate. Oh, the roommate was trans because he posted himself on TikTok, the anime girl filter. But didn't the roommate also like have a Reddit account or something?
Theories about what would have what happened, and was that killer or shooter? You know, he was obviously a disturbed person, but who was actually behind animating and using that disturbed person to actually, you know, kill our president? So do we know anything about that? And do you feel like our government can be trusted to dig that deep?
We're certainly not immune to political violence. I mean, in our 250-year history, 4 sitting presidents have been assassinated. We're conditioned, sadly, Rachel, that's normal. You know, whether it's Gabby Giffords or Justice Kavanaugh, we think that that's almost our norm. Charlie was an interlocutor. He was somebody that just went to college campuses and debated. Now, in looking at this assassin and what he did, it was just a cacophony of errors and how clumsy it was. He was successful in what he ultimately set out to do in his dastardly deed. He is essentially a murderous nihilist. But the FBI now is digging deeper. Was he inspired by somebody or something? And was he directed, or did anybody provide any material support? That's important.
That's what I want to know.
Can we stay right there? Because, and we got a statement from Discord, which is the chat feature, the gaming app that they were using. Now, they say that they've kicked them off the app, and the communications that took place were after the assassination. I'm not comfortable with just the company's answer. I want to see how forensic people do. Do you think there could have been planning on the app before? And if the people that he was communicating with knew about it or had conversation about it, will they be brought in?
That's the tough thing. I mean, we cherish our Fourth Amendment protections, you know, against illegal searches and seizures, and all of our privacies that we appreciate as well. This is tough. Remember 2015 San Bernardino, and at the time FBI Director Comey trying to get into an Apple phone from the terrorists who were dead and was unsuccessful. We had to end up going to get some kid to break the code because Apple wasn't working with us at the time. Later they changed their mind. Yeah, it's a tough thing. Again, people online say crazy things. It's separating that from the people that are going to act on it. And Lawrence, to your point, that's the tough part.
Well, I think this is going to be a challenge for the FBI. You know, MAGA and President Trump's people are in charge. And I think people are going to, you know, really look at this to see, do we have the FBI? Can we restore the trust that was lost? Yeah. So much of it lost during the last administration. So thank you so much for joining us. Great stuff.
Thank you.
Man, great.
Is Brian not on there because he kicked his ass out for what he said the other day? Yeah, he had to apologize for saying you should euthanize all mentally ill homeless people or some shit. Anyway, I don't know about the level of relationship, the involvement that he had. I don't know about the background of the roommate potentially, and hopefully we will find out more details. But I saw a piece from this Axios article where it literally said that the authorities were questioning whether or not to reveal the gender, like the gender identity of the cooperating witness, or not witness, the cooperating person, specifically because they thought it was like too incendiary to reveal, which leads me to believe that they, you know, that they might be trans. There's also Reddit footprints involved with the cooperator as well. Oh my God, everything is fucking paywall. Jesus Christ. Cooperator with the authorities, cooperator with the law enforcement agencies. Because it seems like they very quickly went to the roommate and were like, what's up? Like, what's going on with this person? Which is understandable. They're trying to develop a motive here. They're trying to figure out why this person did what he did. Okay, here it is. Authorities are investigating whether Tyler Robinson, suspected of killing Charlie Kirk, believed Kirk's views on gender identity were hateful to people like Robinson's transgender roommate. 6 sources familiar with the case tell Axios. Why it matters. Investigators believe Robinson's anger at Kirk's views could be a key to establishing a motive for the slaying of the controversial activist whose death sent shockwaves through American politics. Each of the 6 sources familiar with the investigation told Axios that investigators believe Robinson had a romantic relationship with his roommate. The latest, Utah Governor Spencer Cox confirmed on Sunday to ABC News This Week that Robinson lived with a romantic partner who was undergoing a gender transition. Robinson's roommate is cooperating with authorities, Cox said, but that Robinson is not and has not confessed to Kirk's killing. Axios sources said investigators initially wanted the information about the roommate's gender identity kept quiet because that person is being extremely cooperative with the authorities. The roommate was aghast at the slaying when speaking to investigators and shared electronic messages sent by Robinson, one of the sources said. That's what happened. Oh my God, no, the roommate said, according to the source. Here are all the messages. The phone messages indicated a sender listed as Tyler had mentioned that after the shooting, he had wrapped his rifle in a towel and stashed it in some bushes near Utah Valley University. What is so insane about this, by the way, is that the person who is trans in this situation is cooperating with the authorities, and yet every fucking Republican has basically run with the narrative that like the like without any evidence whatsoever, has run with the narrative that this is yet another instance of trans violence. And I suspect, given the shooter's background, that he was like a white boy, you know, from a good family, a Republican family, they will try to say that like they'll go with a trans lover narrative and be like the trans lover actually poisoned his mind and radicalized them into taking this like violent act, this act of vengeance. The phone message indicated a sender listed as Tyler. Tyler also told the roommate in writing that the rifle would have to be retrieved, Cox said. Between the lines, federal and state law enforcement officials are also examining leftist groups in Utah to see whether they had knowledge of the alleged shooter's plans beforehand or if they lent material support to him afterward. One of those groups eliminated his social media profile after the shooting, Axios has learned. The motive and political ideology of Robinson, 22, are subject. Well, this literally could have been because they were just like claiming that random people were the shooter. Like, that's the other thing. Because like in the aftermath of this, they straight up were saying, oh, this random DSA member is the shooter. That random DSA member is the shooter. Like, it's fucking ridiculous. The motive and political ideology of Robinson 22 are subject of intense online debate. Some conservatives have insisted he's an unhinged leftist. Liberals have pushed back by pointing to Robinson's conservative upbringing in Utah. The reason why I didn't immediately rush to the notion that this was a right-winger in the aftermath of this incident was because I told you there's plenty of people who grow up in conservative backgrounds and don't have conservative opinions. There's people from a similar ideological upbringing, even in this community, right? That their starting position is very conservative, their family is very conservative, and they like slowly but surely move away from that kind of thinking. So it's not unheard of. Now, of course, Republicans don't think that is the case, and it's very obvious that because Republicans don't think that is the case, that they immediately started rushing to conclusions about this person being like one of theirs, you know. In a Daily Mail interview Friday, family matriarch Debbie Robinson said the family supports President MAGA's movement. But again, Debbie Robinson, the grandmother, might not know Tyler Robinson's point of view. Okay? Most of my family members are Republicans, she said. I don't know any single one who's a Democrat. Cox said on NBC's Meet the Press, just like the grandmother might not know of the political allegiances of Tyler Robinson, they're friends, like people that, friends that say, oh, this person is definitely a leftist, he's extreme, they might not know either, okay? A lot of people just make up their own minds. They talk shit, if you will. Most of my family members are Republicans, she said. I don't know a single one is a Democrat. Cox said on NBC's Meet the Press Sunday that while Robinson comes from a conservative family, his ideology was very different than his family. He said authorities are trying to piece together how Robinson, a high-achieving student, a very normal young man, was radicalized. Clearly, there was a lot of gaming going on. Yeah. A lot of gaming going on. It's the evils of gaming. It's the video games. Do you game so rarely to prevent radicalization? Yes. Friends have confirmed that there was kind of a deep, dark internet and Reddit culture and these other dark places on the internet where this person was going deep. Family members have told reporters that Tyler Robinson had become more political in recent years and had expressed interest in Kirk's visit to the Utah Valley campus on Orem, Utah. Cox said a Robinson family member had told investigators that the accused shooter recently had a conversation in which someone said, who's the someone? Was said Kirk was spreading hate, was full of hate, but it was unclear from Cox's remarks who actually made that statement. Dude, this is the worst. What the standard for what is news reporting, what is considered like good news reporting gets increasingly worse every day, man. What the fuck is happening? Like every day since the shooting took place, there has been massively consequential pieces of misinformation that has been revealed. Whether it's that they apprehended the shooter and then they realized it wasn't the shooter, and then they apprehended another person and then they realized that other person wasn't the shooter. Be a little bit more careful. You guys are people in positions of power. This whole let's fucking destroy the institutions, it turns out was a mistake. Okay? You need to have competent people running in positions of power. You need to have people that don't, no matter what their ideology is, okay? No matter what their ideology is, even if they're right wing or left wing, it doesn't matter. In this moment, you're supposed to do your fucking job. And your job requires you to take this seriously, okay? You can't just go out there and be like, I think this guy was trans and was writing trans stuff on his bullets, and then have that literally fall apart with a little bit of scrutiny, only to turn around and be like, well, maybe it was actually his girlfriend that was trans. And that's ridiculous. That's fucking ridiculous. You can't do that, man. This is people's lives that you're talking about. The ways in which we have found information, information about this story have been genuinely shocking. Like the ATF leak that went to Steven Crowder, and then Wall Street Journal confirmed it and then had to retract it because it was half cooked. There wasn't they didn't see any primary materials whatsoever. They just went along with assessments being made without any sort of firm analysis. You cannot, Baba. Oh my God, my dad's phone is so loud, bro, and he doesn't hear it, and it's just ringing. It's just ringing. LGBTQ activists have criticized media outlets for erroneously reporting in the hours after the shooting that a bullet casing from the scene included a message related to transgender people. Kirk, who toured college campuses and challenged progressive students to debate him under a tent that said, "Prove me wrong," was an outspoken opponent of gender-affirming surgeries for minors and transgender athletes competing in women's sports. What they're saying is clearly that Robinson's roommate knew a lot and didn't say anything after the killing, so they're a person of interest officially and are cooperating. A second official said, "We want to keep it that way." Oh.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
I'm Steve Ducey. I do want to start with some of the many unanswered questions about the investigation. You told the Wall Street Journal that it is, quote, very clear to us and to the investigators that this was a person who was deeply in.
Crowder claims he got it right and wants you to apologize, Law. Wait, what? Me? Fuck Steven Crowder. The fuck do you mean? We were here. We saw it. The ATF leak was half cooked. It didn't actually feature the actual message at all. The fuck are we talking about? Yemek benimki geldi. Yeah, he got subpoenaed by the ATF. What is he talking about? Information that is pertinent to the investigation, that's important to the investigation, without proper analysis being revealed this way is baba ver nereye götürüyorsun? Ya ver boş ver. Is literally has contributed to the misinformation environment. There's a reason why the ATF doesn't actually put out preliminary assessments without doing proper analysis.
Indoctrinated with leftist ideology. Can you elaborate on that and be more specific?
Well, sure. So that information comes from the people around him, from his family members and friends. That's how we got that information. Again, there's so much more that we're learning, and so much more that we will learn. There will be official charges will be filed on Tuesday, and there will be much more evidence and information available then. And again, we're interviewing all kinds of people, everyone that knows him, and trying to learn more about what that motive actually was.
Well, some outlets are reporting that the suspect lived with a transgender partner. Is that accurate? And are investigators looking at this part of his life as a possible motivation?
Yes, definitely. And yes, I can confirm that. I know that has been reported. And
this is also another part of the problem with the collapse of the institutions is when you don't know if you can trust them when they say something because they've already fucking fucked it up. Like when an official government representative tells me something, there has to be an assumption that he is, no matter what his political background is, no matter what his ideology is, I have to assume he is being sincere. I have to assume that he's not operating to score political points against like random subsects of the American population. Do you see what I mean? And when you actually reveal yourself to be biased in this regard, and so biased that you're willing to reveal half-truths or sometimes false information, and you lose that credibility, it makes it much harder to trust this person. It's like the Israel phenomenon. Like, this man straight up said he was praying that the shooter wasn't, one of them. Now, of course, I think he meant like, someone from Utah, but he straight up said he wished the shooter was like, not from the country. Like, I know he meant from Utah, not from Utah, but come on, dude. Yeah, he's like, I pray that the shooter was a black Muslim transgender from Mexico illegally crossing the border. Like, that's an insane thing to say, bro. You're a governor. Like, you fucking take your position seriously, please. Yeah, motherfucker said he prayed 30 hours for that. Also, something to reconsider. Maybe your prayers don't work, man. I don't know what to tell you.
the FBI has confirmed that as well, that the roommate was a romantic partner, a male transitioning to female. I can say that he has been very cooperative. This partner has been incredibly cooperative, had no idea that this was happening, and is working with investigators right now.
And how is that relevant to the investigation when it comes to the motive? Are you learning that?
Sure. Well, yeah, that's what we're trying to figure out right now. Again, it's easy to draw conclusions from that, and so we've got the shell casings, other forensic evidence that is coming in, and trying to piece all of those things together.
You said that the roommate is being very helpful. Has that individual explained to law enforcement what the mindset of the shooter was and whether or not it is connected to his ideology or his situation as transitioning, as you just described?
I'm not sure about that piece right now, Dan.
What?
Okay, so we're not sure if the fact that he was romantically involved, as you say, with his partner who was transitioning is relevant to the motive of the murder based on the investigation.
Sure. Again, all of these things we're trying to figure it out. I know everybody wants to know exactly why and point the finger, and I totally get that. I do too.
Then why are you bringing this shit up, bro? What the fuck? Like, how is this helpful then? He's like, listen, we don't really know. The person who is trans is cooperating, but also don't let that get in the way of us fomenting hatred towards trans people in general. Come on now. Yeah, we can't let a crisis go to waste, you know?
And so I just want to be careful, as I haven't read all of the interview transcripts. And so we'll have to wait and see what comes out.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. We should all be careful. I guess just because that's out there are a lot of people drawing conclusions. And so I'm just trying to get as many facts as we can glean from you, since you have been involved in the investigation. And on that, the social and gaming platform Discord released a statement saying its servers were in no way involved in Tyler Robinson's alleged plot to assassinate Charlie Kirk. But it did say there were, quote, communications between the suspect's roommate and a friend after the shooting, where the roommate was recounting the contents of a note the suspect had left elsewhere. Can you tell us about that note that the shooter left?
So I can't yet. Again, those are things that are still being processed for accuracy and verification, and will be included in charging documents.
Okay, so
Oh, now they want to fucking dial it back. Okay. Not when it comes to speculating about the involvement of the trans roommate, but certainly when it comes to the actual note, I mean, can't reveal that. Sorry. That note was written by the white guy who pulled the trigger, by the way, which is crazy.
But the note was found, or the content of the note is known by law enforcement?
Again, I can't share any specifics. They're looking at everything right now.
Understood. I just want to go back to my first question about what you told the Wall Street Journal about that this is a person indoctrinated with leftist ideology. And the reason why I think it would be great to be more specific is because your goal of trying to lower the temperature, you said that this is based on investigation and interviews with people who knew him. Did they just use the term leftist ideology, or did they give specifics?
Yeah, there are conversations that were discussed specifically about Charlie Kirk, other conversations about the direction that this was going. And look, my job is just to tell people I really don't have a dog in this fight. If this was MAGA and a
No, you do, bro. You definitely have a dog in this fight. You have admitted that you have a dog in this fight. You have the biggest dog in the fight. What the fuck? We wouldn't have expected you to have a dog in the fight under different circumstances because you're the governor. Right now, it's very hard for us to assume you don't have a dog in the fight. You said you were praying, man. You were praying, man.
radicalized MAGA person, I would be saying that as well. If the friends were saying that, I would be sharing that as well. That's not what they're sharing. And so I do think it is important, again, to understand how someone gets radicalized like this. And in this case, it happened with, as much as people wish it wasn't or don't want it to be this, these are the facts that are being presented to us. If there
I can't believe it. Like, there have been so many high-profile mass shootings, school shootings, children being targeted in this goddamn country by far-right neo-Nazis. We know where they get radicalized. We know how they get radicalized. We know what their worldview looks like. We know what major party they actually are close to ideologically. And yet, for some weird reason, this kind of question is never addressed. Can you perhaps tell me why this kind of question is never addressed when the overwhelming majority of these sorts of high-profile incidents Bro, you are literally the most fake news guy ever. It's actually insane. You're a liar. Why? Especially in this moment, if you're calling me a liar, then you're saying that my assessment is incorrect. So you're saying the shooter is a Nazi then, because my assessment is the shooter is not likely to be a Nazi. Are you saying that I'm a liar? The shooter is definitely a groyper? Is that what you're saying? I haven't seen enough evidence that the shooter is a groyper. You're talking too fast for them? No, this person is not actually responding to anything that I'm saying. This person is responding to the idea that he's designed in his mind of who I am and what I must be pushing for.
Are additional facts that would point otherwise, but family discussions, parents, this is what they're saying, and these things happen, and so it's okay to have these discussions.
Listen, absolutely, and I'm just trying to get more facts, more details of the facts that you're putting out there. One last question on that. You just said right now, which is something that you mentioned on Friday, is that he had discussions with family members about Charlie Kirk. Do you have specifics on what he was saying about Charlie Kirk to his family?
Just not a fan. That's all I can say.
Okay, not a specific reason why. McKay Cop.
Wow. You mean to tell me that the guy who shot and killed Charlie Kirk was not a fan of Charlie Kirk? That's great. Thank you. You really gave us a motive there. This clears up a lot of these questions. I was wondering if the guy who shot and killed Charlie Kirk was a fan of his or not.
From The Atlantic is reporting that President Trump called you after your remarks on Friday, and that the president told you, quote, you know, the type of person who would do something like that to Charlie Kirk would love to do it to us. What was your response to the president in that conversation?
Well, it was a long conversation, by the way. We talked about lots of things, but it was very sobering. And again, he's not wrong. I mean, he knows better than anyone as someone who literally was injured by a bullet. I mean, a fraction of an inch away from being killed a year ago. He understands that better than anyone. I would also just note that he also mentioned multiple times that he was grateful for the press conference and the message that we shared. And so I'm grateful, you know, that he's talked about nonviolence. He's quoted Charlie Kirk on the nonviolence issue. I understand he's also very angry, and I get that. This is his close personal friend, and anger is a normal reaction.
So he was grateful for the press conference. Others in his orbit, Governor, were not. Steve Bannon talked about you calling to tone down the rhetoric, saying Spencer Cox is a national embarrassment in a time where we need action. He tells us to sing Kumbaya and hold hands with Antifa. This is not a time for pontificating. This is a time to declare Antifa a domestic terrorist organization and have the FBI go kick down some doors. What's your response to Steve Bannon?
Well, again, Mr. Bannon is angry, and rightfully so. And I'm not saying we have to just sing Kumbaya and hold hands. What I'm saying is we actually should disagree. I think Charlie represented that better than anyone. Charlie said some very inflammatory things, and in some corners of the web, that's all people have heard. But he also said some other things about forgiveness. He said some amazing things about when things get dark, putting down our phones, reading scripture, going to church, talking to our neighbors. He said that we have to engage, and that's what I appreciate most about Charlie Kirk. Said if we don't keep talking, that's when the violence starts. Look, there are conflict entrepreneurs out there who benefit from radicalizing us, and I'm not one of those. I don't know that that's particularly helpful, but he is right at this. We need to find out how this happened, and we need to stop it from happening.
You called social media a cancer on our society. I know you have made talking about social media one of your key issues as governor of Utah. What should or even can government do to cure this cancer, as you call it?
Well, there's some things that we're working on for sure. We have to get phones out of the classroom. We're doing that in Utah. Many states are doing that right now. We have to hold the largest companies in the history of the world with combined $1 trillion market caps. We have to hold them responsible for the algorithms that are pushing us. Again, they're hijacking our agency. They're hijacking our free will with these dopamine hits. Same chemical reaction as fentanyl, getting us addicted to these platforms, and outrage releases a dopamine hit for sure. And they are taking no responsibility for this. In fact, they're suing the state of Utah to stop the most comprehensive social media reforms in the world's history. They're happening right here, and we absolutely have to hold them accountable.
Just real quick, you have said that we're in a dark chapter, and you're not sure if it's the end of a dark chapter or beginning of a darker one. Is your view of America right now shaken?
Yeah, I mean, if your view of America is not shaken right now, then there's something wrong with you. This is a direct assault on America, a direct assault on every single one of us. Of course, it's an assault on Charlie, and we love Erica and her kids and his family. But this is us, and this is our chance. This is our moment. We've had periods like this in the past. I mentioned the late '60s and early '70s. But if we're waiting for a president or a governor to get us out of this dark chapter, then it will never happen. We can't, I don't understand this, again, giving our agency up, waking up every day and saying, well, what did the president say today? That's going to determine how I react. Or what does the governor say today? That makes no sense to me. Every one of us has to look in the mirror and decide, are we going to try to make it better, or are we going to make it worse? And I pray that God will help us find him again and find our souls and find each other again.
Governor, thank you. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Dana.
Have you watched The Wife's Speech yet? I have. I was planning on not doing it because I feel like it's just very strange, but here, we'll watch.
Full military honors. They brought him home to Arizona. Charlie Kirk's widow, Erica, comforted on the tarmac by Usha Vance, the vice president's wife.
Oh, I love you.
She later posted this video of her husband's open coffin.
I love you. So much. I love you.
Vowing that the global movement he built would never die.
God bless you. If you thought that my husband's mission was powerful before, you have no idea. You have no idea what you just have unleashed across this entire country. And this world, you have no idea. You have no idea the fire that you have ignited within this wife. The cries of this widow will echo around the world like a battle cry.
Police have removed a car from the home of the suspect, 22-year-old Tyler Robinson, a neighbour revealing that she came face to face with him shortly after he's alleged to have carried out the shooting.
Looking over, seeing that he was limping, kind of being like, oh, okay. And then long black shirt, kind of thinking that's kind of weird. It's kind of super hot outside. It's kind of odd. I don't know. Like, now that I think about it, it's just very, like, chilling to me.
The killing of the conservative influencer who championed Donald Trump highlights the depth of division here. 83-year-old Marty has been protesting outside the White House for 7 years. He was no fan of Charlie Kirk, but longs for peaceful discourse.
I disagree with him on so many things. And certainly if he had been my neighbor, I would never have invited him to dinner nor accepted an invitation from him. Find him a reprehensible man, but political violence can only lead to political violence. There is no other outcome possible. And so killing somebody like him, absolutely unacceptable and absolutely the wrong direction for this country.
This has been described as a moment of reckoning for America, a potential watershed. But real change would require a tempering of the rhetoric by both sides, a commitment to the norms of political debate. And there are many who say that starts right here, at the top. A family is grieving for a husband and father. The Vice President is mourning a close personal friend. And America is confronting, yet again, the cost of polarising politics. David Blevins, Sky News in Washington.
In the wake of the murder of Charlie Kirk, celebrated in death for his embrace of freedom.
Dude, I can't get over the fact that like Democratic legislators were assassinated in their homes like what, 2 months ago? And there was no conversation. It was like literally only there was a point of contention. There was a conversation about political violence because for like the first couple of hours, they just cynically claimed that the shooter was a leftist. And then as soon as we found out that the shooter was right-wing, it went away. I can't believe it. It almost feels like the media landscape design here is like, if you are right-wing, you're a person, you're a human. If you're leftist, liberal, Democrat, doesn't matter. You're just not a human. Like you get killed and it's not even a fucking footnote. Trump doesn't even show up to your funeral, calls you kooky, says you got lies about like why you got killed. Literally says like, oh, you did this to yourself. And then we just move on. For the last 24 hours, when there was a fucking back and forth about whether or not this person was like a Nazi or something, when it came out that he was like a, conservative, came from a conservative family, good stock, that type of shit, I thought the story was going to go away. But now that they found a way to slam trans and leftists back into the conversation, it's back again. It feels like it's so clearly one directional. Like whose deaths we must mourn versus whose deaths we overlook. If it is a right-wing neo-Nazi shooter that is doing the 100th school shooting, you overlook that because it's just, who knows? Mental health. If there is even a likelihood that the shooter might be trans, though, we got to talk about that because, god damn it, the left is so fucking violent. I don't know. It's so strange. It's so fucking strange.
Freedom of speech in life, tensions over speech are flaring. Utah Governor Spencer Cox on Friday calling for calm.
Charlie posted to social media, when things are moving very fast and people are losing their minds, it's important to stay grounded. Turn off your phone, read scripture, spend time with friends, and remember internet fury is not real life.
But in the wake of Kirk's death, online fury indeed, and swift reaction to it. 2 faculty members at East Tennessee State University, among several in academia facing backlash, placed on administrative leave following complaints about their online comments. In Florida, Governor Ron DeSantis' education commissioner issued a warning to teachers making disgusting comments about the shooting. Writing in a memo, I will be conducting an investigation of...
This is literally what Republicans, once again, used to complain about the quote-unquote left. Liberals and leftists, cancel culture, free speech. They hate it. And it's so interesting to me that on the one hand, they're like, Charlie Kirk was a free speech icon. While on the other hand, they're just like bashing you in the head with this with this inconsistency where they're like, how dare you exercise free speech against a free speech icon like this? We're gonna fucking cancel you. Like, how, it doesn't make any sense. Like, I've seen so many interesting takes online about this where people will be like, people just say shit that I would never say because they're like, oh, we should do a free speech circle at every college campus in honor of Charlie Kirk. And then someone will quote retweet it and say something that I'm not even going to fucking say out loud because I don't want to get clipped because everybody's trying to fucking cook me. But it's so strange that like people are like, they made a doxing website, like a Canary Mission Israel style doxing website. Nee, je maakt me Spanish waardenis. Watch them. They made a doxing website to identify anyone who hasn't like sufficiently mourned or grieved Charlie Kirk. And they got 20,000 names and their addresses and shit on said website. And they're claiming that these people actually contributed to Charlie Kirk dying.
Every educator who engages in this
no shot that's true? Huh. It sounds incredible, right? It sounds insane, right? Except it's not. It's real. That's a real thing that they did. Microsoft tweeted, we are aware of the views expressed by a small subset of our employees regarding recent events. We take matters like this very seriously, and we're currently reviewing each individual situation. Comments celebrating violence against anyone are unacceptable and do not align with our values.
And my name is...
What is this? Hi, my name is Rachel. I'm first on the website, and the North American far right is using to target people that celebrated Charlie Kirk's death. There's one problem. I never did that.
currently first on a website claiming to expose Charlie Kirk's murderers. You might be wondering how I got here. I'm kind of wondering that too. I already told this story to Wired, but let me tell it to you now in my own words. Because for the last 2 days, I've been getting messages like this non-stop, claiming to know where I live and saying they're coming for me. Now, what did I say to deserve all of this? Let's go to the website and read the screenshots that they included of me celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder. I said I was terrified to think of how far-right fans of Kirk, aching for more violence, could very well turn this into an even more radicalizing moment. Will they now believe their fears have been proven right and feel they have a right to retaliate regardless of who actually was behind the initial shooting? That analysis came from the fact that I am an experienced journalist who has extensively covered right-wing extremism. That's also why, by the way, a lot of people hate me and want to shut me up. And I was immediately proven right. Many far-right personalities are using this as an excuse to agitate and retaliate against their political enemies. That includes former conservative leader Andrew Scheer, because this is where it all started for me. The hate massively escalated when former conservative leader and sitting currently conservative MP Andrew Scheer took my words and called me twisted and said I have so much hate in me. Pierre Poilievre's wife also boosted this post. Then things got even worse when I got a DM from a friend of mine telling me about this website. She sent me the link, and at first I thought she must have sent me the link to the direct post about me on this website. But then I double checked the link and I realized this was the homepage. My name was first. And then things exploded. The flood of threats turned into a tsunami. And as it escalated, I shared that I was scared. Then several massive American right-wing accounts with hundreds of thousands of followers took a screenshot of that.
Bro, that is... like, they proved her right, dude. They were like, yeah, wait till you see how right your initial assessment was, which is ironic because we're mad about your initial assessment. Okay, then don't prove it right, you fucking psycho. The problem with this kind of behavior online is that they actually love crying as they hit you, you know? That's it. Do not go on that website. There's probably a bunch of different malware and keyloggers, IP trackers and shit on that website, for the record.
And shared it saying I deserved it without showing what I actually said. And suddenly I was like the face of people celebrating Charlie Kirk's murderer, even though that literally never happened. And it's made the last 48 hours of my life a living hell. Every single person who's ever disliked me is using this as a chance to get their pound of flesh. But this is the part I really want you to hear. It's not just me. There are tons of people listed on this site who aren't public figures, who have never dealt with this before, and I am terrified for them. Some of the posts on this website are private messages. People are snitching on folks in their lives. And if they've received what I've received in the last 48 hours, which I'm sure they have, I'm so...
This is like 2016 Trump's first election. No, Republicans were never this... Republicans in 2016 were yelling at the liberals because the institutions were still like slanted in the direction of liberalism. This is a totally new phenomena. Republicans used to cry and complain about this kind of shit, where now they're doing it. It's the same as Republicans talk about cancel culture or like for years and years saying like, oh, Democrats hate free dissemination of information. They hate free speech, while simultaneously turning around and being like, things are woke, things are CRTs, things are DEI. We have to delete them. That is a real initiative to change American history, and it's a successful one. Just like when these guys go, Charlie Kirk was a free speech champion. How dare you use your free speech to criticize him in the aftermath of his untimely demise? You need to be punished. You need to lose your freedom.
So worried about them. People are out for blood right now. And there are people out there who are using this moment irresponsibly to serve up their perceived political enemies as a sacrifice. And for what? They're just proving me right. And I just really hope no one makes good on these threats, because I now have to live as if they might.
Ted Cruz posted this. Oh my God. What the fuck is, dude? The AI. What? Criticizing someone does not equal celebrating their death. You keep repeating this. What you on about, bro? Are you talking to me? I never said criticizing someone is an equal to celebrating their death. They're the ones who are saying that. Republicans are saying that. They're conflating the two. There's perhaps no better. I mean, look at whose community you're in. Okay. I never celebrated Charlie Kirk's death. As a matter of fact, I was pretty shook by it. And obviously, I would never advocate for violence against a political enemy, especially Charlie Kirk. Even from ideological points of view, I don't believe that this is the appropriate measure. But also, outside of that, I'd be putting myself in the fucking crosshairs too. So even from a self-preservation perspective, you should understand, like, nobody who's going to go sit next to fucking Charlie Kirk on a debate stage is going to be advocating for him to be assassinated, right? But that hasn't changed people's minds. They're consistently saying over and over again that, like, I did this. My community did this. I've advocated for this. And there needs to be some kind of punishment.
Sanctionable behavior. Govern yourselves accordingly. The fallout also appearing in corporate America. Delta Airlines announcing it suspended several employees over their social media posts.
I'm sorry, we don't put that here.
Office Depot firing a Michigan employee who called a poster for a Kirk vigil propaganda and refused to print it. The company apologizing, saying in a statement, "The behavior displayed by our associate is completely unacceptable and insensitive." The response also in the federal government, a Secret Service agent put on administrative leave with an investigation underway following comments described as inappropriate. Tonight, a line being drawn over discourse.
You should be allowed to say outrageous things. You should be.
Yeah. You know what's crazy about this shit too? Like, brother, half the time people are yelling at others who are not celebrating Charlie Kirk's death or anything like that, but simply saying this is what he believed and putting his quotes on. People are getting fired for posting Charlie Kirk quotes. What the fuck? Like, what are we doing? You're gonna, like what the hell? There are mad people getting fired right now, left and right, after these the conservative outrage machine is in full tilt, okay? Going nutty mode on the timeline. I said, these guys are talking about how much they love Charlie Kirk's free speech and then demanding people get fired for posting his direct quotes. Meet U.S. Army Lieutenant Colonel Ladnier, the Provost Marshal of Fort Eustis, Virginia. He has thoughts about the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and they don't seem in the least sympathetic. I think it's worth it. I think it's worth it to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. Charlie Kirk. MLK was awful, Kirk said. He's not a good person. He said one good thing he actually didn't believe. Charlie Kirk, December 2023. The Civil Rights Act, though, let's be clear, created a beast, and that beast has now turned into an anti-white weapon. Charlie Kirk, March 2025. I don't like the word empathy. I think empathy is a made-up New Age term that does a lot of damage. Also, Charlie Kirk. It's just quotes. Like, Charlie Kirk's assessment on this, if sincere, is that, like he said, you could say outrageous shit. Like, you could literally celebrate, as he did with like George Floyd and numerous other people. You should be able to unironically celebrate it and not see any repercussions for it. That's his worldview. That's not even my worldview. You know what I mean? But these guys aren't even doing that. These guys are just simply showing quotes, which is good. Like, you know, that's not even what these people are doing, right? He never celebrated, you liar. He never celebrated what? Isn't that not your view, though? So why are you saying, yeah, free speech means you don't go to jail, not people don't think you're a horrible person or an idiot? Dumbass. We're talking about the fucking American government taking action against people who they have perceived as political enemies by using what happened to Charlie Kirk as this spark. What are you talking about? Yeah, I don't give a fuck about like people's distaste or anger. Who's gone to jail? Are you going to be outside of the jail when it happens? Are you going to be protesting? What do you mean, who's gone to jail? I'm talking about what the president has said so far, you fucking baboon. What the fuck do you mean, who's gone to jail? That's what the president said. Take it up with him. Why are you yelling at me? Stephen Miller said we're going to hit a RICO charge on anybody that's ever exhibited what they consider to be bad opinions, and you're over here yelling at a fucking Twitch streamer. So somebody said that nothing has happened. Listen, dipshit, you can't say somebody when that somebody that we're talking about is the fucking president, and the other is like one of the most notable the administration's most notable advisor, Stephen Miller. What the fuck do you mean somebody? Also, this administration has already put people in jail for their speech. Mahmoud Khalil comes to mind. Do you remember? for criticizing Israel. I'm sure you didn't have a lot of issues with that either, because ultimately you don't have any sort of serious principle that you're fucking abiding by. This screenshot at Post makes no criticism held. This could be a fancifully quoting his favorite lines. Charlie was such a fucked up guy that quoting him implicitly reads as trying to make him look bad. That's deeply sad. This was his life's work. Own it. If Obama said we're going to war with the right, we are going to dismantle all right-wing organizations that arrest those right-wing terrorists, the right would be up in arms. Exactly. It doesn't make any sense. Many of the quotes are out of context, though. I feel like sharing them like this is weird. Okay, here's a quote that's not out of context. When Charlie Kirk was asked, you have a 10-year-old daughter, okay? If she was raped, would you carry a pregnancy to term because of your anti-abortion stance? His answer was yes, okay? That was not out of context. He just straight up said yes. That's the level that he was willing to ride or die for his worldview. He said, yes, the child will be delivered. So one must ask the question, why? Like, why do you find yourself going, oh, these are out of context? Because there are instances where people get clipped out of context. Like, for example, the empathy quote, he said on numerous occasions. On some occasions, he follows that up by saying he actually cares about sympathy, but that's for a different day, for example. Or in certain instances, because he said the empathy thing a lot. He said that it was invented by Bill Gates, Bill Clinton, I believe. Like, there have been a million different places where he said this, and sometimes he follows that up with, I have compassion, and we should have compassion. Okay? So in that regard, you could say, oh, it's out of context. Okay? Your time on this platform is numbered. Oh my God. Once again, this is deplatforming. It's a separate thing. This is not free speech, right? Free speech is when the government intervenes in speech, which the government is intervening in speech. So when I talk about like Donald Trump or Stephen Miller talking about prosecuting political dissidents for their speech, that's what I'm talking about. That's actually anti-free speech. When we talk about cancel culture, okay, when we talk about cancel culture and this kind of like deplatforming initiatives, this is another thing that the Republicans have routinely criticized and yelled about, and Charlie Kirk has done so as well. Do you understand? Republicans are doing that now, and they've never really stopped doing that, but they're doing it a lot more aggressively now. They just keep crying and going, your days are numbered. You need to be banned. You need to be banned. Why? Because you misunderstood something, or you got inflamed, you got whipped up into a frenzy to believe that I've said things that I don't actually believe. Is that what happened? That's it. This guy just posted quotes, though. It seems like just posting the quotes implies he thinks because he said X is fine that he died. First of all, that's your assessment of the situation. Okay? That's your assessment of the situation. That's not what he said. But even if he fucking implied that, you're adding that assessment onto it, assuming that he implied that, okay? He could very easily feel that political violence is completely unacceptable, as do I, right? He could feel like Charlie Kirk did not deserve this, as did I, but simultaneously make an accurate assessment of his worldview in the process. He didn't say any other words. The reason you have to ask yourself, okay, why do you feel this way? Why do you feel like this makes Charlie Kirk look bad. If these are positions that he's had, and these are positions he has defended on college campuses, but now when you look back at it and it makes you feel bad, ask yourself why. And I know, I mean, this is an issue that hits close to home for me because I say incendiary shit all the time too, especially in my most passionate moments. Okay? If there was a role reversal, everybody would be talking about how a terrorist has been taken out, a one that loved 9/11 and wants to do more 9/11. Now that is an improper assessment of my words. But if they were to say America deserved 9/11, that'd be a quote. Do you understand? Does that quote reveal the full extent of my worldview or what I implied when I was talking about that? No, of course not. I was talking about the concept of blowback. But this statement, the Civil Rights Act, though, let's be clear, created a beast, and that beast is now turned into an anti-white weapon. This is something that he did believe. This is like, even if there is more to there's more nuance to it, the nuance is still in the direction of Charlie Kirk not being misconstrued here, but simply not being able to fully defend his position of how white people are under attack in the aftermath of the Civil Rights Act. Do you get it? Out of context for a quote only works if within context the meaning of those words or the direction of those words change. Okay? If the meaning and the direction of the words don't change with additional context, then it's apt. It's just an abbreviated version. That's the difference. So if you feel as though these things do not look in a positive light, do not leave you feeling positively about Charlie Kirk, then you probably don't agree with Charlie Kirk. You've just conditioned yourself into thinking that you agree with his worldview, but you probably don't. Do you understand? Even the example I used earlier, the one that like Elon Musk keeps highlighting, where I'm talking about like Democrats need to be way more vicious. They need to be shanking their opponents in the debate stage, right? That's not a real call to action. I'm using a metaphor in that regard to say Democrats need to become more aggressive and actually fight back on the debate stage. I'm talking about literally a debate, right? But they clipped it in a way to make it seem as though I'm saying Democrats need to like kill their political opposition. They need to like stab and kill their political opposition. That is a great example of something being out of context. Yeah, it was the Warnock-Walker debate that I was talking about. These quotes are out of context, though. Then explain why and how. Because I know Charlie Kirk's worldview very well. I've debated him. And I know what he believes. I've talked about his views on a million different occasions. We both rose to prominence at the same time in our respective sides of the ideological spectrum. And these things are not out of context. Like when Charlie Kirk was taking an anti-MLK tone, that was real. That was a deliberate, that wasn't like he loved MLK, actually. And he was just simply saying like, MLK actually, you know, When he says MLK was awful, Kirk said, he's not a good person. He said one good thing he actually didn't believe. So when you actually look at that quote, do you think he was saying actually MLK is awful at playing basketball or something? You think that's what he was talking about? And that's why the context is actually totally removed from this situation? MLK was awful. Yeah, MLK was awfully good at speaking. And then they ripped the last part and they just kept MLK was awful. Or do you feel like you kind of agree with his worldview, but when it's laid bare in front of you, you just have a hard time with it? No, I literally highlighted it. I didn't steal the joke, chatter. I highlighted it.
Be allowed to say contrarian things.
In the wake of the assassination of a man who defended it. Steve Patterson, NBC News.
We thank you for watching. And
well, this week's fruitcake is president-elect of the Oxford Union, the world's leading debating society. His name is George Aberronye. He debated against Charlie Kirk back in May.
So, of course, you have the agency to do that. With all due respect, have you been to London the last 10 years? Men can do whatever they want.
I live in London.
Are they happier? Men can dress how they want. Men can act how they want and go to any club. Has it worked?
Yeah, but also we've had austerity. There are other factors outside of simply just.
Do you see what you're doing? Respectfully, you're scrambling for an excuse to get away from.
Like, this one is one of the worst videos of like the outrage that has been manufactured in the aftermath. New Arizona sports outlet Phoenix Sports has fired lead Phoenix Suns reporter Gerald Bourguet. I don't know how you say his last name. After he questioned why outrage over right-wing activist Charlie Kirk's killing was louder than outrage over school shootings, mass deportations, or the hundreds of videos of horrific murders in Gaza, which Kirk cheered on. Phoenix, in a statement, said the network takes matters involving violence very seriously and had parted ways with Bourguet to keep its community a safe place. Gerald Bourguet was not endorsing violence, but was urging readers to apply the same moral standard to all killings. He wrote, "To many of you who are more concerned with being polite and appearing to be good people rather than showing some damn backbone and standing on the principle to condemn hate, the network did not explain how his comments made Phoenix less safe." Bourguet's case joins a wave of recent firings and suspensions, including an MSNBC Bourguet's case joins a wave of recent firings and suspensions, including an MSNBC analyst, a FEMA employee, a Carolina Panther staffer, over commentary on Kirk's death. Explain to me how this is unacceptable. Political differences are not the same thing as spewing hateful rhetoric on a daily basis, and refusing to mourn a life devoted to that cause is not the same thing as celebrating gun violence. Just so we're 100% clear on that. He was a father. Half of y'all didn't give a damn about doing anything to stop gun violence when the victims of mass shootings were literal children, and those kids weren't bigots spreading genocidal propaganda or a mindset he directly fed into with this holy grail of ironies. If you're saddened by today's political violence, horrified by the video, or repulsed by my response, ask yourself why your reaction was different when it came to school shootings, mass deportations, or the hundreds of videos of horrific murders in Gaza, which Kirk cheered on. Truly don't care if you think it's insensitive or poor timing to decline the respect an evil man who died. Too many of you are more concerned with being polite and appearing to be good people rather than showing some damn backbone and standing on principle to condemn hate. Don't you think that quoting someone like Charlie Kirk in a way that paints them in a strongly negative light by not providing context, if it is out of context, if something is truly out of context, and you try to frame someone in a hyper negative light, you are trying to either tarnish their reputation, smear them, or in the most maximalist position, even potentially trying to get people to engage in violent actions against them. Yes, this is true. But you have to prove how Charlie Kirk was being taken out of context in these instances and how this was not his worldview at all. Was Charlie Kirk pro-Civil Rights Act? If the answer is no, then it's not out of context. Okay? If Charlie Kirk has Charlie Kirk said that he would be worried about a black pilot, is that out of context or is that actually in context? I mean the gun take mostly. Oh, you mean this one? Charlie Kirk says gun deaths unfortunately worth it to keep the Second Amendment. Did he say that or did he not say that? He said there are people who die in society all the time. 40,000 people a year died to vehicular accidents. Okay, I know the actual quote. He said there are a lot of people who die due to gun violence. Is that unfortunate? Yes, but that is worth it to keep the Second Amendment. He said the risks outweigh the results. So how is the additional context that I just offered you changing what he just said? Unless you believe it is worth it, like all the gun deaths are worth it to keep the Second Amendment, which many people do believe, right? Many people do believe. Charlie Kirk certainly believed it. What doesn't make sense in this circumstance is like if you believe it and Charlie believed it and you argue for it and Charlie argued for it, why are you saying it's out of context? I don't agree with the gun take. I'm European. I just feel like demonizing right-wing figures leads to these situations. Dog, you're the one who is adding the demonic tint to Charlie Kirk's statement. Do you not understand this? Okay? There are tens of millions of Americans that listened to Charlie Kirk say that and went, I love this take. What a wonderful take. I'm going to repeat this take. I believe it. Charlie Kirk certainly was one of those people who believed it. It's not like he went back and said, actually, I was misunderstood. I think we should eradicate gun violence. I think we need some reasonable gun control. He didn't say that. He said violence is a constant. It's going to happen. Okay? And if that's what it takes, you know, if violence keeps happening with guns, it is what it is. That's a price I'm willing to take. I'm willing to have gun violence as long as I can keep my guns. So if you hear someone's opinion like this, okay, it's additionally funny because you're fucking European, but you hear someone's opinions like this being reflected on and you feel like it's poor, like you feel like this doesn't actually look good, then you've made that assessment in your mind. Now, are there instances where people actually actively try to lie about a person's position? Yes, there are. Okay? There are. It happens to me all the time. I'm sure it happens to Charlie as well, or it happened to Charlie as well in the past, right? It happens to right-wingers. It happens to left-wingers. It's an unfortunate part of this process, okay? But it is up to you to make that honest assessment and make up your own mind. You can't have it both ways. You can't be like, the appropriate thing to do here is to lie about a person's positions, to lie about their advocacy. I feel like it's distasteful. It's a disservice to their political output. One last question. Do you think throwing the word fascist has gone too far? No. The fuck? No, of course not. Dude, you're in the chat of a person who gets called a fucking terrorist every day. What do you mean? Okay? There's actual violence against those who are declared terrorists. There is no violence against those who are declared fascists, okay? Historically, yes. Contemporary society, fuck no. If someone is behaving like a fascist, of course you have to call that out. What good is any assessment of history if we're not going to use it to interpret modern day events? Okay? That's it. Are you for or against gun control? I'm for gun control. You know what's really funny? If you want to see the term fascist being utilized inappropriately, look to every right-wing commentator, including but not limited to Charlie Kirk, when they're living under a Democratic leadership. Okay? Donald Trump has called the Democrats fascists. Charlie Kirk has done the same. Okay? That's what's so funny about it. These guys will be like, oh man, I can't believe you're calling my mass deportation policies. My mass deportation policies that harken back to the darkest chapters of global history, the Holocaust, you're calling them correctly fascist. That is really fucked up. You're doing violence against me. Yeah, here, look.
American politics today is between these far-left fascists led by Harris and her group. We have a fascist person running who's incompetent. She's a Marxist, communist, fascist, socialist. She's not actually a socialist. She's gone past that. Somebody's got to explain this woman. This is a radical left Marxist, communist, fascist.
It's just so fucking stupid. It's so stupid. There is no consistency, no honesty in our discourse, man. Yeah. This entire campaign to cancel and get fired every person who says something critical of Charlie Kirk after his assassination is clearly something the right has the power to do, just as the left had the power to do it to people who offended them at the height of cancel culture. It was wrong then when the left did it, and it's wrong now that the right is doing it. You either believe in debate and free speech in the First Amendment or you don't. Clearly, very few people believe in that anymore. The problem for those of you who reject that founding idea is that the only other alternative is violence, and that's absurd. We're not resolving our conflict violently. It's just not possible. So go ahead and reproduce this new right-wing cancel culture to replace left-wing cancel culture. Now, the reason why I don't agree with Ryan Grimm here entirely, sometimes he is a little boomer-coded, is because there's never been a moment in American history where the right has not celebrated cancel culture. Everybody does it. But the right is also very good at marketing. They do it, and while they're in the process of doing it, they claim it's just the left's doing. And that actually stuck for a very long time. Okay? That actually stuck for a very long time. There has never been historic left-wing there has never been historic left-wing movements against curbing speech. Never. Whether it be McCarthyism, which was, again, a government-sanctioned operation directly in violation of the First Amendment, or whether it be making it illegal for a card-carrying communist to be a union leader, for example, right? I believe, was it Taft-Hartley that made it so? Or whether it be taking out directly and engaging in an interception and subversion for left-wing revolutionary movements in the height of the civil rights struggle, or going after dissidents that spoke out against the war on terror, for example. There has never been a moment where these real incursions, these real measures that the government has taken that is in violation of the First Amendment has ever been directionally applied by left-wing governments against right-wing dissidents. That has never happened. It's always one direction, okay? And if we're talking about cancel culture, which is a different thing, right? If we're talking about the First Amendment, that's different. That's the government, right? The government doing something. The government penalizing speech. The government creating a chilling effect on speech by stopping demonstrations from taking place, for example, right? That is the First Amendment. That's a violation of the First Amendment, whether it be the current active anti-BDS legislation that exists in 38 states in the United States of America, where you can be fired from your job for ever engaging in the peaceful act of demanding boycotts, demanding sanctions, or demanding divestments from the state of Israel, a foreign state. That is illegal in 38 states. You can be fired. Okay? Whether it be that or all these other initiatives where the government tries to actively suppress speech. It's never been directionally left-wing, okay? Its targets have always been left-wing movements, progressive movements, socialist movements, communist movements, and it's always been pushed by right-wingers, okay? On the other side, if we're going to talk about cancel culture, okay, even on the cancel culture front, in terms of trying to actively suppress certain things from being talked about, right-wingers are very successful with that too. They always have been. Even at the heat of the cancel culture of the left, where the left was like chirping at people on Twitter, trying to get them fired or whatever, right? The right never stopped manufacturing outrage. The right never stopped manufacturing outrage, farming outrage against those who they consider to be political dissidents. They never stopped book burnings. They never stopped book cancellations. They've always done this. I noticed that as the right wing keeps trying to cancel you the past week, you actually have more viewers on now. No, that's only because there is like a lot of attention on this issue and people want to hear what my take is. Okay? That's not violence. No, it's not. We're talking about the hypocrisy of right-wingers talking about how they abhor cancel culture while participating in it and celebrating it against their ideological opponents. I'll give you one great example. I have never advocated for Asmongold to be banned off this platform for a multitude of different horrifying shit that he's said, for things that he's advocated for that I find to be morally repugnant. I've never demanded it. Asmongold, between me and him, for right-wingers, is seen as the free speech champion, right? He has demanded that I get deplatformed basically every single day that he has live streamed since Donald Trump became president. Every single fucking day. I've not once, even after he said the genocide thing, I did not demand that he get deplatformed or banned off this platform because I know that that kind of shit is only going to be awful for me in the long run as well, because as someone who is a leftist, I have a lot of opinions that are considered not great by those in positions of power, both the liberals on the Democratic side and also the Republican side alike. Asmongold has demanded that not only do I get deplatformed, he's demanded I get arrested. He's demanded that I get investigated by the federal government. He is celebrated when that has taken place. So how can you tell me that's actually a real fucking free speech advocate? How can you tell me that he hates cancel culture? That's it. This is the inconsistency. I cry as I strike you. This is how the right operates. Okay? With so many people calling for you to be deplatformed, why do you think you've avoided it happening? Because I play by the rules. Relax, buddy. I don't want to hear what your take is. I'm trying to wait for Clint Stevens to go online. Okay, well, good luck with that, buddy. That's never going to happen. because I play by the rules. Also, I have been suspended before on this platform for, understandable reasons, but I've also been deplatformed on Twitch for ridiculous reasons as well. Like when I got fucking okay, be for real. I am being for real. Good luck. That's not happening. Slap on the wrist. Wait, what do you mean? That's what the platform issues. I'm sorry. Slap on the wrist. What the fuck should the platform have done when they caved to insane right-wing cries about how I called someone a cracker bitch? They gave me 7 days for that. Do you feel like that was a slap on the wrist? How long should I have been banned for calling someone a cracker ass bitch? Forsen got banned for 30 days. What the fuck does that got to do with me? Did Forsen get banned for saying cracker for that? Really? Okay, well, take it up with the platform. That's fucking ridiculous. Wait, what do you mean? For that 0? He got banned for 30 days for showing animal porn. I think when that happened, I literally talked about how this was not his fault as well, by the way, which is ironic because like Forsen fans will somehow make that my fault for some weird reason. Like they unironically think I have control over who gets banned and who doesn't get banned on this platform. There have been many instances where like someone has gotten banned because Forsen clicked on a fucking GIF. If we're talking about that, he clicked on a fucking GIF that literally was, I think it was like something different. And then it turned into a GIF of a horse cock and he got banned for it. And at the time, I remember, I thought that was ridiculous because he got baited into clicking on a link. Like it's not his fucking fault. Someone else linked him a GIF that turned into horse cock. But does that matter to that chatter? No, because he's just trying to fucking deflect because deep down inside, he thinks I have control over who gets banned and who doesn't. And I only get hands on the wrist. What did he say? I don't care about cracker, but the Hamas takes deserve 30 for sure. Well, good thing you don't get to fucking issue these bans, you dumb fuck. What do you mean the Hamas take deserves 30? Do you not realize you're doing the thing that I'm talking about? Right-wingers who unironically talk about how they're champions of fucking free discourse, turning around and being like, I don't like your free discourse. I don't like the thing that you said, so you should be fucking banned for 30 days. You're a goddamn idiot. What the fuck do you mean the Hamas take? Which take? That rapes happening on October 7th do not justify genocide? You think that's a take that I should be banned for? Are you fucking psychotic? Hey, mods, please ban this guy for 30 days because he hurt my feelings. That's all you're doing. That's all you're doing. I didn't understand what he was saying. When you said they're necessary evil, wait, you think that? No, I didn't say they're necessary evil. I said that they are the lesser evil in comparison to Israel, which is doing a genocide. That's a take that I stand by. It's been reported on numerous times on Fox News and everywhere else. Okay? Of course, someone has to resist against a genocidal apartheid state. What the fuck are we talking about? Thank God people are not making these fucking idiotic decisions and these idiotic assessments over there in the halls of power inside of Twitch. Okay? Asmongold straight up said that Palestinians are inferior people that deserve genocide. He got 14 days for that. Okay? 14 days for saying that. Can you imagine a world where I would say the same, but for Israel? I'm not even going to entertain the reverse hypothetical because I don't want someone to clip me out of context and act like I believe that. Okay? Do you understand? Also, once again, I've been banned more times than all of your favorite fucking edgy streamers. So that's what's hilarious about this process where people will be like, you just get slaps on the wrist. Bro, I get banned more than your favorite fucking gamers that love using gamer words and shit, okay? Just to be clear, I agree with you on a lot of things, but the Hamas takes I disagree with. Okay, well, that doesn't matter, does it? How are people like this real? I've only ever watched stuff on YouTube, but Twitch chat is something else. Is all you have? No, you didn't. Yeah, he doesn't have any clip or anything like that. He couldn't even find a fucking clip out of context that he could like present here to be like, well, this is what you said. Anyway, I'm glad that your misunderstandings about my positions are not enough for Twitch to be like, time to ban this guy for 30 fucking days. But if you're wondering why I don't get banned, it's not because I have like some kind of blackmail over the fucking Twitch moderators or because I'm Dan Clancy's favorite content creator or whatever, because once again, I've been banned more times than most of your favorite content creators on this platform, regardless. Okay? But the real reason is because I play ball. I do. I try to stay to the best of my ability, even when I'm talking about hot button issues, within the confines of the existing terms of service. That's it. And anyone who tries to fucking present an alternative reality to you is actually lying and relying on your lack of interest in finding out the fucking truth. Okay? That's it. One of the best examples is like people will turn around and be like, bro, Hasan was waving a gun around. He was like threatening. He was threatening somebody. He wanted to kill somebody. He's not only going to get banned for sure off of Twitch, but he's actually going to go to prison forever. Okay, that's what the motherfuckers were saying. It didn't happen. Then they went, oh, he must have blackmail on, I guess, the law enforcement that refused to take action. Or maybe it was because someone was issuing a death threat against me and I waved my fucking airsoft gun, not a real gun, a fake one, and said, good luck. That would be a little ridiculous, right? Don't you think? Anyway, the very same people that fucking celebrated when Moist Critical did the exact same thing to Sneeko, all of a sudden had a different opinion when it was me.
The truth that's right in front of you. I mean, maybe men should get married and have children.
Okay, but I think
because it's worked for 2,000 years.
I just think it's a very
But after Charlie Kirk's murder, he sent to a group chat, let's effing go, Charlie Kirk got shot, LOL. Imagine that, celebrating the death of someone you once looked in the eyes of and debated. Charlie Kirk represented the spirit of free speech the Oxford Union was founded to uphold. For the president-elect to be celebrating his death is nothing short of disgraceful, and it exposes the deeper rot that has infected our universities. Here's George arguing that some institutions should be destroyed by any means necessary.
And this is a view I wholeheartedly agree with. The view that some institutions are too broken, too aggressive, too oppressive to be reformed. Like cancers of our society, they must and they should be taken down by any means necessary.
The fact that he was ever elected as president is a stain on the union's reputation. But I guess it proves going to a fancy uni doesn't make you wise. But there is a silver lining. At least 200 Life members have already pledged their support for a motion of no confidence. So let's hope they can restore sanity at the Oxford Union.
A controversy brewing at the University of Miami.
Why is this news, bro? The dude had his group chat leaked. He's like the fucking president-elect of a student debate club. They didn't even show what institution he wanted to dismantle by any means necessary. Okay, I don't even know what institution he's talking about. But can you imagine? It's like saying, well, this guy had some crazy views and said that we must incarcerate or maybe even engage in the death penalty for people who've done who've done nothing wrong. And then you see the video and he's like, yeah, we got to do the death penalty on these guys. And then it clips out the part where he's like, these guys that are, pedophiles or something. Like, you don't know. I don't know what institution he's talking about. It could be the fucking banks. It could be the Department of Education, or it could be, I don't know, the fucking War Department, the Department of War. It's just like the whole point of spirited debate is understanding what his fucking position is, Yeah, he could be talking about fucking Hamas for all we know. Or nor. It's just always one directional, dude. It's always one directional. Charlie Kirk and virtually every other Republican has been like, oh, good riddance. George Floyd sucked. They made fun of him over and over again, which is so crazy because, like, the only reason why he became a public figure and a rallying cry was because he got killed, right? Like, that's the whole point. He became a figurehead for a movement that tried to address the disproportionate targeting and execution of black people in the hands of the police, right? That's it. And people never let that go. They loved complaining about that shit. They loved the crying about it, making jokes about it, hyper obsessive. Okay, hyper obsessive about like George Floyd. They slam that shit onto everything still to this day because it was one of the few instances where like a police officer was actually charged with murder. And yet people that don't reach that standard when talking about Charlie Kirk are currently getting fucking canned from their positions. The standard is just so distorted. It's just so one-sided.
A scientist connected to the school has been fired after posting about Charlie Kirk's death. Let's hit to Local 10's Byron Tollefson. He joins us live in Miami with more.
Yeah, University of Miami's medical school calling this faculty member's comments unacceptable in announcing they're now off the job. A University of Miami medical school neurologist fired. The U of M confirming it terminated an employee. The Miami Hurricane, the student newspaper, identifying that employee as Dr. Michelle Bravo, a neurologist at its Miller School of Medicine. The paper...
Yeah, the difference is liberals are complying. That's true. That's true. That's a big difference. Right-wingers, when liberals demanded certain people get fired, right-wingers said, fuck you, it's called free speech, suck my fucking dick. Liberals, on the other hand, are so compliant where right-wingers go, oh, how dare they say this? What the fuck? Liberals turn around and go, yes, sir, you're so right. I am so wrong. Fuck this person. Okay? There's no like, suck my dick. It's called free speech. Read a fucking book. There's none of that. That's why this environment is as cooked as it is, because liberals constantly fucking capitulate to the right, always, on everything.
Reporting the doctor's post, commented on Kirk's support for Israel, brought up children dying in Gaza, and finished by saying, quote, the chickens have come home to roost.
Oh my God. Oh my God. The squirrel. This doctor was squirrel posting. What was done to Charlie Kirk has been done to countless Palestinian babies, children, girls, boys, women, and men, not just over the past 2 years of ongoing genocide, but decades. And whenever it happened, and it's on camera, and we all saw it, Charlie Kirk came out to say, I love this. I want more of this. The people who did this are great, and I love them, and they should keep doing it. As Malcolm said, the chickens have come home to roost. That's crazy. Isn't the saying it's called freedom of speech, but not freedom of consequences that everyone kept saying? No. That's liberals say that when someone is yelled at. Okay, this is not someone getting yelled at. This is not someone just getting yelled at. This is someone actually getting fired from their job. Now, technically, this is not actually free speech anyway. I'm just saying that they should operate in the same way that like the right wingers do. Free speech is if the government starts taking initiative, which they are. They said that they are going to start taking the initiative and prosecuting political dissidents. Okay? But as far as like cancel culture goes, as far as like cancel culture and like demands for deplatforming, demands for firing people, that right-wingers have always said, oh, free speech, suck my dick. And I'm saying maybe the fucking liberal institutions should do the same. If they wanted to. That's how the right did it for years and years. They were like, nope, suck my dick. It's free speech.
In its statement, the university writing, freedom of speech is a fundamental right. At the same time, expressions that condone or endorse violence or are incompatible with our policies and values are not acceptable. While the university did not name the employee, it has removed Dr. Bravo's faculty profile from its website. Also Saturday, Florida Atlantic University confirming that a tenured faculty member now on administrative leave.
Is a private company? Why the double standard? Isn't there a choice? Why is there a double standard? Wait, do you not understand what I'm saying? I'm saying free speech, suck my dick is not the correct argument, but it is the successful one that the Republicans have applied for years and years and years. In this circumstance, I would expect the liberal institutions to also use the incorrect argument in the same way that the Republicans have for years and years and years whenever demands were made to fire Republicans. And if that actually ever happened, they would turn around and say, this is an attack on free speech. It was an incorrect argument, but I'm expecting the liberals to do the same thing. Okay? That's what I'm saying. They should. The problem is, ideologically, liberals are they're squishy. Okay? And they're also more open to conservative ways of thinking, which is precisely the reason why they capitulate in situations like this, while still trying to like maintain some sort of like moral high ground that doesn't fucking exist. And no, that's a private college. University of Miami is private. It's a private institution. It's not a state college. But regardless, I'm confused what you are. I'm a secret third thing. Stick around and find out.
The university president writing, it became aware of multiple social media comments about Kirk's assassination, with an investigation now underway.
The FAU statement did not name that faculty member or say what their post was. We're live in Miami tonight. Byron Tollefson, Local 10 News.
There's people here today that don't like Israel. You're welcome up to the mic. We'll talk about it. I'm not going to try to take your free speech rights away. And I think all these bills that are trying to restrict speech, that are trying to, silence people, I think it's a big problem. I think that we need more pro-Israel advocates to do events like this, let everything be heard, and have a real discussion about it.
That's
Yeah. We need more pro-Israel advocates. By the way, he literally celebrated Mahmoud Khalil getting deported potentially. So, no, he was not a fucking fan of free speech. That's the other side of the story with right-wingers. They will argue on both sides of every single fucking situation, depending on who's the one advocating for it. Because like Donald Trump in recent years made a lot of changes to the way that Republicans present themselves, right? And these people who spent every waking moment, for example, arguing against trade policy that of the sort that Donald Trump is now advancing, trade protectionist policy, for example, they spent their entire careers actively saying that's communism, that's socialism, that's dangerous, that sucks. When Donald Trump did it, they had to turn around and find a way to defend it because they don't have real convictions in many instances. They just like are administration guys. They are the guys, they are the regime propagandists. That's it. Is it true he bussed people to the Capitol on January 6th? Yes, that is true. So did Nick Fuentes, by the way. Isn't that funny? All the prominent right-wingers have been involved with January 6th.
Amazing, thank you.
A Mariposa County High School staff member is under investigation, while a part-time faculty member at College of Sequoias is on administrative leave. Parents and students up and down the valley are blasting comments that seem to celebrate the death of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. They say they're inappropriate no matter what your political beliefs are.
I don't know if this teacher should be fired, but I want us all to agree that no authority figure should be condoning political violence.
Multiple Mariposa County parents angrily addressed the school board during its monthly meeting Thursday.
A teacher who allegedly stated they were glad Charlie Kirk is dead and told MAGA kids to go home and cry.
Parents say there's no room for these comments in the classroom.
These comments send a harmful message that individuals who share Charlie Kirk's opinions or beliefs are somehow deserving of violence or death.
The Mariposa County Unified School District sent parents a statement this week and reads in part, "We are currently investigating a complaint involving alleged comments made by a Mariposa County high school staff member." Over in Tulare County, a College of Sequoia student took this video.
Yeah, I hope every one of this family dies, and their children, and their grandchildren, and their grandchildren, and their grandchildren to eternity.
The student, who wants to remain anonymous, says prior to pulling out her phone, the teacher told the biology class that he watched the assassination of Kirk on loop for an hour.
I just was very disgusted. I couldn't even stay in the class. I walked out and I was just brought to tears because as someone that watched the video and saw how terrible it was, it just made me so uncomfortable to see that someone could say something like that.
She says this isn't the first time he shared his political view in class. The College of Sequoia sent us a statement saying the part-time faculty member was placed on administrative leave and a full-time employee has taken over the course.
The school districts are going to have to take a look at the contract and see if the contract was violated in some way.
Fresno-based legal analyst David Mugridge says whether these educators can be fired depends on multiple factors. If their contracts don't outline what they can or can't say in an educational setting, he says the school could relieve a teacher for disrupting the classroom. But he says there's little defense for...
Yeah, by the way, Mr. Free Speech Turning Point USA obviously had famously a professor's watch list, which caused many professors to be harassed and intimidated. Some lost their jobs. That's another thing that they used to do as well, for the professors not being pro right wing enough. They were just not Republican enough, and therefore they were bad and wrong and should be fired, or at the very least harassed. Okay. Rewind, the professor did some crazy stuff. What, this professor? What? Which professor? What is this?
High school staff member. Over in Tulare County, a College of Sequoia student took this video.
Yeah, I hope every one of this family dies, and their children, and their grandchildren, and their grandchildren.
Okay, that's insane. Okay, that one's valid. That's a valid... Okay, that's not... I don't think that's a political take. You know what I mean? Wait, it goes longer?
And their grandchildren to eternity.
The student, who wants to remain anonymous, says...
Okay, that's crazy, dog. That's fine. You know what I mean? That's like, you can have that one. There's more?
Prior to pulling out her phone, the teacher told the biology class that he watched the assassination of Kirk on loop for an hour.
No. That's fair. Hey, that one's fair. Hey, they're not all equal. I, contrary to my political opposition, am not going to sit here and act like that is a normal thing for a college professor or any professor to do. Okay? You are not real dark woke. Brother, that is something different. That's just dark, man. That's crazy. The other person was fired before this said, MAGA kids go home and cry about it.
Was very disgusted.
An hour, dude. Come on. That's just that's something different. What do you think dark woke was? Sunshine, rainbows? No, I mean, that's like, I'm sorry, that's an insane thing to say no matter who it is. Like, I'll be honest with you. If someone said that, regardless of the person's like political ideology or like the things that he's done, you could say that about like, I don't know, the assassination of Saddam Hussein or the footage of what's his face, Gaddafi for an hour, or even like fucking Hitler or Mussolini or something. I'd be like, that's weird, man. That's like, you got to get checked out. No, I'm serious. That's a wild thing to watch someone die on loop for an hour. Just says that there's something weird going on up here, regardless of who it is. It says more about you and not about your political leanings. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's true hate watching. I don't even know what that is.
Couldn't even stay in the class. I walked out and I was just brought to tears because as someone that watched the video and
yeah, he was trying to find the culprit. That's why he watched for an hour.
If their contracts don't outline what they can or can't say in an educational setting, he says the school could relieve a teacher for disrupting the classroom. But he says there's little defense for encouraging violence.
For me as a teacher to go into a classroom and suggest that somebody deserved to die and his family should likewise die all the way down to his dogs and his 10th generation, that's
I also think is like, well, not the generational one. That one is a fucking totally nutty take. But the thing that I also get annoyed by is like, I'm anti fucking death penalty. And I know none of these motherfuckers are, but they all become, dude, watching right wingers become anti-death penalty when it's someone, or anti-violence when it's someone that is a right winger that is the victim of violence, or is kind of like watching right wingers become prison abolitionists when Donald Trump was in the crosshairs of the justice system. It's like I've been this person, so when I say it, at least I have like a decent reason to say it, because it's just like fundamentally something I believe, right? Like when I say no one deserves this, I mean it, right? Like I mean that. Those motherfuckers don't mean it. They spent most of their life talking about exactly who deserves it. When they say no one deserves this, they actually mean, no, one of our guys don't deserve it. Your guys deserve it all the time. That's what's so fucking annoying. That's it. Yeah, like when J6ers were fucking became prison abolitionists. Oh. Dude, I had a former coworker and friend say, so every time I feel tired, every time I feel discouraged or overwhelmed, I'm going to watch the video of a good man being murdered in Utah. I will force myself to watch it. And then I will return to the work of destroying the evil ideology responsible for that and so much more. Dude, conservatives have no skills in like the arts whatsoever until some shit like this happens. And then they all collectively start Sephiroth posting. What the fuck? I don't understand. Like, they just whip themselves up into a fucking frenzy. Like, oh, I will take down the evil no matter how it strikes back. It strikes its ugly head. I will strike it down with the fire and fury of God. My justice will be vengeance. Like, bro left college because of mass mandates, and I thought that was crazy at the time. Talking like Sasuke Uchiha. Yeah, bro.
Inciting violence, and I don't think any contract would protect somebody from saying that.
And of course, we'll follow the situation and see if those lead to any.
Yeah, they went fuck your feelings to like, what about, but not my feelings. My feelings are important. Woman fired for refusing to print the Charlie Kirk vigil poster.
We came in for an order earlier to print a poster for a vigil tonight.
Yeah, so
for somebody that passed.
Propaganda.
It's not.
It's propaganda. I'm sorry. We don't put that here.
Alrighty. So, what's your name?
Carol. I'm print supervisor. I'm one of the managers.
Yes.
So, unfortunately,
so if they say they don't print political propaganda.
dude, everything is Israel. Oh my God. I can't help but see it in every place I look at. I see everyone behaving like little Hasbara operatives, dude. Like immediately coming in to be like, ooh, well, where's the manager? Oh, you're the manager. Well, time to get fired. Oh, God. Yeah, they're doing no politique here. You see that? No politique here. Charlie Kirk, #1. Say you love Israel. Say you love Charlie Kirk.
So this is somebody that passed away a couple years ago.
That's political propaganda, unfortunately. I'm sorry.
So this is for a prayer tonight, for a prayer vigil?
It's still propaganda, unfortunately.
What makes it propaganda?
I think like role reversal, every liberal should be, they should be behaving like Republicans do. They should be like, this woman, this brave advocate refused. This brave advocate refused. She stood firmly, and on free speech grounds, she said, no politic here. Yeah, time for GoFundMes, which is so crazy because, like, on the right, motherfuckers get fired for being like, I'm a fascist and I love Nazi Germany. And then, or like saying the N-word at like an 8-year-old black child at a fucking park or something. And then they get hundreds of thousands of dollars in GoFundMe funds. Meanwhile, liberals are out here getting fired for being like, I don't want to fucking print that. I don't want to print the Charlie Kirk vigil posters, man. That's like, I'm sorry. The equivalency, the balance is so out of whack. Like there's no symmetry to this process.
Because he's a political figure, and I don't have to.
Our general manager is going to be in on Monday. If you want to speak further on the subject, you are welcome to return.
Yeah, remember the gay wedding cake shit? The gay wedding cake debacle? Office Depot office manager responded to the incident, releasing a statement condoning the staff's actions.
We are deeply concerned by the incident that occurred at store 3382 in Portage, Michigan. The behavior displayed by our...
By the way, the guy said the person passed away a couple years ago, so I don't even know if this is actually, like, am I crazy?
For a vigil tonight?
Yes.
For somebody that passed?
Propaganda.
It's not,
It's propaganda, I'm sorry. We don't put that here.
Alrighty, so, so
I need to
we
see
came in
this.
for an order earlier for...
He must have misspoke, though. It probably has to be Charlie Kirk, right? Because otherwise...
We immediately reached out to the customer to address their concerns and seek to fulfill their order to their satisfaction. We also launched an immediate internal review and, as a result, the associate involved is no longer with the organisation.
Yo, what's up with the fucking Aussies? So many Australian... Why is it always Australian news sources talking about, like, American cancellations and shit? Yeah, normally when a civil rights leader dies, their supporters spend days reciting their greatest quotes and preachings. So it's notable that the right has devoted the past 2 days to trying to get the Olive Garden waitresses fired for critical TikToks while avoiding his body of work. It's true. That's something I noticed as well. Why aren't people loudly and proudly talking about the things that Charlie Kirk was saying and the things that he was believing? Perhaps it's because right-wingers are also a little ashamed of their worldview. Like deep down inside, they kind of recognize that it's not the best. This is precisely the reason why I always say, look, I wouldn't say that I'm like I wouldn't say that I'm a communist, right? But I don't have any issue with that designation, right? I don't have any issue with that designation. I think that communism as a statesless, nationless, borderless, moneyless, classless society is fantastic. That's a great end goal. I'm totally on board with that. And I have no issue with that. Like, even if it's not something that I fully subscribe to, I understand directionally that is where I want society to move in the direction of. Directionally, right-wingers obviously can't subscribe to the reality that they want to move in the direction of because, let's be real, it's fucking fascist. That's what it is. Okay? That's what it is. So when someone correctly says, hey, man, you sound a lot like a fascist, I go, whoa, 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 hold on now. And I think there's a little bit of a shame because it's so antithetical to human existence that they're just constantly trying to work through the steps and make themselves feel comfortable with this worldview while simultaneously knowing full well that maybe it's a little too violent for other people to get on board with. Why don't you call yourself a communist? I mean, I don't really care about the designation is what I'm saying. Don't get too caught up on that. For 3 hours, they try to run the Nazis or the left discourse. Wait, what? Sorry, but we don't print political science such bullshit. I printed this at Office Max last year. P. Diddy for Kamala. Wait, what? Wait. This is a bit of an own, don't you think? Anyway. YouGov shows Republicans' concern for political violence spikes when their own parties attack, rising between 20% to 26%, versus when Democrats are the victim. This is in clear contrast to Democrats whose fear of political violence stays consistent regardless of victim ideology. I mean, wait, where the fuck? This is not the best graph. Am I crazy? How? Oh. Democrats at 53% during the Paul Pelosi attack. Republicans at 31% during the Paul Pelosi attack. Oh God, this is a fucking terrible graph with the red and the blue. Oh, this is a chart crime. Oh God, it fucked me up at first. No, the only reason why it's hard to understand is because they have Democrats and Republicans. Democrats and Republicans are both blue and red usually, okay? But they actually put blue to signify, like during the Paul Pelosi attack, 10/31/2022, Democrats are at 53% for political violence. Republicans, on the other hand, were at 31% for political violence. So technically, this blue actually doesn't. This blue is the Republican sentiment for political violence. This is absolutely a chart crime. I'm sorry. This is crazy. The color on the bars indicate which party was the victim of the shooting. No, I know. I got that. I understand. They should use a different color, though. Or at least, like, signified exactly where they should have signified when this was happening. Like, they should have said underneath, like, Paul Pelosi attack, or Donald Trump assassination. Do you understand what I mean? I haven't seen you in the past 2 days and got worried. Yeah, I'm here, chatter. I just was doing real life shit. All public universities should be required to have minimum 50% of their staff be conservative professors by spring 2026 in each department. Insane to see how the Kirk killing has exposed just total hypocrisy and double standards from the fine. They now support cancel culture over free speech. They say words cause harm. They oppose hate speech. And now they support affirmative action too. They want DEI. But they always did. My point is, they always wanted that. The whole DEI, the anti-DEI narrative is DEI. They just want DEI for white guys. That's always what it was throughout history. The only time where there has been real DEI in the way that Republicans presented is when it was for white men, okay? When women were not allowed in the workplace, white or black, doesn't matter. When black people were not allowed in the workplace, when brown people were not allowed in the workplace, that was white DEI. in the actual way that they describe what DEI is, not like what diversity initiatives are seeking to address unironically. I'm saying like these guys only knew historically pro-white guy DEI, and therefore the entire DEI initiative that seeks to address that societal wrong is really frustrating for them. They want to go back to that. That's it. Yeah, the woke place. I said it wrong. I know. Shut up.
Following the news of Charlie Kirk's death, people around the country have been voicing their opinions on the shooting. Some people have been fired from their jobs after commenting on it. WRL's Willie Danley spoke to an attorney today about whether these terminations are legal and what employees need to know.
Tonight, multiple people around the country have lost their jobs after commenting on the death of conservative commentator Charlie Kirk. Victoria Kepis is an attorney practicing in North and South Carolina.
In North Carolina, most employees are at will. And that means that your employer can fire you at any time for any reason or no reason.
A Carolina Panthers communication coordinator was fired after allegedly posting an Instagram story saying, "Why are y'all sad? Your man said it was worth it," with a photo of Kirk. Soon after, the Panthers released a statement saying, "The views expressed by our employees are their own and do not represent those of the Carolina Panthers. We do not condone violence of any kind. We are taking this matter very seriously and have accordingly addressed it with the individual." In South Carolina, a similar situation. A Greenville teacher was let go after posting a quote-unquote inappropriate message on social media regarding Kirk's death. Kepis tells me it's best for employees to err on the side of caution.
Just be very conscious of what you're putting on your social media. Be aware that your employer is likely watching. And, the best course of action is to, remain private. And when I say remain private, I mean, don't post things public.
That doesn't even matter. People have lost their fucking positions for private correspondences too. Not even shit that they blasted publicly. And half of the stuff that they blasted publicly was not even like anything serious. You know what I mean? Like there's obviously good examples of why some people got fired. Like the person who was saying they watched the Charlie Kirk assassination in loop for an hour. That's psychotic, right? That has no place in the classroom. You know what I mean? Come on. But as far as like the Phoenix reporter being like, you guys don't give a shit when it's like children being murdered in Gaza. What the fuck is this shit? That person shouldn't have been fired at all. What the hell? That's insane that they're just like, how dare you? You are not sufficiently grieving Charlie Kirk is not grounds for termination by any standard. Are we sure that uni professor wasn't actually just King Von? Yes, it was King Von, the professor. It was Professor Von. Motherfuckers are getting fired for posting Charlie Kirk quotes. It's going to be really funny when someone who's actually a fan of Charlie Kirk posts his like choice quotes to be like, I love this guy. And then someone goes, that makes him look bad. Fuck you. You're fired. It's going to happen.
Publicly on the internet that might, upset your employment.
According to Kepis, there are exceptions that could give employees grounds to sue for wrongful termination. But more often than not, employers are within their rights.
For the most
Now that you're no longer debating Kirk, can you debate Fuentes instead? I know he's a Nazi, but I think it would be content. And you are both anti-Israel enough for different reasons. I'll see where the chips fall first, okay? Because I have had I will not debate Nazis position for quite a while. The problem here, however, is that if the Republicans actually hug and kiss, also this guy's name is the Grifter 132, maybe the Griffer. It entirely depends on where the Republicans move. If the administration chooses to fucking hug and kiss the Nazi, be a content homie. Okay, fuck yourself, please. Oh my God, be content homie. God, I fucking hate these losers, man. This isn't just content, man. This isn't content, you fucking dumbass. This is the problem. It's not just content. It's real, okay? These are real people that get harmed in the process. Okay? Isn't that the guy you were yelling at? Probably. Yeah. 10 years ago, if if Charlie Kirk was like a random guy who had those opinions and they were not broadly positioned as the opinions of mainstream Republicans, there would be no reason to fucking debate him either. Okay? The problem here is like it's already ridiculous to debate Nazis because like what the fuck are we going to debate on? Whether black people are human beings just like everybody else is? Like that's not an issue for debate. That's not a point of contention. It's like debating a fucking flat earther, you know what I mean? They're going to bring up a million different fake bullshit talking points and already destroyed like race realist arguments and things of that nature. And you have to learn all of those fucking talking points. You have to learn all of that. You have to do all this like research on fake bullshit so you can actively combat it. It's the most annoying thing on the planet. And at the end of the day, it doesn't even fucking matter because any debate that you do with a Nazi is going to be a victory for the Nazi regardless because they just want to have talking time. They want to be on the spotlight. Okay? There's no benefit for the other person. The only time where you make an exception for something like that is if it's become so mainstream that you have to address these talking points. Okay? And it's not just content. You only say it's just content if you're white for the most part, if you're not a part of the fucking out group. The I don't debate Nazi talking point is bullshit anyway. You were going to debate Charlie Kirk? Yes, but there's a difference. Charlie Kirk was an advisor to Donald Trump. Charlie Kirk was a nationally prominent Republican. His opinions being so incredibly close to fascist opinions, if not, damn right the same, with some exceptions, doesn't change that reality. That's the whole point. Do you understand? That's why I'm saying, like, it's like talking to Stephen Miller, right? I'd debate Stephen Miller. I believe he's a Nazi. I'd still fucking debate him because he's Stephen fucking Miller. He's not some random guy on Rumble, okay? That's the difference. So that's why I say it depends on where the chips fall.
Part, I will say most employees, even if you have a contract, you're going to have still be in that at-will category.
Willie Danley, WRL News in Raleigh.
Pro-abortion students laugh at Charlie Kirk being fatally shot. University of Montana. This is the callous response of pro-choice students at the University of Montana when Kristen Hawk has told them Charlie Kirk had been shot. They're rage baiting, bro. They're literally like they're going up to people to be like, tell me right now what you feel about Charlie Kirk. Like, who cares? This is just so fucking irrelevant. They're just trying to actively farm outrage. These people are the Students for Life in America. They're trying to go up to people and be like, oh, dude, how do you feel? Oh, look how violent the left is. Look how violent and callous the left is. This is, I think, a good opportunity for liberals and leftists alike to take note of these tactics, okay? That's what they should do. And you're giving them free ammunition this entire stream? Like, what do you mean? Oh my God, Miss Riz, never change.
On that 97%?
Yes.
Because I think there are.
Greg, come here.
What?
Greg, hold on for a second.
Abortion is oppression. Change my mind. Ugh.
Fuck. Okay. Charlie Kirk was just shot at his campus in Utah. Why are you laughing? He is my friend.
I don't agree with anything. I don't think it's right to shoot him.
Your first reaction is to charge.
Oh my God, this is the video? They don't even fucking know if it's real. Shut the fuck up. Ugh. I'm done. I'm done watching all these motherfuckers get fucking Upstate teacher no longer employed after lawmakers demand answers about Charlie Kirk. They're becoming the blue-haired liberal. I know. The problem is the blue-haired liberal never had motion like this. Okay? There wasn't a moment where like the White House was like, we're actively... Can you imagine a moment where the Democrats very own White House. And we're not going to talk about COVID restrictions because of like epidemiology. That's a little bit different for mass health initiatives. But can you imagine a fucking moment where the White House was like, anybody, like a Brandon White House or an Obama White House was like, anybody that criticizes a black person that's been killed by the police is going to fucking get fired. We're going to do it. We're going to do it, and we're never going to stop, and we're going to actively hunt you down. If you have any opinion that is not our opinion, we're going to fucking hunt you down. It's a war. It's a civil war. It's a war now, bitch. That's like that's unthinkable. Obama had no motion for BLM. Yeah, Obama was antagonistic towards Black Lives Matter when he was president. They saw it as a spoiler. He says the problem is on the left. It's not on the right. When you look at the agitators, you look at the scum that speaks so badly of our country, the American flag burning all over the place. That's the left. That's not the right. Yeah, that's the only problem in this country is constitutionally protected acts such as burning the American flag.
Well, the problem is on the left. When you look at the problem is on the left. It's not on the right, like some people like to say on the right. The problem we have is on the left. And when you look at the agitators, you look at the scum that speaks so badly of our country, the American flag burnings all over the place, that's the left, that's not the right.
Yeah. This is the problem with the ownership of patriotism in America on the right, okay? This is a president that is unironically advocating against the First Amendment. Both of the things, like bad-mouthing America and burning the flag, are constitutionally protected acts in the United States of America. This is actually unique for this country as opposed to virtually every other country. I'm sure there's other countries where you can do like flag desecration or whatever, but in the United States of America, you can do that, okay? And it is constitutionally protected. So when a right-wing president says those are the real issues in this country, we have to tackle them, he's actually making an unconstitutional argument. He's making an argument against the American Constitution. But the way it works is that because these guys are seen as like owning patriotism and owning being proud of America, they can make that argument. Isn't it a legal flag code to burn the flag or dispose of its damage? Yeah, I know. That's semantics. We're not talking about that. We're talking about like desecrating the flag, okay? Don't do that. Desecrating the flag is highly illegal in many other countries, okay? I know this. In Turkey, there is a flag code that they do abide by. For the longest time, they wouldn't even let you fucking, like, there's no like Turkish flag underwear, for example. I'm sure there might be now. Maybe you can find some, but like, you can't do that. Like in the same way that you can put the American flag on your butt, okay? Or if you were to like pull down a Turkish flag in Turkey, they beat your fucking ass. I can't speak for other countries, but like if someone in Turkey were to burn a flag, they'd probably kill you. And I don't think it's right, but that's the culture and that's the, well, it's also a part of the reverence for the flag as well. It's like a more nationalistic thing that some countries do. Okay? Having said that, in America, we don't have those restrictions. Or if we do, we don't care about those restrictions. In Denmark, it's only legal to burn the Danish flag, but all others, it's illegal law. Wait, that's awesome. This motherfucker's name is Half Day Hasan, bro. That's crazy. I take a little bit of time out. And they got chatters with the name Half Day Hasan. Y'all don't deserve me, bro. I swear to God. Part-time Piker. That's true. It's very clear that they're using this as a Reichstag file. If someone on the left had been killed the same way, you know, for a fact, no right-wing pundits would show this much understanding and grace. Whether you like Hasan or not, it's just a fact. Half day gone but not forgotten. Okay. There was some other stuff that I was going to talk about. Oh yeah, we already covered this. Elon Musk has been like actively trying to get me banned off Twitch. And I feel like as the wealthiest motherfucker on the planet, he should probably, spend his time elsewhere, but nope. Just wondering if Amazon thinks it's okay to pay to promote someone. He's paid by Twitch and Amazon who makes repeated calls for murder. I've been wondering that too, says Lolicon Avatar Chibi Reviews. There's a lot of documented evidence of what Hasan has been doing for a long time now. Thank you for calling this out. Isn't this like a CP advocate? I don't know anything about this person. Jamel Bowie from the New York Times had a very good take. Oh yeah, this was good.
On the Charlie Kirk shooting before I move on to other topics on this page in these videos. And that is this question of what explains the rush to canonization among political commentators of many stripes in the wake of this killing, before we had any information about the shooter.
Outside of Jamel Bowie sometimes will just have a fucking banger take, okay? As long as it's not like Bernie related or Israel Palestine related, stuff like that. Like this is right in the pocket, right in the wheelhouse.
Or the motive or anything. This immediate rush to present Kirk as an exemplar of good faith discussion and dialogue. This immediate rush to treat him as something akin to a national hero. And I understand he was beloved by many millions of people. It was a figure who had wide influence. But I'm not sure that rushing to treat him, again, as a national hero, there was a suggestion to have him lie in state in the Capitol, is necessarily appropriate, given the substance of his views. But I have a couple thoughts about this, about what explains it. The first thought is just fear, right? Kirk was doing something that a lot of us do, a lot of us in the business do. Go to college campuses, speak to audiences, have discussions, occasionally debates. He was killed doing something that a lot of us do. And so I think a lot of commentators can see themselves in that scenario, and it scares them quite a bit. I think related to that is a certain amount of class solidarity among many of America's professional political commentators. It's been striking.
He's not wrong. He's right. I mean, I said this as well. He's not wrong. It's true. For a lot of pundits, for a lot of commentators, I would say I'm at least the exception, with the exception of Jamel Bowie as well, that recognizes that and openly says that. I said it. I told you I'm fucking way too close to this. That hasn't stopped me from offering an honest assessment of his work. But I think a lot of people who obviously don't give a fuck about his output, no, the problem here is a lot of commentary people, a lot of pundits, a lot of people who wrote about his legacy and stuff that straight up fucking whitewashed it, don't give a shit that he was like running around being like MLK's a bad dude. You know what I mean? Like, they don't get impacted in the same way. For them, fascism is just simply a nuisance. It's an aesthetic difference. Okay? If you're black, it's not a fucking aesthetic difference. If you're brown, if you care about black or brown people, if you care about trans people, if you care about undocumented migrants, if you yourself are an undocumented migrant, if you are a part of any of the oppressed subcategories that we're talking about, for you, it's real. For you, you're like, what the fuck? You're just saying this guy's awesome? What do you mean this guy's awesome? He was not so awesome when I heard him. Have you not heard his takes? That's the question that is on everyone's mind when they see liberals fucking say this shit. When they go, what the fuck? Like, what do you mean? I've heard his takes. Have you not heard his takes? Where are you coming from with this? So for them, when they say like he was great, we had disagreements, but he was a great guy. He was just trying to do debates. He was trying to do debates, blah, 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 all this shit. Like when they say that, it comes across like either they're endorsing the statements, and even if they're not endorsing the statements, they simply are not impacted by said statements if normalized and if turned into, policy, which, by the way, it is right now. I mean, he was literally a close advisor to the Trump administration.
To me, to read various people reflect on the relationship to Kirk and discover that all kinds of figures on the political spectrum chatted with him on a regular basis in group chats and texts and green rooms and that sort of thing. So,
okay, I wouldn't agree with that part. That's not for me.
I'd say. But one thing I do think is going on, especially among liberal media elites, is a sense that Kirk represented something authentic in the population, in the public, that they simply don't. I think there's a certain amount of embarrassment among a lot of professional liberals who do not see themselves as representing any kind of authentic grassroots tendency in the American public.
Oof.
They believe that about conservatism, however, and so I think there's a tendency to defer to representatives of conservatism as somehow representing the broad public in ways.
Oof. He's right. Liberals do not have a real grassroots initiative. Ain't nobody is out here. And it's the monoculture. And I think that's part of the reason why there is no like real grassroots initiative to be like, keep things just the same, right? That's what happens when you dominate. That's what happens when you win. But also, as it stands, there is no motherfucker out there that is like, I am an abundist, okay? The only motherfuckers that are abundists, which is now the newest expression of like liberalism, are people who are either being paid to say that or people who have done too much Reddit, okay? And that is not a real movement. Abundists, like people who believe in abundance, like the Ezra Klein, Derek Thompson stuff. Do you not get what I'm saying here, chatters? Like, there is no real, like, class expression. There's no real class outrage. There's no real grassroots initiative that's backing like liberalism, especially mainstream liberalism in the way that we see it currently. There is, however, an equivalence on the left flank of American politics. It's just one that isn't oftentimes reflected on in positive terms by establishment liberals because it is antagonistic to establishment liberalism, which is leftism, populist, leftist, economic policies. People running around being like, I want healthcare, man. Shut the fuck up. Just give me healthcare. That's a real movement. There's real people out there that want it. Okay? Will you gift to the HasanAbi subathon to keep the stream alive? Get the fuck out of here, bro. What are you, crazy?
That liberals simply can't. I think that's wrong. And maybe later I'll explain why I think that's wrong and why I think that perspective is quite harmful.
I think he's doing well on his own, but respect to you, chatter.
Especially in the present moment. But I think that's an element of it as well. A lot of psychological things happening here. And there is a sincere, condemnation of violence. I think there's this other stuff going on as well.
Okay. U.S. Attorney Habba, flags were ordered to be lowered by the President of the United States. Lower your flags. Bro, get the fuck out of here. These people they're out of their minds, man. I really hope this heavy-handed approach is at least causing some people to look differently. I really, really, really hope.
People don't like me, Smart people don't like me, And they don't like what we talk about. Smart people don't.
Okay, this got to be clipped weird, right? I mean, it's true. Smart people don't like him. That is true. Most people don't like him. Oh, speaking of flags being raised at half-mast, dude. Can someone tell me if this is real or not? I need to see if WeHo actually did that. Wait, West Hollywood responds to controversy following lowering of flags to half-staff in memory of Charlie Kirk. The city of West Hollywood released an official statement following the controversy over its decision to lower flags to half-staff in memory of right-wing political commentator Charlie Kirk. Community members expressed outrage, particularly over the lowering of the transgender flag and progress flag at Matthew Shepard Square. Oh my God, it's real. I thought it was like maybe a parody. By the authority vested in me as the President of the United States, by the Constitution and the blah, 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 that's like his statement. In a statement, the city of West Hollywood clarified that the action should not be interpreted as an expression of alignment with or endorsement of Kirk's political views or actions. The action was undertaken in accordance with the city's policy for recognitions and memorials, which acknowledges that the city follows the direction of the president in determining when flags in the city are flown at half-staff. It is real. That's crazy, bro. That's fucking insane. Yeah, I saw West Hollywood, WeHo City, lowering their pride flags to half-mast to honor racist, homophobic, transphobic podcast host who spent his life organizing this generation's Nazi use. Shameful, bizarre, and embarrassing. Yeah, I saw Gitmo McDonald's. Flags were lowered last night by order of the President Trump after the killing of Charlie Kirk and will stay at half-staff on this base in Southeast Cuba until sunset on Sunday. A proper American send-off where McDonald's lowers their flag at torture prison Guantanamo for you. I know the Choppa Boys use their dabbing on us when they talk about like how hard they flex about their pedophile connections, like to Jeffrey Epstein specifically. But I also see this as like them dabbing on us. You know what I mean? Where they're like, you're gonna have to fucking grieve and you're gonna have to do it publicly. And if you don't, you will get fired. And if I don't see you fucking crying, okay, I'm going to come and do something to you, okay? Just watch. Like, that's what it feels like. It feels like they're just, like, what is this? If anything but they're dabbing on us. It's so crazy, man. Oh, they were saying the same thing for this, too? I thought they were saying it for Jeffrey Epstein. They're basically flexing. Like they're like, hey, oh, you don't like it? You don't like it? You don't want to honor this guy? Fuck you. You have to.
Have you asked to start revoking the visas of the foreigners who have celebrated Charlie Kirk's death?
No, we haven't, but we are looking at names.
Yeah, by the way, where's that chatter that was saying earlier, oh, it's just the president's saying it. It's not that significant. It's like, no, they are. They're actually revoking the visas of people. They're looking to deport people if they don't sufficiently express grief or show enough sorrow about the president's favorite podcaster being killed. Please, man, this is what we say is happening in North Korea, dude. Like, this is literally what Americans fantasize is happening in North Korea. Okay? What the fuck?
We don't like that. That's not right. We wouldn't celebrate if something happened on their side, and we don't.
That's fucking so not true. A lot of people that are on the left are already under investigation. What?
You know, they're already under major investigation. A lot of the people that you would traditionally say are on the left.
They're already under investigation?
Already under investigation.
Have you asked to start with?
What does that mean? Like, for what? An expression of discontent with the administration? Correctly calling certain initiatives fascist when they are fascist? Like, what are we talking about? What is this?
Alrighty, this message is for President Trump and his administration. If you stay to watch the video, please tag him down below, share, and repost so we can try to get this to him as quickly as possible and hope that he can do something with this. President Trump, as a supporter who voted for you 3 times, I am hoping and praying that you will revisit what Barack Obama and Joe Biden got rid of back in 2013, which is the Smith-Mundt Act, which held news corporations accountable for lying to the American people and spreading propaganda instead of truth.
Bro, people with tongue rings vote MAGA? Also, how old was she in 2016? Like, I don't understand. Y'alternate is real? Bro, she has the poly look. How is that possible? I don't understand how you can look like you're poly and then be like, I love you, Mr. President. Like, this is warping my consciousness, bro. If you look like you're in a polyamorous relationship, sometimes experiencing bouts of ethical non-monogamy, okay? You can't be out here being like, I love Trump. I love the President Trump. He is the best president. What the fuck? Nah, this is the trailer park aesthetic. You aren't a marabou enough. Careful, she's gonna sick Trump on you now, bro. Apparently, Trump has already been sicked on me.
You know, they're already under major investigation. A lot of the people that you would traditionally say are on the left.
They're already under investigation?
Already under investigation.
Like, what do you mean? Apparently, I've been sicked on. Ugh. Trump gonna taco? I hope.
Is not.
Wait, what? Oh, in Iowa, Senator Chris Van Hollen, one of my new faves, low key, criticized New York members of Congress who haven't endorsed Zohran Mamdani's candidacy for New York City mayor. This kind of spineless politics is what people are sick of, he says. They need to get behind him and get behind him now.
Going to fix itself by itself. It's up to all of us. It's up to all of you. We need to start now shaping the future. That means winning the key races of 2025 by supporting our terrific Democratic nominees for governor in Virginia and New Jersey. It means in 2025. And it means supporting our Democratic nominee in New York City's mayoral race, Zohran Mamdani. He is focused on ensuring that people can afford to live in the place that they work. That should be our goal in New York City, Des Moines, and every town and city and place across the United States of America. Donald Trump and New York's financial elites see that as a threat. The idea that everybody who works in New York City should be able to afford to live in New York City. And they have mobilized to defeat him. Yet, many Democratic members of the Senate and House representing New York have stayed on the sidelines. That kind of spineless politics is what people are sick of. They need to get behind him and get behind him now.
Anyway, two different Democrats responded to this. One I'll show you is the positive one. Kathy Hochul, 57th governor of New York. New York City deserves a mayor who will stand up to Donald Trump and make life more affordable for New Yorkers. That's Zohran Mamdani. So Kathy actually turned around and endorsed them in a New York Times op-ed piece. Hakeem Jeffries, on the other hand, said this. Following Senator Chris Van Hollen's criticism of Dem leadership for refusing to endorse Zohran Mamdani, Hakeem Jeffries' spokesman mocks Chris Van Hollen by going, Leader Hakeem Jeffries will have more to say about the general election well in advance of November 4th, said Justin Trammell, a spokesman for Mr. Jeffries. Meanwhile, confused New Yorkers are asking themselves the question, Chris Van who? Incredible work, sir. Incredible work. Great response. By the way, we were talking about like left-wing violence, right-wing violence. As the debate rages over left-wing versus right-wing violence, the DOJ yanked a research paper showing the right is clearly responsible for the deadliest attacks, far more than leftists or Islamic extremists. The page that hosted the study now redirects to the homepage. Kash Patel deleted the DOJ's very own research that showed that most domestic terror and radical extremism comes from the right. If you remember, this was a study conducted by the DOJ. Just so you understand. But, you know, guess we'll see that study in Valhalla too. Did you cover this video explaining groypers very well?
I wanted to jump on and add some quick gloss on recent events that might help folks who aren't plugged into the far corners of the internet make better sense of the motivations and actions of two major right-wing groups that are involved in the recent events. If you're looking at a swirl of cryptic memes and trying to reverse engineer a motive, you're going to misread this story. What looks like politics is often subculture. What looks like a manifesto is sometimes a dare wrapped in a joke, wrapped in a void. And two families on the right keep getting mashed together in coverage. There's the mainline far-right Christian nationalism, and then the groyper scene, especially its black-pilled accelerationists. They overlap in rhetoric and enemies, but they don't want the same future, and they don't use the internet in the same way. Groypers refers to a youth-driven online far-right scene that's associated with the America First brand, which is led by Nick Fuentes. Black pill comes from incel forums and signals fatalism. So no improvement in humanity is possible, and thereby despair is rational. Acceleration in extremist context means stoking crises to hasten societal collapse. You can think of this as builders versus burners. And so for Christian nationalism in its heart.
Yes, they call themselves groypers. It's like an evolution beyond the original Pepe meme. It's like the fatter Pepe. Because when Pepe first came out, It was not like a political figure at all. And then like the right wing chose to turn it into like a right wing thing. And then the creator got really mad about it. There was a whole documentary about it, and he sued Alex Jones. And then basically, right wingers that were like, no, we're Nazis, we should like fucking come up with a new version of that, basically made the Groiper, which is like a fatter toad. Okay. We did watch that documentary, yes. And it's crazy because, like, it's so stupid to describe because it's like basically kids. Or at least they were kids at a certain point, but now they're still behaving like kids. But yeah, they're Nazis. That's it. They're neo-Nazis. And they're oftentimes self-described neo-Nazis. They obviously traffic in a lot of irony to make it seem as though they're just joking, but they are they're usually the first to openly state, as Nazis and neo-Nazis oftentimes do, their true opinions. Like, ask them about the Holocaust, ask them about Jews, and you'll very quickly figure out what their perspective is.
Hard right form, it's still builder energy. It insists that the nation is or should be explicitly Christian, prizes hierarchy, order, and a return to rightful social roles. But the strategy is institutional. They want to win elections, they want to pass laws, they want to staff the courts and capture the school boards and rechristen the public square. And you hear vocabulary about restoration and revival and sovereignty and virtue. And this imagined endpoint is a moral order enforced by the state. And even when their rhetoric gets apocalyptic, the plan is still state power. The Groiper world orbits a completely different sun. It's youth heavy. It's a coalition that includes a lot of streamers and online personalities, and it borrows from incel forums, gamer chat, crypto cynicism, edgelord comedy, and a lot of terminally online irony. Here's the core distinction. The black-pilled wing does not believe in reform, not of institutions, not of culture, and not of people. The black pill is the conviction that decline is irreversible. If nothing can be redeemed, then the only creative act is negation. And that's where accelerationism comes in. In this context, acceleration means pressing on every social fault line, race, gender, religion, class, until something breaks. It is not policy, it's physics. The expectation is collapse, followed by nothing. Unlike some white supremacist or apocalyptic Christian variants that at least fantasize about what comes after, mainstream black pill content rarely sketches a constructive post-collapse order. It's entropy worship. Speed the unraveling and enjoy the spectacle. A quick detour so that we don't mix wires here. Black-pilled accelerationism is not the same thing as tech bro AI accelerationism. The latter is a futurist, albeit doomy faith about speeding technological progress even at humanity's expense. Black pill is a social political fatalism that invites breakdown. Different crowds, different goals. It's also distinct from the more formal Christian nationalist project. The language sometimes rhymes, both talk about decay, but Christian nationalists think institutions can be repurposed. Black-pilled Groipers think the institutions are rot. So why the memes that look like riddles? Because the memification is the ideology. The style is the substance, or as Marshall McLuhan said, the medium is the message. The meme factory does 3 jobs at once. Number 1, it allows for recruitment.
Hans Fuentes versus Kirk? No. Charlie Kirk was not a Groiper. Charlie Kirk is a mainstream Republican. He was a machine. He was a part of machine politics. The Groipers are not a part of machine politics. They want to be. And sometimes their acolytes are a part of machine politics. Like with Ron DeSantis' campaign, there was a bunch of like Groiper neo-Nazis that were a part of his campaign, and they put like, they can't stop themselves. They have to put Nazi imagery in that in the campaign materials, and then they got like in trouble. Yeah, the Black Sun, that was another one. Laura Loomer is like an in-betweener where, I mean, she's Jewish and also pro-Israel, but also will and has hung out with like a bunch of fucking neo-Nazis and rabid anti-Semites. But she is now firmly in the Trump camp.
At scale. So high contrast, darkly funny, and deliberately absurd images travel farther than policy papers. A kid who would never sit through a speech will swallow 100 images that say more, faster, and sneakier. Number 2, plausible deniability. Irony is a Kevlar vest. If you take it literally, they were just joking. If you miss the reference, you reveal you're out of the club. The ambiguity is the shibboleth. And desensitization, number 3. Shock is used like a gym routine. The first time you see it, you flinch. The 10th time, you smirk. By the 100th time, a position that once looked unthinkable has been normalized inside the in-group. That's why the aesthetics feel like a mashup of cartoon frogs and Wojaks and glitch art and millenarian doom and consumer culture parody. The mix says, nothing matters, everything's a joke, nihilism is the punchline. So who gravitates to black pill spaces? It's often younger men who feel exiled from status games that they think they can't win, like dating, elite colleges, prestige jobs, coherent communities. It's cheap status. Attention is the currency, and it bonds people who may never meet offline. That helps explain the why behind cryptic inscriptions or symbol-laden posts around real-world incidents. From the outside, we assume conventional motives. Ideology leads to a plan, leads to an act. Inside black pill worlds, the act is also a content drop. It's performance for an audience that reads the references, a proof of membership to people you only know by handles. Decoding the references isn't about uncovering a coherent program. It's about recognizing an identity and a dare. Don't confuse the absence of a blueprint with harmlessness, however. A politics of negation can still inspire catastrophic acts because the metric isn't does it build, but does it break? This is why For the Lulz can be both a smirk and a sincerely held view that only destruction has meaning. However, not every...
But like, this guy wasn't this at all? No, I don't think there's enough evidence that he was, but she's just describing it because a lot of people are asking what groypers are because, guys, I'm telling you, it's too soon to tell. That's what my position is, okay? It's too soon to tell. I keep hearing about how liberals in a bubble and they don't know what's coming, but nearly half of young people didn't know who Charlie Kirk was, and the vast majority of the rest didn't like them. Maybe liberals aren't the ones in a bubble. Yeah. Charlie Kirk's net favorability, 13%, net unfavorability, 23%. Hasan Piker, net favorability, 7%, net unfavorability, 14%. Donald Trump, net favorability, 30%, net unfavorability, 57%. Where's this from? Harvard Youth Survey. Theo Vaughn, net favorability, 19%, net unfavorability, 15%. Grouping you in with these people is insane. I mean, these are just like, they're just looking at people that are notable, like noteworthy figures. Don't have enough info, 14%. Never heard of, 46%. 57% of people have never heard of me. That's good. We got to get these numbers. We got to get those numbers down, or we got to get this number up. Net favorability. Very favorable, 2%. Very favorable for Charlie Kirk, 6%. Somewhat favorable, 8%. Somewhat favorable for me, 6%. Somewhat unfavorable, 5%. Somewhat unfavorable, 7%. Very unfavorable, 16%. Very unfavorable, 9%. And then it's like, don't have enough info, 16%. Never heard of, 57%. And I don't know what this is. Also, Donald Trump has a never heard of him at 3%. What the fuck does that even mean? "57% got to be trolling. Stop trolling Zoomers." No, of course. Guys, I literally tell you all the time. Most people either don't know who I am, okay? They either don't know who I am or know me as like the woke guy. This is also for the youth, though. This is a youth survey. "I had not heard of you until 3 weeks ago. I've been deep into politics shit since 2020. I'm older than you, and that's what I can presume is the reason." You ought to also remember, the reason why Charlie Kirk has these numbers is because he is associated with an entire political movement, and even then, he is not that well known. These spaces that we're in are incredibly niche, something that I always repeat over and over and over again. While I do have a lot more mainstream recognition than the average person that you know in this space, right? With the exception of like Kai Cenat or whatever, it still doesn't matter. Like, I have not breached like total mainstream consciousness. The fact that I'm close in terms of like never heard of to Charlie Kirk is also crazy because he was boosted unimaginably by the president. Like, this is a person who has been in the White House numerous times. This is a person who has literally, this is a person who has been, this is a person who's been around, you know? Like, he's been on stage with Donald Trump on numerous occasions, and there's still mad people that don't know who the fuck he is. I'm by myself. Think about what nationally prominent politician has like given me an elevated platform. There's no comparison. But it's your fault that Kamala lost the election? No, this also goes back to that same argument that I make all the time as well. Thank you for bringing this up. So you're sarcastically saying that, right? And it's true. Nobody wants you dead? And I don't know about that. This part is also not correct because there's definitely a lot of people who do want that. But listen, you were joking, you were saying that sarcastically, but that's a good point. Okay, why is that a good point? This also proves that Charlie Kirk did not actually single-handedly captivate the Gen Z vote for Donald Trump, as I was saying over and over again. Okay? This is why I always repeat to people all the time that I am a marginal figure. I am not a mover and shaker in the way that some people present me as when they want to fucking criticize me and say like, "Oh, Hasan, you're the reason why Kamala Harris lost," right? But it's the same reason why I also repeat over and over again that Charlie Kirk is not single-handedly the reason for the Gen Z vote. Charlie Kirk was able to reach a prominent audience on TikTok, a real audience of young people on TikTok and older people as well. Okay? I'm sure if they were to look at older people, Charlie Kirk probably would have a lot more. Charlie Kirk would probably have a lot more name recognition amongst older people. Okay? Whereas my numbers would diminish even further if we were to look at older people in general. Do you think certain opinion makers make a difference beyond their audience, a vanguard, if you will? Yes. I'll give you an area of impact. For example, when highlighting myself and many other of my friends on the left highlight certain candidates, let's say in a crowded field, while we are not a force to be reckoned with, as opposed to like mainstream outlets in its broader influence, we do have a lot of activists in our base of support that go and extend a helping hand. So like, I'm sure it works in that regard, like as far as like door knocking, as far as advocacy goes, as far as like getting the attention from the right kinds of people, especially when it works perfectly with Zohran Mamdani. But think about that. There's a mostly right-wing subreddit are lurking, so I can see what they're saying when they think they're amongst friends. They were absolutely rooting for Hasan to be next. Yeah. It is hilarious, though. Is Alex Cooper the call her daddy girl? Yeah. This shows me that Kamala Harris should have probably come to me instead of Alex Cooper, because I'm the only person on this list that's above her, at least. And also have, around the same recognition numbers here. Those are pretty good numbers for you for a Harvard survey. Yeah. And like, as opposed to Alex Cooper, I probably have more politically active people. This is why you say you can't grift to the left? Yes. There is no like institutional leg up that I can get as a leftist. That doesn't exist. Do you understand? Theo Vaughn is the only one more positive than negative. Yeah, I mean, makes sense. Same with Joe Rogan at 20% net favorability, 34% net unfavorability, also makes sense. Elon Musk at 25% net favorability, 58% net unfavorability, also makes sense. My family didn't know who Charlie Kirk was, but now they seem to become his biggest fan. I had a falling out with them recently. That's what I mean. That's why it was like frustrating. What is this?
This week. I think I'm going to test out that material when I'm in a state where guns aren't legal. Honestly, it's a tragedy. He left behind a wife and 2 kids, which is how you know Israel didn't do it. All right, moving on. Let me just say this. If you're gonna go, listen, I didn't agree with the guy on everything, can you at least be a little more specific? If I like pudding pops, I'm not gonna be like, well, I didn't condone everything Cosby did. Okay, let me see this one. Well, obviously, I mean, I think the president felt worse versus Trump. My God, he's so bummed. Did you see pictures of him? I mean, even his face was at half-mast.
Oh man, Gianmarco when? We got it. Well, I'm down. I'm down to do it. I'm down to do the collab soon. We gotta have him on Fearan. I don't know what he's up to. He's just like traveling a lot. No, this one was better.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna do that much new material tonight. I didn't even say a single thing. No, do it, thanks. That's how you know someone's trying to get you to do something in your best interest. They go, do it. Are you kidding? I mean, fuck, this week terrified me. I'm also a crowd work comedian. No, it's fucked up. The whole order is supposed to be comedian destroys heckler, not the other way around. True. I've toured around. Let me tell you, I have had worse outdoor college gigs, believe you me. That's it. You understand?
It's so damn crazy that this chat is basically Reddit. A bunch of furry profile weirdos talking about shit they have very little clue about. Dude's name is Gojira, literally on Twitch. Okay? I don't understand. Most of the people in this video don't work real jobs anyway. 90% of them are Reddit mob parasocial nerds. They cheer for socialism but don't understand what it would mean for them. I don't hate your views or am against it. I don't know. I think history shows that I've been pretty on board with you. Just haven't been around a while and been slipping away from the politics. 8/6/2025. Comes back and is like, y'all are a bunch of furries, man. Get a job. We lost one. We lost a gaming watcher. This dude sounds like Summit. How do we keep losing these gamers, man? What happened? Because you don't game, dumbass? Yeah, he actually did leave the community because I wasn't gaming enough. So damn crazy, this chat. Your Rage is getting the HasanAbi treatment? Oh, shit.
Shit about Charlie Kirk.
What I say what about Charlie Kirk specifically? What I say about Charlie Kirk, gang?
He died and you were dissing him on stream.
I didn't diss him. I said
he's an American hero, bro.
Okay. I hated the nigga, so I said I hate the nigga.
Yeah, why'd you say that?
Cause I don't like the nigga, but I said we shouldn't glorify assassinating nigga. Cause if everybody had that thought process, if we could assassinate everybody we hate, shit would go to shit. But I ain't like the nigga still. I ain't hated the nigga, so I said I hated the nigga. Fuck.
All right. But he's no politician. He just,
bro, he was literally an advisor to Donald Trump. Donald Trump credited him. God, dude, average Charlie Kirk fan trying to defend Charlie Kirk. Just use as general of a statement as you possibly can.
Spoke his mind. He got assassinated. He's like MLK.
Okay, I see what's going on. I see what's going on here. I'm seeing that y'all niggas recently just found out that the nigga who shot him it's not a black dude. He not trans. He's not Muslim. And he's actually just a regular ass white dude, like, you know what I'm saying? And he was actually raised by like a MAGA family and shit. And y'all realizing that, and it doesn't fit your narrative. So you're crashing out, and y'all don't know who to blame. Y'all just like tweaking right now and shit. So like, yeah, I think that's what's going on right now. Is that what's going on? Or are you trying to rage, baby?
You could have just said nothing at all, though.
Okay, but I didn't. And what? Okay, now what? You want me to
Whatever, bro. Do you believe in systemic racism and all that? Like,
what are we doing? You know, I want to see what you. Yes, I do, nigga. Yes, I do, nigga. Yes, nigga. Yes, I do. Yes.
That makes no sense, bro. Everybody.
Oh, damn. Well, owned, I guess.
Everybody got the same opportunities. Black people got the same opportunity as white people in 2025. If you don't think that's true, I don't know what to tell you at this point.
All right, explain the huge racial disparities in America right now. I'm talking like income, education, housing, all that shit. Explain that.
He's got to be baiting, right? There's no way. I can't tell. I can never tell when someone is like doing that. Are they just like actually that dumb? Bruce drop him off too? Wait, what?
You spew hate. That's what's going to come back to you, bro. The tongue is a very powerful thing, bro. I'm telling you.
Bruce drop him off is back to streaming? Wait, when did he start streaming again?
I'm telling you, tongue is a very powerful thing, bro.
He had a Mao shirt on?
Yes. It's a very powerful thing. What you spew comes back to you. I learned that too. It's a real thing now. Man, free Palestine, for real. It's people that die every day, nigga. Niggas die every day. Every day. Every day. On camera too. Bombs. I'm talking about bombs. Nigga. So all that other shit, all that.
You better watch your mouth with Bruce, otherwise D.O. Yarn will get on your ass. I was so sad when Bruce came well, he didn't really come after me, but I was actually very disappointed when they were talking mad shit when he was at Kick. And he was just like sitting there laughing because I had never said nothing bad about, I had nothing bad to say about Bruce at all. But I guess it's just, it was the kick contract stipulation. Yeah. Dio yarn finna diss yo grandma. Watch out.
Listen, man, like, yeah, prayers to him, but like, yeah, shit is crazy. This world is crazy. You stay prayed up, bro. You speak love into your heart, into the world.
That was Bruce's cousin. Shit was AI. Oh, okay. I showed my Mormon Center Republican autistic dad your New York Times article. Please read my logs. That's a lot of qualifiers. Okay. He said, thank you for sending. Was interesting to read, even though I tend to generally disagree with his worldview. Not as observations of the difficulties of life in the U.S. and developed world for young people, which are real, but as implicit and explicit belief and subtle advocacy for socialism and other left-wing theories which have never worked and which cannot really be a viable solution. To me, he seems sort of like a left-wing version of Kirk. Both seem to traffic in some hateful characterizations of others who disagree. How did he get all of that from the New York Times article? I didn't even say nothing in the New York Times article like that. That's crazy. ChatGPT, who disagree with their views and both seem to enjoy stirring up contention and controversy at the expense of the full truth. As the notoriety that comes with this helps them build followers as part of their business model, still it was interesting to understand his way of thinking, which is articulately presented. It's understandable why some of his views are what they are, with Trump having moved the tone of the conversation so far into the realm of bullying and personal attacks on others. Did he ask Grok? Still, my dislike of what Trump does and most of how he does things have not made me wish for a far-left solution as Piker advocates, as that approach has a 100% record of failure except for bringing misery around the world whenever tried. I know many of your generation see the allure of what Piker envisions and like his interpretive worldview, though for me, it is not consistent with what I have observed about human nature or history in my lifetime. Still, I can see why he connects. You got timed out because you wrote so long. I showed your article to my gay uncle and he said you're great and a babe. Why he connects the dots the way he does. I hope your generation produces some new leaders of a flavor somewhere more in between Piker and Kirk. Thank you again for sending. Yeah, he just basically said, I love capitalism. And even though Hasan correctly identifies some of the numerous failures that have destroyed this upcoming generation's future, I still don't think this viable solution is an evolution away from capitalism. I showed your article to my Maoist third world is polyamorous uncle. He said you're a libtard. Sent it to my lib grandma and she got mad when you criticized Israel and called you anti-Semitic. Good breakdown of the media language and whitewashing Kirk.
Let's talk about Charlie Kirk. I want to highlight now for you what is going to be word gymnastics in the immediate future. What I mean by that is we are just going to look at the nouns some news outlets are using to explain who Kirk was. Because my prediction is, and the pattern that we see, is for those who they want to humanize, we start off with kind of nouns that have a...
Like, I'm down with showcasing a person's worldview honestly Okay? Whether they're alive or after they pass. Okay? Like, honestly, write about it earnestly. Charlie Kirk hated DEI. Say it like that. Use Republican terminology if you want to use it. Because people that know what that means will understand what you're saying. Okay? I think that's also a disservice, but I'll even take that as opposed to just not talking about his opinions at all. You know what I mean? Like, that's what's so fucking frustrating about this process is like we're making it seem like he was just a guy who wanted to hear people out. And he wasn't like a talking point machine and was using the medium of debate to basically do SJW slam dunk compilations. That entire design, that entire medium is created and has been utilized by right-wingers for a very long time for that specific purpose, to like humiliate liberal and leftist worldviews by creating an environment that is asymmetrical, by basically having asymmetrical power over someone like this. A right-winger made a cringy video about you that went viral and said they want to meet in person. Dog, this has 11,000 views. Oh, no, it has 1.5 million views. Never mind. Holy fuck. About me?
Do I look like a person who is scared?
Oh, they put this clip on here? What the fuck?
Kirk holding a rose.
The only clip that they have of me is this. This is not even, this is me talking about fucking Democrats debating, bro. I don't give a shit if this guy is fucking complaining and saying I'm being violent or whatever. These people are heinous. No other word for his leave his wife and family alone. I didn't do any of that shit. So, you know. Oh my God, that's crazy. We're done talking. Okay, what are we going to do? Kiss? Are you going to kiss me, big guy? You going to kiss me in the mouth? Yeah, I saw Javier Bardem says free Palestine on the Emmys red carpet.
Denouncing the genocide in Gaza. I'm talking about the IAGS, which is the International Association of Genocide Scholars, who study thoroughly genocide and has declared it is a genocide. And that's why we ask for a commercial and diplomatic blockade and also sanctions on Israel to stop the genocide, free Palestine. Here
Cutie was on the red carpet. She better ask Javier to come on the stream. Okay? You better have asked my goat, Javier Bardem, to come on the stream. Friend of the show. The GOAT. She asked for wine about it? Oh, God, I bet she did. I bet she did. What are y'all going to do? Kiss? Yes. Yes, I'm going to kiss him right in the fucking mouth. Well, you got a problem? You got a problem? Yeah, with tongue. What's up? Oh, I forgot to talk about the Candace Owens video. Does anyone have the Candace Owens compilations?
The granny harmer wants us mixed up in Israel drum. It's the same prick that hates on the farmers.
Have you noticed how everything on the far right is just really shit?
And make grannies freezing their pajamas. He's a traitor, an undercover dictator, a war instigator. He wants to fuck around and mess with human nature. Throwing around kids is satanic behavior.
Dude, what the fuck's going on in the UK? What are they doing? They're doing like race riots or some shit? Oh yeah, here is yeah, this is real. It's wild that Candace is the only right-wing figure I've seen posting in a way where she seems genuinely devastated to lose Charlie as a friend. Low key, this is not even a joke. You know I don't like Candace Owens. You know I think she's a bad person. You know I think she's a grifter. But I saw this compy and I was like, God damn, bro. This is what real pain looks like, okay? Straight up. Every other Republican in media was like salivating at the prospect of taking over the throne. You know what I mean? They were like, oh, I'll be the next Charlie Kirk. It's going to be awesome. Whereas she was just like, this low key, some work husband shit. You know what I mean? Like some work wife shit right here. This is crazy.
You don't understand, like, the dignity of him tweeting that. Like,
I'm living in that 21st century. There's something mean to it. And we can maybe I'm about to have some It's like murder.
I'm not gonna lie, this also low-key humanized both of them, which is crazy. But it's just like they were just having fun, dude. They were just, I mean, what they were doing when they were roaming the country was still very bad. Okay? Make no mistake. They were running around talking the same shit that they've been talking, right? But like, I guess the standard for like humanity is so low, like human emotion, showcasing real human emotion is so low online that like out of all the right wingers I've seen expressing like rage, performative rage in most circumstances, like Candace Owens literally was like seemingly crying real tears for this man. Which is crazy because of like what he has said about black women in particular is just makes it a lot weirder. But of course, Candace Owens herself has basically always played that role as a right wing actor, you know, putting a black face on white supremacy. So did they disagree on Israel? Was that the only issue? I mean, these guys are all, I don't know if they're like, do I think Candace Owens went from being an anti-Trump person who successfully sued the Connecticut Board of Education for being victim to an anti-black hate crime when she was in high school that led her to develop an eating disorder, to being one of Trump's biggest boosters and being one of the most vicious anti-black voices on the conservative sphere, basically overnight after she was plucked by first David Horowitz and then Ben Shapiro, and in the process Charlie Kirk as well, getting boosted into becoming a prominent fixture of Republican commentary, conservative reactionary beliefs. Do I believe that any of that is genuine? I don't know. I don't really care at this point because, like, I just value their output, right? And their output is just awful. These are people that these are people whose careers exploded alongside mine, obviously through very different, through a very different process. Like, they were boosted by pre-existing networks of influence on the right, as opposed to me just, like, I guess, getting the nepotism boost initially from the Young Turks, but then also finding prominence on my own after that. But, like, I don't know. This is just like this, like what their true beliefs are, I will never know, most likely. But it also doesn't matter, because if you're a political commentator, your output is what matters. Will you ever stop debating for clicks and clips and look for middle ground? First of all, I don't even fucking debate that much, dumbass. You're arguing with a person that you've built up on your mind. Like, that's not me. Oh, you said, will we ever stop debating for clicks and clips and look for middle ground? No, the middle ground shit is bullshit. What do you mean middle ground? Okay. One side says we need to deport all Mexicans. The other side says we need to deport 0 Mexicans. What's the middle ground? 50% Mexicans deported? Middle ground is a pure fantasy for a lot of people that don't recognize that the Overton window keeps swinging wildly in the direction of the right, because it's always dumbass libtards who are like, let's find a middle ground. Let's find a middle ground. Some things you won't compromise on. Okay, how many babies should we kill in Gaza? How many children should we kill in Gaza? Is there a middle ground? Is there an acceptable middle ground? Trying to find a middle ground as though this is trying to find bipartisan compromise for purely the sake of bipartisanship alone is what got us into this mess to begin with. Just have your worldview, have your opinions, and fight for them like hell. That's it. Can you explain the potential trans roommate thing? We don't know enough yet, but it seems like one of the suspects' roommates was trans, and she's been cooperating with the authorities ever since she found out. Oh, yeah, this was a great post. I did see this. My grandfather used to say Magda Goebbels made a great strudel, and I never knew what it meant until after he died. My grandmother explained some magazine did a fluff interview with Magda Goebbels a few years before World War II that included her strudel recipe, and my grandfather, who hated the Nazis with the passion of 10,000 sons, thought it was an example of the media sanitizing evil people, and he would use the phrase when someone asked him to overlook a bad person doing bad things and focus on the good. Like, this isn't like DC versus Marvel, you know, agree to disagree. There are plenty of things where you can find some kind of middle ground, okay? But there are plenty of issues where I think if you were to honestly think about it, you just would not be in agreement with a middle ground. The example I gave you is apt for you to comprehend, right? There is something that you care about, that you understand, something that pertains to your humanity, okay? Not just the way you see the world, but like literally who you are as a person, right? That you obviously would be a little uncomfortable with if people were just discussing whether or not it was valid or not. And the reality of the matter is, for a lot of people, a lot of white people especially, whiteness is such a powerful force, a powerful socio-political construct that they just like, they never see themselves in that situation. It's rarely ever discussed in those terms. And also, there's never really been a historic equivalent in terms of like taking away white people's rights on the virtue of whiteness. Not to say that this is a good thing anyway. I'm not saying that, but that just simply has not existed. And that's precisely the reason why a lot of people are much more comfortable talking about another man's timeline for justice. You know? if you don't truly take issue with those sorts of conversations, that just simply means you recognize that it doesn't impact you in the same way that it does for others. Okay? Rebuke your whiteness. Okay, shut the fuck up. Shooter was a big JBP fan? No, it wasn't the shooter. The trans lover Reddit account posted on trans-related topics, but also a bunch of right-wing subs, including Jordan Peterson and 4chan Green Text. No, that wasn't... Lancelot, from what I understand, is not the shooter's account, but it's actually the roommate's account, right? Yeah. This is the shooter's roommate. Shooter's trans roommate. Yeah, bunch of right-wing subs, including Jordan Peterson, 4chan Green Text, talks about how he was not political but defensive of America and how he was against political party boxes and comment on destroying woke kids. I think, I'm gonna be honest. First of all, I think the preferred pronouns are she. Okay. And secondly, I mean, looking at the profile a little bit, looking at the profile of the trans roommate, the allegedly trans roommate of the shooter, of the alleged shooter, they kind of come across like they're like a somewhat political shit poster, but they post on like political compass memes. Like Green Text Anon is on the BBC. Literally was 85 in my room every summer where I'm at. Just drink water and wear summer clothes. You aren't actively in the sun. It's not hot. But political compass memes means like this person is also brain rotted by politics, but in usually like a neoliberal direction. Yeah, that would make sense. I guess I don't see that because I'm American and not much into national, let alone international politics. It's just weird for most of us who don't really care either way. I have no opinion of Italians, and then I go on the internet and get immediately stereotyped, which I'm sure happens to you also. It's one of those situations where I could care less for America. And this is also from like 5 years ago. So their political ideology might have changed as well in time. People need to stop putting themselves in boxes because the political parties don't care about any of their people. They just want their money. Once again, doesn't necessarily mean that this person is a Jordan Peterson fan. And mostly just like I think people are reading into it and they're trying to say that this person was like right wing or something, which, could be the case, but political compass memes for the most part is like the most politically oriented sub. Levegar went through the accounts and thought it was pretty conclusive that the roommate is trans. Yeah. Also, once again, this person, this is their own personal political opinion. It could have changed over the course of 5 years. And as far as we know, they are not even remotely involved in any way, shape, or form with the actual shooter's actions. Okay? So there's that aspect of the story as well. Tyler splits a 3-bedroom apartment with roommates. One guy who desperately wants to be pro gaming streamer and maybe trans identifying. I think they might be trans. I from what I understand, not maybe identifying as trans. That person was cooperative with the police. But this roommate Lance was also the one who claimed to have Discord messaged him Tyler about the shooting. Discord proved that he did not. She did not. There's no indication on social media for Lance or Tyler that they're in a relationship. This is before the FBI confirmed it. Yeah, there is. But this person wasn't a trans DIY subreddit. No, I think the roommate might be. The roommate, I believe the roommate is trans. It's not just the Snapchat filter. Things have, there's been more information that's come out since then. But also, once again, them being trans has nothing to do with anything. It's like saying, okay, think about it this way. He had a black roommate. So what? He had a Hispanic roommate. So what? Does that change anything? No. If it doesn't change anything, then having a trans roommate doesn't change anything either. Do you understand? Also, there's contradictory information as far as whether this person still lived with their parents or whether this person lived with their roommates, because there's been a good deal of a back and forth as well. That's what I'm saying. Why does the roommate keep coming up other than to feed into their narratives to shift blame? I guess if I'm going to be as charitable as possible, we are trying to identify what took place in terms of this person's like political journey and potential radicalization. And Charlie Kirk was an incredibly transphobic individual. And the most charitable interpretation of this is that did the shooter radicalize? And by radicalize, I mean develop empathy for trans people, but then radicalize beyond that point to take action in such a violent way? That's the question that I think in the most charitable estimation, that's what people are trying to address. Of course, the real reason why they're doing that is so that they can somehow tie this political violence back to trans people in any way, shape, or form that they can. The dumbest fucking version of this would basically be if they were like, the shooter was around a trans person at one point in their lives. So who could say who radicalized them? You know what I mean? If you accidentally develop empathy for trans people, then you aren't a groyper anymore. You're turning into a normie. No. Wait, what? Literally, I was impossible for a right-wing groyper meme doomer to have a black and trans roommate. None of this guy makes sense. Yes, it changes a lot, actually. It means that groypers are ideologically nothing. No, you have established that they are. I'm saying we still have a lot more investigation to do to conclusively tell you what this person's political leanings are. $2,000 hours on Sea of Thieves and 400 hours on Helldivers is what Tyler had on his Steam account. Anyway. I personally know a gay groper that went to January 6th. The idea that whether or not they had a trans roommate matters in this equation is ridiculous, as you've said. No, of course. Anyway, I have to go because I have to do the podcast because we're doing it tonight as opposed to Thursday night. So everyone's coming over right now. So I got to go. I got to leave you on that note. But be safe. Be kind to one another. And yeah, that'll be all. That'll be all for tonight. Okay? Bye, everybody.